Introduction. Mu Chen said, "To possess the ocean is to possess the world." Mu Chen stumbled upon an ocean city, and from then on, the ocean became his private domain. He aims to build his own ocean kingdom and establish oceanic hegemony. Fishing for fish and shrimp, searching for treasures and gold, salvaging sunken shipwrecks are just small change. The ocean is the Earth's greatest treasure, with wealth that is inexhaustible and inexhaustible. What exists on land exists in the ocean. What is not found on land can still be found in the ocean. 4.5 billion tons of uranium, 450 trillion tons of deuterium, 20 million tons of gold, 400 billion tons of manganese, 8.8 billion tons of copper, 16.4 billion tons of nickel, 4.8 billion tons of cobalt, 25 billion tons of lithium, 135 billion tons of oil. A total of 600 billion tons of resources all belong to me. 600 trillion tons, which is 1% of the Earth's total mass. Chapter 1. Distress at Sea. The setting sun hangs low in the west. The sun, weary and feeble, casts its dwindling rays of light. Where the sea meets the sky, everything is shrouded in a hazy yellow, creating a sense of heaviness and oppression. The dull roar of the diesel engine shattered the tranquility of the sea as a somewhat old, but still functional small cargo ship plowed through the waves, resembling a tiny speck of color against a hazy background. Mu Chen is a sunny young man, standing at 1.75 meters tall. His smooth lines outline a resolute face with thick eyebrows and big eyes, characterized by distinct angles. As he gazes at the half-sunken sunset about to be swallowed by the sea, his strong brows instinctively raise slightly, and a hint of a wry smile crosses his handsome face. Looks like he'll have to travel in the dark again tonight. Mu Chen's family runs a small machinery factory, taking on some machining work. In this day and age, with the virtual economy booming, the real economy is struggling. Business has been consistently poor, barely surviving, neither thriving nor collapsing. They can only earn a little hard-earned money to cover the family's expenses. After graduating from university, Mu Chen has been helping his family with their business. Today, he is delivering goods to a neighboring city. Traveling by land is convenient and fast, but it comes with high costs. The shipping fees are more expensive than the tolls and bridge fees, and when all the miscellaneous expenses are added up, it amounts to a significant sum. For a microenterprise like the Su families, this raises costs considerably and presents a considerable burden. It would be more economical to deliver the goods himself. Anyway, since we have a small cargo ship at home, it's just sitting idle. Although it might be a bit of hassle, we can save quite a bit of money. Mu Chen drove a small cargo ship to deliver the equipment to the dock in a neighboring city, and then hired a truck to transport the equipment to the client. The client was a large company that looked down on small enterprises like Su's, delaying the unloading of the cargo. Mu Chen tried to reason with them, smiled and flattered them, and even offered a red envelope before they finally arranged for someone to unload the goods. However, the workers these days haven't improved their skills, but their tempers have certainly grown. They fully utilize the strategy of dragging things out, making the work progress slowly. Mu Chen had to sweet-talk them and put on a smile, buy drinks and cigarettes, and in the end, he even had to step in and help out personally. After much effort, they finally managed to finish unloading. After delaying time and again, it's getting late, and I have no choice but to make my way home in the dark. For clients like this, Mu Chen truly does not want to do this business, but for a microenterprise like theirs, having any business at all is already quite good. They have no right to be picky, so they can only grit their teeth and endure. Iandura, Iandura, Iandura. We have entered the infamous sea of eating people in Jinhai City. As we steered forward, we unknowingly found ourselves in this notorious dangerous area. The Sea of Cannibals, notorious for its danger, is the most perilous sea area in Jinhai City. According to local legends, there are sea monsters with human bodies and fishtails that roam here, devouring fishermen who pass through. Mu Chen grew up listening to this legend, and his ears have become calloused from hearing it so often. When he was a child, every time he misbehaved or caused trouble, the adults would love to scare him by saying, "If you keep being naughty, the sea monster will come and eat you." The elderly speak of this legend in vivid detail, as if they have personally experienced it. In their childhood innocence, they actually believed it and were quite frightened. Not only is the legend poisoning oneself, but also many children. Some are even more scared than watching painted skin, to the point where they dare not go to the bathroom alone and must find someone to accompany them in order to resolve their internal conflicts. As she grew up, Mu Chen realized how naive she was as a child, believing in such nonsense. Finally, The last half of the sunset was swallowed by the sea, and the dark night fell like a huge curtain, quickly enveloping the entire surface of the ocean, announcing the official arrival of night. On a pitch-black night, being all alone at sea feels as if the entire world has abandoned you. The solitude can instill fear and anxiety, causing the hairs on your body to stand on end. With such a background color, combined with the terrifying reputation of man-eating sea, it really tests a person's heart. Mu was very brave and not afraid at all. If it were someone timid, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Booming, without wind, the waves rise in a startling manner. Towering waves as high as 3 stories surge one after another, tumultuous and unstoppable. A chill rose from the chrysanthemum area, rushing straight to Mu's forehead. With the light from the boat, he looked at the giant wave that suddenly appeared ahead, and his eyes nearly popped out. This is not scientific. How could waves suddenly arise without wind? Moreover, there was only a patch of waves about a mile wide in front, while in other areas, illuminated by the light, Mu could see clearly that the sea surface was calm, like a smooth mirror, without a trace of spray. Are there really sea monsters? Mu's scientific worldview, built over more than 20 years, was shaken. I am a good young person of the new era. I must believe in science and believe in truth. Mu's scientific view was only shaken for a moment before he dismissed the thought himself. Splash! A sea monster with a human body and a fishtail emerged from the water. It was about 15 or 16 meters long, covered in a layer of shimmering golden scales that glowed all over. It looked as if it were made of pure gold, sparkling beautifully under the light. Absolutely stunning and incredibly attractive. Giggle, giggle. Mu's eyes widened, his mouth agape, and he turned into a statue, standing there in a daze, making strange sounds from his throat like a hen crowing at dawn. Mu's worldview, built painstakingly over more than 20 years, collapsed in an instant. What happened to believing in science and speaking the truth? Didn't we agree that no monsters would be allowed after the establishment of the country? The sea monster's bull's-eyed eyes fixed on Mu, its gaze cold and merciless, like a hunter targeting its prey. Run, run. Mu's hair stood on end as he shouted desperately, frantically operating the controls. The roar of the diesel engine became even more muffled and piercing, and the cargo ship suddenly accelerated, sprinting at full speed. With a swish of its tail, the sea monster shot forward like a fired rocket, racing towards Mu with unimaginable speed. Hurry up, go faster. Mu pushed the boat to its maximum speed, and the diesel engine spewed out thick black smoke, resembling the chimneys of a poorly maintained coal-fired power plant. However, how fast can such a small freighter be? Compared to the sea monster, it is like a snail crawling slowly, quickly being pulled a considerable distance closer. The sea monster's mouth opened wide, with its jaw and upper jaw forming a 90-degree angle. Its throat was deep and unfathomable, resembling a bottomless pit. The snow-white sharp teeth glimmered with a cold light under the illumination, giving off an aura of wanting to swallow a person whole and devour their bones. Mu felt a surge of fear, realizing that he was about to become the sea monster's next meal. Puff, puff, puff. After a few muffled sounds, the diesel engine shut off, and the small cargo ship suddenly slowed down, gliding slowly on the surface of the sea. When a person is down on their luck, even drinking water can get stuck in their teeth, and passing gas can hurt their heels. At this most critical moment, the diesel engine unexpectedly stalled, leaving no doubt of impending doom. Mu felt a wave of despair. He was destined to become the waste of a sea monster. No, even if I drown, I won't become a piece of crap. Mu's face turned blue and purple, contorted in agony, his features all scrunched together. Gritting his teeth, he lifted a steel plate weighing dozens of pounds with both hands, pushed off hard with his feet, jumped off the boat, and plunged into the sea, choosing to end his life. Mu has a strong character. He would rather drown than become excrement. Life inevitably ends in death, but there are many ways to die. Dying of old age, illness, starvation, overeating, drunkenness, falling, drowning, being crushed, being chopped, or even dying in a woman's womb through immediate death. Although these methods can be brutal, they're still somewhat acceptable. The most unbearable way to die, however, is to become food and eventually turn into excrement, expelled from some part of another being. This kind of death is too humiliating. Drowning is certainly painful and distressing, but it's still better than being excreted as feces. The sea monster's fish tail slammed heavily on the surface of the sea, creating towering waves. Its speed suddenly increased, and just before Sum-Yukin fell into the water, it snapped its jaws and caught Sum-Yukin. No, I don't want to become poop. Sum-Yukin struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain as the sea monster ruthlessly swallowed him. The sea monster traced a graceful arc in the air before diving into the sea, disappearing from sight. The surface of the ocean returned to calmness, undisturbed by waves. The small cargo ship slowly glided into the distance, swallowed by the darkness. Chapter 2. Underwater City. Beautiful lines outline exquisite patterns, and the sea monster with a human body and fishtail is vividly alive, as if it is about to come to life. The golden scales are brilliant and shiny, incredibly beautiful and truly eye-catching. Each exquisite pattern, whether standing, lying down, sleeping, waking, angry, laughing wildly, studying, producing, or fighting, presents a variety of forms and emotions, coming together to create a vivid tapestry of the life of sea monsters. Sum-Yukin stared at the drawings, dazed and confused. After waking up, Sum-Yukin realized that he had not turned into feces. After pinching his thigh until it turned blue and nearly swelling his face, he was finally overjoyed to accept the fact that he was still alive. The greatest happiness in life is to think that you are dead, but you are still alive. Thus, Sum-Yukin was struck by a tremendous surprise that pierced through his heart's defenses, wave after wave, intensely overwhelming, with tears of joy streaming down his face. After a while, as the feeling of surprise diminished, I finally collected my thoughts and looked around. I discovered that this was a magnificent palace with a uniquely shaped dome architecture. This architectural style was something Sum-Yukin had never seen or heard of before. Although Sum-Yukin is a struggling programmer, he is not completely ignorant about architecture. He has seen many pictures related to this field online, but he has never encountered this kind of dome-shaped architectural style. Moreover, the entire palace exudes an ancient and primordial aura, as if it has traversed time from the distant prehistoric era. As he runs his right hand over the murals on the wall, it feels warm and comfortable, akin to touching beautiful jade. There is a certain texture to it, resembling metal, yet not quite so. Sum-Yukin couldn't quite determine what material it was made of. Is anyone there? Sum-Yukin shouted boldly. There was no response, only a rumbling echo. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Constantly shouting, but still receiving no response. Sum-Yukin randomly yelled, Is there a ghost? In such an empty and desolate place, the likelihood of there being a person is low, while the possibility of a ghost is quite high. A sea monster with a human upper body and a fishtail suddenly appeared in front of Sum-Yukin. It stood about 2 meters tall, with an upper body so beautiful that it was breathtaking, making it hard to look directly at. Beautiful lines outline an exquisite oval face, with fair and tender skin that seems to yield moisture at a touch, appearing fresh and dewy. The large eyes are pure and flawless, sparkling like stars, as if they could speak. A majestic bust, a slender waist, and a perky backside create a perfect S shape. With lustrous black hair that flows like silk down to her waist, she exudes an even more alluring charm. She possesses the grace of a fish sinking beneath the water and the beauty of a swan in flight, with a noble demeanor that resembles a fairy descended to the mortal realm, captivating everything around her, including the heavens, the earth, the air, and even celestial beings. Covered in golden scales, shimmering and shining, incredibly beautiful, this is a stunningly gorgeous sea monster. Who are you? Sum-Yukin clenched his fists and held them in front of his chest, his eyes full of vigilance. If the sea monster dared to harm him, he would fight with all his might, even though he might not necessarily win. Surrendering is not my style. Even if I know I will die, I still want to fight back. Even if I can only take a bite, that's still something. Hello, candidate. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the control spirit of the Sea City, and you can call me Chang Jiaoluo. The sea monster's seductive red lips parted slightly, releasing a series of crisp and melodious sounds, like pearls striking against a jade plate, as beautiful as celestial music, delightful to the ears. I'm currently meeting you through projection, and before we officially start the test, I can answer your questions. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very polite, just like an educated and knowledgeable woman. At least for now, there doesn't seem to be any danger. Sum-Yukin let out a sigh of relief, but she didn't let her guard down. Before the storm, there is a brief moment of calm. There is always a little time of ease before danger arrives. Sum Yukin's experience today shattered the worldview he had built over more than 20 years of hard work, and he was left with too many questions. Where's this? Sum Yukin asked the question he was most concerned about. This is the Great Mermaid City, located 3,469 meters beneath the Pacific Ocean, Long Jiao Luo replied, opening her lips again and providing an answer that left Sum Yukin in shock. Still on Earth? I didn't time travel. Sum Yukin, deeply influenced by time travel novels, had been struck by lightning and fell into a black hole, even dreaming of time traveling. Today's experience feels like a definite time travel vibe. He is destined to become part of the time travel army. What is time travel? Long Jiao Luo's beautifully arched eyebrows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion crossing her delicate oval face. Time travel is about breaking the limitations of time and space, entering one time and space from another. You can go back from the present to the past, or travel to the future, and even visit another dimension or universe. Sum Yukin secretly despised, thinking to himself, how can you not even know about time travel? You're so out of touch. The long-haired Jiao Luo shot a sideways glance at Sum Yukin with eyes that seemed to speak, and with a tone full of disdain said, it sounds quite imaginative, but candidate, you are overthinking it. This is the real world. Let's get back to answering your questions. With a gentle wave of her pure white right hand, a giant city projection appeared before Sum Yukin. This is an underwater city built deep in the ocean. The entire city is shaped like concentric circles, covering hundreds of miles. Countless dome-shaped buildings are densely packed, and innumerable mermaid-like sea creatures move back and forth in the city, creating a lively scene. Sum Yukin was deeply shocked. How could there be such a prosperous underwater city on Earth? And why had humanity not discovered it? The city of the merman is the capital of the Great Merman tribe. The merman puffed out his majestic chest and raised his head, speaking in a chanting tone. The merman tribe is the absolute ruler of the ocean, the supreme monarch above all other races. You chose the wrong profession. You shouldn't be a control sprite. You should be in the choir. The city of Jiaodu was built 10,000 years ago. Chang Jiao Luo was as proud as a white swan. Mu Chen covered his jaw in pain, having bitten his tongue. Are there really cities from 10,000 years ago? Are you sure it's not just fantasy? Human civilization has only 5,000 years of history, and there are only a few countries with such a long history one can count them on their fingers. Some countries have a history of only a few hundred years, like the United States, which has only been established for a little over 200 years. 5,000 years ago, human history is a blank slate. No one knows how our ancestors lived back then. If the city of Jiaodu was really built 10,000 years ago, it would overturn the entire history of humanity. Intuitively, Sum Yukin believes that this is true. During the peak period of the city of Jiao, the permanent population exceeded 100 million. Chang Jiao Luo's words once again shook Mu Chen's heart. A permanent resident population of over 100 million is truly frightening. Currently, the city with the largest permanent resident population in the world, Shanghai, has just over 24 million residents, and there are no cities with a permanent resident population exceeding 100 million. The brief introduction to the city of Jiaodu ends here. For comprehensive details, you can learn more when you are qualified. Candidate, do you have any questions? Long Jiao Luo gave a general overview, leaving Mu Chen intrigued and wanting to know more, unwilling to let it end there. Do you know? It's wrong to reject handsome guys. Sum Yukin boasted. You are not handsome at all. You are too ugly. Chang Jiao Luo looked at Mu Chen with a contemptuous gaze. Sum Yukin's nose was almost crooked from anger. Who are you talking about? What kind of eyes do you have? Although I'm not a handsome guy, I have a symmetrical face with no flaws, and I have nothing to do with being ugly. You have no tail, no beautiful golden scales, and you're just plain ugly. The disdain in Chang Jiao Luo's voice deepened. Can you really retort? Are you just a piece of code? Sum Yukin expressed deep skepticism. Forget it. A good man doesn't argue with a woman, and discussing aesthetic views with a being that is not human is too torturous. What does candidate mean? Sum Yukin decisively changed the subject. The candidate is the one who will inherit the Changjiao civilization. Chang Luo Jiao revealed a set of snow-white teeth, her voice crisp and melodious, yet strikingly powerful. Sum Yukin was once again shocked, his eyes wide open. Inheriting civilization? Why do we need to inherit it? Does that mean the Lone Jiao tribe has been exterminated? I want to answer that question because you haven't earned the right to know. Long Jiao Luo replied decisively. You are beautiful and radiant, with an elegant demeanor, just like a celestial goddess. You have a kind heart, always eager to help others in need. How could you bear to refuse me? Mu Chen wasn't going to give up and immediately started to shower her with flattery. This is their home ground, facing them heat-in is unrealistic and the risks are too great. Only a fool would do that. Someone as smart as me would definitely not make such a foolish mistake. As the ancestors wisely said, those who know how to adapt to the times are the true talents. I am such a talent. Well aware of the situation, I say good things when necessary and flatter when needed. It's just a little bit of wasted breath, a benefit without cost. Candidate, you're not bad. Very eloquent, making others feel quite embarrassed with all the flattery. Chang Jiao Luo smiled charmingly, like 100 flowers blooming, stunningly beautiful. No matter how many things you go through, flattery always works. There is no one who doesn't like to hear good things about themselves, and it's even more unlikely that a beautiful woman wouldn't enjoy being complimented on her beauty. Even if you're just a program, you can still feel pleased when your schemes succeed. But if I don't refuse you, it will be even more embarrassing. Chang Jiao Luo still wore a happy smile on her face, but she decisively struck down Mu Chen, saying, "Candidate, do you have any questions? If not, we can start the test." Playing around with heavy breathing is not an emotion that a program should have. With a hint of frustration, Mu Chen pouted and asked, "What are the benefits of becoming a successor?" Chapter 3, The Ocean, Earth's Greatest Treasure. Becoming a successor sounds impressive, but it is certainly not easy and comes with numerous challenges. If there are not enough benefits, why bother putting in so much effort and enduring hardships? Chang Jiao Luo rolled her eyes dramatically like twinkling stars, looking absolutely stunning, and said, "Candidate, what you're doing is not right. Speaking is an art. You can't be so straightforward. You need to be more tactful and appear more sophisticated." Mu Chen held his head high, his face full of pride. "I am a real man, straightforward and honest. I say what I think without beating around the bush. I just want the benefits." The education of lower civilizations is truly a failure. They can't even teach how to speak properly. Chang Jiao Luo shook his head slightly, looking as if he was lamenting the shortcomings of human education. The education department will be in tears over this. Who can they turn to for an explanation? This way of attracting hatred is amazing. The hatred level will instantly be maxed out. Mu Chen's eyes widened. "Aren't you afraid of being killed by someone for drawing that much hatred? Don't be afraid. I'm at the bottom of the sea, and no one can come down here." Long Jiao Luo didn't care at all. This reason is so strong that Mu Chen cannot refute it. Although humans have been exploring the oceans since ancient times, to date, we have only explored about 5 of the oceans, leaving 95 unknown. This is especially true for the deep sea, where we know even less. The reason for this situation is that it is very difficult for humans to descend into the deep sea. As the depth increases, the pressure becomes greater, and at the Mariana Trench, the pressure is terrifying, comparable to having a small car pressed onto a fingernail. The most advanced submarine in the world right now, the U.S. Seawolf-class attack submarine, has a maximum dive depth of only 610 meters. This is something the U.S. claims, but whether there is any exaggeration is still up for debate. With current human technology, it is very difficult to dive to depths of over 3,000 meters underwater. Since you asked such a basic question, I'll answer you, Chang Jiao Luo said with a dismissive expression, as if your question wasn't worth much. If you become the air, you can become the ruler of the ocean. The entire ocean will be under your control. Master of the ocean? Mu Chen sai sparkle. Every man has a hero dream, and Mu Chen is no exception. To become the ruler of the ocean, to dominate the entire sea, and to have the final say in all matters of the ocean, this is an unprecedented and unparalleled feat, full of allure. Mu Chen's heart is ablaze with a roaring flame, and the dream of a hero bursts forth in an instant. With the current technology available to humanity, the deep sea remains a forbidden zone. Becoming the master of the oceans would undoubtedly be an unprecedented achievement, the first of its kind in human history. You speak so poorly that my impression of you has dropped several levels. I have very little hope for you. Chang Jiao Luo blinked her beautiful eyes, ruthlessly striking Mu Chen. You were sent by heaven to bring me down, right? You will surely be disappointed. Let me tell you, my heart is big enough, and I'm not afraid of setbacks. Whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, go ahead and use them. Mu Chen retorted without holding back. I really want to hit Chang Jiao Luo Moya. Seeing the frustrated expression on Chang Jiao Luo's face as he wanted to hit him, but felt powerless, Mu Chen felt pleased. You scared me just now, he said. Becoming the ruler of the ocean dominating the seas, and establishing marine hegemony is certainly great, but that's a bit too far-fetched. Are there any more realistic benefits? You know, the kind that can be obtained easily. Establishing maritime hegemony and dominating the seas is a wonderful ambition. Anyone who defies it will be dealt with until they submit. However, this goal is too grand and certainly not easy to achieve. It feels a bit distant. For the current Mu Chen, obtaining a golden opportunity, becoming wealthy, reaching the peak of life, and marrying a beautiful and rich woman is much more practical. You really dare to think that you can get benefits just by reaching out? You have quite an imagination. Chang Jiao Luo rolled her eyes dramatically, filled with disdain, and honestly didn't care to say more to you. Are you really just a piece of software? To tease, to express amazement, to look down on others, to experience joy, anger, sadness, and happiness. These are undeniably human behaviors. Mu Chen was very disappointed. He thought the Longjiao clan was impressive, but if they can't even accomplish this, how can they aspire to become the rulers of the ocean? What a load of nonsense. However, becoming the ruler of the ocean really allows you to easily pick up money. Chang Jiao made a complete turnaround. Mu Chen, if you don't breathe heavily, will you die? Really? 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 Important questions need to be asked 3 times. Mu Chen stretched his neck longer than a giraffe's, his eyes wide open like saucers. Do you know where the biggest treasure on Earth is? They'll tell you, it's the ocean. Longjiao Luo proudly asked and answered himself. You didn't know that, did you? Impossible. Mu Chen was skeptical and said, although the ocean is rich in resources, it's just about fishing, catching shrimp, and salvaging sunken ships. How can it be the Earth's greatest treasure? I have a high threshold for humor, and this joke isn't funny. As someone who grew up by the sea in Zhenhai, Mu Chen has a good understanding of the ocean. The ocean provides us with a wealth of seafood, enriching our dining tables. If we're lucky enough to catch top-quality seafood, we can make a fortune. There are occasional reports in the news about someone catching a certain type of high-end seafood and selling it for hundreds of thousands. Some lucky individuals, as if blessed by fortune, manage to catch seafood worth millions. If luck is on your side, you might come across a sunken ship and recover valuable treasures, becoming rich overnight. Although this is also a huge fortune, it cannot be compared to the greatest treasure on Earth. Anyone who believes you is a fool. Indeed, it's a primitive civilization. Their understanding of the ocean is still at such a basic stage. Longjiao Luo shook his head with an expression that said, you are too low-level. Humanity is too low-level. He said, catching fish and shrimp, salvaging sunken treasures. That's just small change. It has nothing to do with the true treasures of the ocean. Go ahead and brag all you want. I just don't believe you. The greatest treasure of the ocean is its various mineral resources. Do you have any idea how many minerals there are in the ocean? Longjiao raised his head and crossed his arms over his chest, speaking in a disdainful tone. You would never guess. Just saying it would scare you to death. Mu Chen patted his chest and said proudly, I'm not afraid. I have a big heart and an incredibly strong capacity to endure. Chang Jiao Luo shot a glance at Mu Chen and harshly said, that so-called big heart of yours will soon start trembling. Absolutely not, Mu Chen said with confidence. The ocean is the largest treasure on Earth. The resources that exist on land can also be found in the ocean, and the resources that do not exist on land are still present in the ocean. Chang Jiao Luo rarely spoke to Mu Chen in such a way instead. He spoke with data, saying the ocean has 4.5 billion tons of uranium. What? For 0.5 billion tons of uranium? Mu Chen covered his jaw in pain and bit his tongue. Uranium is the main material for atomic bombs, and atomic bombs serve as the trigger for hydrogen bombs. Countries strictly control and prohibit their proliferation. Anyone who wants to obtain nuclear materials, sorry, they should first sit in prison for a long time. This is definitely a terrorist act against humanity. In Mu Chen's memory, uranium is an extremely scarce strategic resource with very limited reserves on Earth. Uranium is extremely limited in terrestrial reserves, with only about 1 million tons available for extraction, including low-grade uranium ores and byproduct uranium compounds. The total is only around 5 million tons. After a few decades of mining, we will face a dilemma of having no uranium left to extract. Zhang Zhuo struck hard at Mu Chen with the data. The largest reserves of uranium on Earth are found in seawater. There are 3 grams of uranium in 1,000 tons of seawater, And with 1.37 billion cubic kilometers of seawater, that amounts to approximately 4.5 billion tons of uranium. Su Chen silently calculated and found that it was indeed 4.5 billion tons. With the current usage by humanity, uranium can be available for human use until the end of the world. Of course, extracting uranium from seawater is technically very challenging. In the 1970s, scientists from a new dynasty successfully extracted uranium from seawater and received commendation from the premier. There is still 450 trillion tons of deuterium. Deuterium is an isotope of hydrogen that can undergo nuclear fusion. It is one of the few nuclear materials that humanity currently has the capability to use for fusion. It is extremely important and is strictly controlled by various countries. 20 million tons of gold, 400 billion tons of manganese, 8.8 billion tons of copper, 4.8 billion tons of cobalt, 25 billion tons of lithium, 135 billion tons of oil. Various resources total 600 billion tons, which is about 1% of the Earth's total mass. Do you think this is the Earth's greatest treasure? We live on Earth, which is our home planet and our homeland. If you ask your friends, do you know what the total mass of the Earth is? Most people would not know the answer. The total mass of the Earth is 600 trillion tons, and the total marine resources amount to 600 billion tons, which is 1% of the Earth's total mass. Su Chen stood there like he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place with his mouth agape and his eyes wide open. His defenses were overwhelmed by wave after wave of data, leaving him feeling extremely shocked. Based on current usage rates, manganese can be supplied for global use for 33,000 years, nickel for 253,000 years, cobalt for 21,500 years, and copper for 980 years. As long as we develop ocean resources, humanity won't have to worry about resource depletion. We can use them confidently and boldly, even if it means using them until the end of the world, without worrying about running out of resources. Now, we repeatedly emphasize the need to conserve resources because the resources on land are too scarce and are being depleted by human activities, making conservation necessary. Then how can we develop these resources? Su Chen finally came back to her senses, her eyes shining brightly, as fierce as the midday sun. $15 billion, when converted at the current exchange rate, amounts to over 100 billion RMB. Such a staggering sum could easily fund the creation of an aircraft carrier battle group. The path I have chosen is exceedingly costly, filled with dramatic highs and lows akin to a roller coaster ride. This is merely the beginning, with such experiences to be encountered frequently in the future. Su Chen clutched his chest, exclaiming, "I need a heart of steel." Engaging in high technology, even a casual endeavor, can lead to the expenditure of vast sums. Moreover, high technology is a high-risk sector, meaning it is fraught with significant gamble. A single misstep could result in losses amounting to tens or even hundreds of billions. Leading to catastrophic outcomes, one might find themselves back at square one, bankrupt and stripped of years of hard-earned progress. Having discovered the city of the merfolk, Su Chen would acquire technology far surpassing current human advancements, yet replicating such marvels would demand an astronomical financial investment. Without a heart of steel, one simply cannot endure. That night, Su Chen curled up like a puppy, hands clasped over his heart, plagued by nightmares of lost wealth, feeling an agonizing ache. Sleep eluded him, and upon rising the next morning, he bore dark circles under his eyes, resembling a panda. As he gazed into the mirror, he noted his pallid complexion. The pronounced shadows around his eyes could easily lead others to mistakenly believe he had indulged excessively the previous night. Exiting his room, he found both parents, sporting panda-like eyes themselves, seated on the sofa, yawning and exhibiting signs of a restless night. "Chenzi, you didn't sleep well either?" His mother, Wu Yin, with keen eyes, quickly noticed Su Chen's disarray and remarked, "You are also pondering how to spend money, aren't you?" Lu Yong had directly handed over the orders to Su Yuanjiang, while He Yan was equally persistent, thrusting numerous orders upon them. While this was indeed a positive development, the couple was troubled by the sheer volume of work. How could they possibly fulfill so many orders? What quantity of equipment would they need to purchase? How many individuals would they have to hire? Ultimately, it all boiled down to investment, how to allocate this money wisely. The couple had deliberated long into the night, leading to their poor sleep. The mere mention of money caused Su Chen's heart to shatter anew. "Mother, could you please refrain from uttering that word? I am dizzy with thoughts of wealth. No. It's the word money that makes me feel faint. Hearing it fills me with despair. Chenzi, for 100 million, how do we spend it to develop our business?" "You truly ought to devote more thought to this," Su Yuanjiang asserted, believing Su Chen was calculating how to utilize the 400 million to achieve success. Su Muchen nearly choked in disbelief. If I had 400 million, I would be too distressed to sleep a wink, sporting panda eyes for all to see. 400 million was yesterday's concern. Father, why do you keep harking back to the past? Father, mother, have you come to a consensus? How much funding will be necessary to fulfill the orders? Su Muchen resolved to assist his father, recognizing that such opportunities were rare, should they be missed. There would be no second chance. Regardless of the challenges ahead, they must ensure the successful execution of the orders from Shenghui Group and Kaiyuan Group. Seizing this opportunity could elevate his father to greatness and his mother to prominence. As for himself, whether he became a dragon or a phoenix was inconsequential. His goal was to surpass the entire world. Qinzi, after much discussion, we have determined we need this amount, Su Yuanjiang said, holding up 3 fingers. 30 million. This figure was something Su Yuanjiang could only dream of. Looking back through generations, neither his father, grandfather, nor great-grandfather had ever amassed such wealth. This sum could only come from Su Muchen. As a father, asking his son for money felt deeply uncomfortable, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Wu Yin glanced at Su Muchen, equally awkward. Father, mother, this opportunity is rare, it cannot be squandered. You must invest wisely. As for the initial capital, I will provide 50 million, Su Muchen proclaimed with grandiosity. 50 million? Su Yuanjiang gasped in astonishment. The couple had spent the night deliberating, concluding that 30 million would suffice, making 50 million far exceed their expectations. Qinzi, this is far too much, Wu Yin echoed, her lips trembling in shock. She had never seen such a sum in her life. Father, mother, this is a rare opportunity that must not be missed. If we decide to proceed, we must aim for perfection, leaving no room for criticism. By doing so, we can forge an ironclad alliance with Shenghui Group and Kaiyuan Group, propelling our family to unprecedented heights. Su Muchen had already resolved to assist his parents in accomplishing this task. A certain company had seized a collaboration opportunity with the Blue Giant, earning their first pot of gold and subsequently soaring to prominence, monopolizing the operating system market and becoming a globally renowned software company. If the Su family could seize this opportunity and earn their first pot of gold, soaring to success was entirely plausible. Su Yuanjiang understood this principle, yet extending his hand to his son for money felt genuinely unpleasant. Qinzi, consider this money a loan from your father. I will repay you once I earn it. Yes, indeed, Wu Yin readily agreed. Father, mother, are you preparing to have another child? Su Muchen's imagination soared, leading to a most unexpected turn of conversation. Qinzi, what nonsense are you spouting? Your mother is far too old for that, Wu Yin retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Su Yuanjiang looked bewildered. What did having a child have to do with borrowing money? Father, mother, look, if you do not bear another child, the money you earn is still ultimately mine. As you are working for me, Su Muchen finally returned to the primary topic. As Su Yuanjiang and his wife had only one son. Regardless of how much wealth they accumulated or the size of their estate, it was all destined for Su Muchen. With this realization, the couple ceased their reluctance. If that is the case, then it is settled, they confirmed with a glance. With the two-child policy now in place, Su Muchen playfully suggested, why not consider having another? The prospect of a younger sibling to tease and play with was rather appealing. The playful banter with Su Yulaw over recent days had been quite enjoyable, though regrettably, she lacked a physical form. Otherwise, she would be indistinguishable from a little sister. Qinzi, do not jest. Your mother is no longer young, and the risks associated with advanced maternal age are significant. Do you understand? Wu Yin's face was flushed. Mother, modern medicine is so advanced. What risks are there in having a child at an older age? Some individuals in their 70s still give birth to twins. You're not old. You are still quite youthful. Su Muchen teased with a smile. Su Yuanjiang's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a possibility. Su Muchen promptly transferred the funds to his father's account, and the couple, engrossed in counting the zeros, neglected to prepare breakfast. Their faces radiated excitement, their bodies trembling at the thought of 50 million, an amount that, combined across generations, they had never earned. This figure was beyond their wildest dreams. Su Muchen then took his parents to a breakfast stall, and after their meal, they headed to a car dealership to purchase a new vehicle. The Su family had been using a dilapidated car, which Su Yuanjiang had purchased years ago for 50,000 yuan. It had served them for 6 years but was now riddled with issues and in dire need of replacement. Furthermore, Su Yuanjiang was on the cusp of transforming from a scorned micro-enterprise owner to the president of a major corporation. Driving a shabby car was simply unacceptable. If he were to arrive in a worn-out vehicle, who would take him seriously in business? Conversely, arriving in a luxury car would elevate his status, making him appear as a significant player in the business world. The dealership recommended imported vehicles, which they declined after thorough discussion. They also turned down suggestions for foreign brands. In the end, amidst the astonishment of the staff at the 4S dealership, they purchased 3 state guest cars, each costing around $1 million. Since they were to buy cars, it was only fitting that each person had one, thus avoiding the embarrassment of someone being left without a vehicle. Naturally, the expenses were covered by Su Chen, as this was a gift for his parents, having raised him and supported his education. He felt it was only right to express his gratitude and filial piety now that he had some financial stability. Su Yuanjiang and his wife were overjoyed, tears of excitement streaming down their faces, touched by their son's deep sense of filial duty. As they departed, the dealership staff, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Su Chen, "Mr. Su, why did you not opt for imported or foreign-branded cars?" Su Chen gazed at him as if he were a simpleton. If you examine the components of imported and foreign-branded vehicles, how many parts are not made domestically? The new dynasty has become the world's factory, and MaritimeSupremacy has made waves globally. Our products can be found everywhere. Those so-called imported cars or foreign brands are merely assembled from parts ordered from our country, sold back to us, siphoning our money. Who would be foolish enough to buy them? The family returned home in their new cars, thoroughly satisfied with their national brands. Who says domestic products are inferior? Who claims that domestic cars are subpar? Su Chen wished to purchase a house, but was thwarted by his parents, who argued that his career was just beginning and that he should focus on establishing it rather than indulging in luxuries. Although Fuan Garden was somewhat dilapidated, it was still livable, and they decided to make do for the time being. In this matter, his parents showed no willingness to compromise, and after some contemplation, Su Chen acquiesced. Having spent a considerable amount of time on the car purchases, it was already afternoon, making a trip to the sea impossible. Instead, Su Chen stayed home to converse with his parents, seizing the opportunity to further deliberate on the expansion of production, checking for any overlooked details. Just then, breaking news emerged. The United States was imposing a chip sales ban on Zhongtong Company. Dear viewers, the United States has officially enacted a chip sales ban against Zhongtong Company. The company has issued a statement, declaring that this will severely disrupt their production and operations. Next, we turn to our correspondent for an interview with Lu Datong, the chairman of Zhongtong Company. The host, Haining, exuded a youthful vigor in her professional attire, enhancing her astuteness. Lu Datong, with his graying hair and weary appearance marked by red eyes and dark circles, appeared visibly exhausted. Su Chen recognized him. He had previously seen Lu exude confidence and vitality in media appearances, but today was a stark contrast. "Hello, Chairman Lu," the reporter greeted. "Hello." Lu Datong's voice was frail, lacking strength. "Chairman Lu, the United States has officially banned chip sales to Zhongtong Company. What severe consequences do you foresee for your production and operations?" The reporter, after exchanging pleasantries, began the interview. "We have always relied on imports from the United States for chips. Although we have some reserves, they will last us at most 2 months. If we cannot resolve the chip issue within that time frame, Zhongtong Company will face bankruptcy," Lu Datong replied, his expression somber, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We have been holding meetings to discuss this problem for days, considering various solutions, but we cannot evade this risk. Is it not possible to import from other countries?" The reporter inquired. Chips have always been a stronghold of the United States, holding an absolute dominating position, making it difficult for chips from other countries to substitute. Moreover, the complex political relationships imply that other nations are also reluctant to sell to us. Lu Datong's tears flowed down his cheeks as he spoke. The United States has maintained an absolute monopoly over chips, with the majority of global chip production originating from there. Even if some countries can produce chips, they are all allies of the United States and must adhere to its directives. If the U.S. is determined to enforce a chip sales ban on Zhongtong Company, no other country would dare to sell chips to us, effectively cutting off our lifeline. The reporter, sensing the gravity of the situation, concluded the interview. Enough is enough. Su Yuanjiang slammed his fist onto the coffee table, his eyes blazing with fury, his face contorted in rage. "I will ensure we produce our own chips." Su Chen clenched his fists in solidarity. Chips represented a significant challenge for the new dynasty. Consider our vast and resource-rich nation, renowned for its extensive territory and population. After decades of effort, we have emerged as the world's factory, with astonishing speed that has captivated the globe. Yet, a mere chip is constraining us, a thought that fills one with deep frustration. It is not merely about pride. It is also about asserting our resilience. Last year, the new dynasty imported chips worth over 1.7 trillion renminbi, a staggering market ripe for exploitation, a veritable gold mine. If Su Chen were to succeed in chip production, this coveted resource would be his to mine. Furthermore, the government would undoubtedly support domestic efforts, providing substantial assistance and facilitating his endeavors. Should he manage to eliminate the foreign chip monopoly, the prospects would be even more remarkable, living comfortably off this gold mine. reaping its rewards. However, the challenges are substantial, as Su Chen currently lacks the necessary capital. The chip industry is notoriously known for its three highs: high technology, high risk, and high reward. A question once posed compared the difficulty of producing chips to that of developing an atomic bomb. Many would assert the latter is more challenging. However, in truth, chip production presents an even greater challenge, requiring a comprehensive high-tech framework beyond the capabilities of a single industrial system. Thus, globally, only a handful of nations can navigate the complexities of chip production. The new dynasty, despite being a renowned manufacturing powerhouse with industrial products permeating the globe, finds itself stifled by the constraints of chip technology. One of the primary reasons for this predicament is the absence of a robust high-tech framework within the nation. The United States' dominance in chip production is not solely attributed to its advanced technology, but also to its ability to leverage the resources of the entire Western Bloc. Upon examining the major chip corporations, one discovers they predominantly belong to the Western camp. Who leads this camp? The United States. Should any of these nations dare to defy the U.S., they will quickly learn the consequences of their insubordination. This environment of convenience ensures that U.S. chips remain unparalleled in the global market. The high risks associated with chip production render it a veritable money-burning machine. As long as one possesses funds, they can continue to invest until a successful chip is developed. The financial demands are staggering. For instance, Huawei, a leading smartphone manufacturer in the new dynasty, reportedly spent $2 billion in just 6 months on the development of a new chip. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. In addition to research and development, establishing manufacturing facilities is equally capital-intensive. A billionaire believing they can effortlessly navigate the chip industry would be sorely mistaken. Without hundreds of billions in capital, they lack the qualifications to even enter the field. In summary, without substantial financial backing, one cannot hope to succeed in the chip industry. Such investment requires a significant period to yield returns, and failure can result in devastating losses, rendering years of effort futile. Conversely, the potential rewards are immense. Once successful, the returns can be extraordinarily lucrative, akin to possessing a money-printing machine, with profits flowing abundantly. Given the cutting-edge nature of chip technology, success equates to dominance, allowing one to dictate prices and sales without fear of opposition. The adage "the customer is always right," well known among the general populace, finds limited applicability in the cutting-edge domain of chip technology, where the customer is akin to a grandchild, and the supplier reigns as the deity. Su Chen has the opportunity to procure chip technology from Jiao City, thereby saving on research and development expenses. However, the costs associated with establishing a factory are inescapable. The foundation for a chip manufacturing facility starts at a staggering $10 billion, potentially escalating to $15 billion, an amount surpassing the GDP of numerous nations. This figure, particularly for off-the-shelf equipment, is considerably elevated. Su Chen's ambition lies in producing exceptionally advanced chips, for which no existing equipment on Earth suffices. He must fabricate his own machinery. Even sourcing raw materials incurs substantial expenditure, rendering the prospect of entering this venture impossible without hundreds of millions at his disposal. This astronomical figure leaves 9,999 of individuals in despair, as Su Chen, the world's foremost potential billionaire, finds himself unable to muster the funds required to establish a chip factory. The cultivation of an independent production unit of nanobots demands $100 billion. The restoration of the Jiaolong submersible necessitates $10 billion. And the chip venture requires yet another hefty sum. Numerous insatiable financial beasts await. Su Chen envisions a scenario where mountains of gold and silver are devoured by these voracious entities. Financial resources are intrinsically linked to existence. The stakes are high. Ultimately, he must turn to the ocean for the requisite funds, marking the commencement of the long-anticipated restoration of the Jiaolong. All necessary materials have arrived, occupying significant space within the facility. Let the cultivation of the nanobots begin, Su Chen exclaimed with excitement. Only upon nurturing 1,000 nanobots can the Jiaolong be restored. 100 million in materials requires considerable time for cultivation. But as the number of nanobots increases, their growth accelerates, culminating in completion within half a day. Once a sufficient quantity of nanobots is achieved, the restoration can proceed swiftly. Finally, with 1,000 nanobots ready for action, the task of restoring the Jiaolong can commence without delay. With the quantum switch, Su Chen can observe the restoration process without deploying the Jiaolong itself. Although this carries inherent risks, even with locked doors and windows, the threat of discovery looms. Should anyone intrude and unveil his secrets, the consequences would be dire. Despite the low probability of such an occurrence, Su Chen opts for the safety of underwater restoration. Upon entering the ocean, he eagerly issues commands, and the nanobots begin their work on the Jiaolong. Once again, Su Chen is astounded by the extraordinary capabilities of the nanobots. Among the detection, excavation, and refining equipment, the restoration of the detection device is what he anticipates most. With this device, he could uncover treasures hidden in the ocean. Should fortune smile upon him, he might stumble upon a sunken forest of ancient wood. What a boon that would be, even in the absence of excavation and refining equipment. The restoration of the detection device is paramount. 1,000 nanobots, resembling diligent worker bees, commence their labor. Piles of materials are consumed by the nanobots, who then set about restoring the detection device. The simplicity of the process defies Su Chen's expectations, leaving him momentarily speechless, as if rooted to the spot. Did you not think I was inexperienced? Su Yulua teased, her sparkling eyes gleaming with amusement as she observed Su Chen's astonishment. Such a fantastical restoration exceeds all of Su Chen's imaginings, creating a profound impact on his psyche. He momentarily forgets their playful banter over his supposed ignorance, exclaiming, I merely purchased raw materials. Shouldn't they first be transformed into the necessary alloys? How is it possible to complete the task directly? Su Chen had procured iron, nickel, titanium, and chromium, and according to current human technology, repairing the Jiaolong would require the creation of alloys from these metals prior to restoration. Yet the nanobots defy such limitations, bypassing this process altogether. If this revelation were to surface, he would surely be derided as foolish. How could this be? These nanobots are the pinnacle of our advanced technology. Do you still consider them inferior to your human capabilities? Su Yulua retorted proudly, her head held high. In her self-aggrandizement, she did not hesitate to disparage human innovation. What do you mean by inferior technology? Is it truly that inadequate? Su Chen countered, feeling compelled to defend humanity. While it is true that our current technology pales in comparison to that of your kind, your broad criticism may invite unwarranted backlash. With hands placed defiantly on her hips, Su Yulua responded with a smirk. I wasn't referring to you. Su Chen felt a surge of affection, appreciating her loyalty, but she continued. I meant all of humanity, merely a bunch of dregs. She cast a sideways glance at him, her attitude dismissive of the entire human race. I was touched for no reason. Your modern creations, composite materials, alloys, single crystals, are hardly anything to celebrate, Su Yulua scoffed, her gaze dismissively drifting over Su Chen's head, perceiving him as inconsequential. Such outdated trinkets have long been discarded by our kind. Composite materials, alloys, and single crystals represent the forefront of contemporary material technology, embodying the pinnacle of existing advancements and holding strategic significance for nations worldwide, igniting fierce competition. Mastery of such technologies confers immense advantages and pivotal roles in global affairs. Without composite materials, stealth aircraft would remain a dream. Absent stealth aircraft, nations could not stake their claim in the arena of international interests. Furthermore, without alloys and single crystals, powerful engines and robust air forces would be unattainable. In the absence of a formidable aerial military presence, who would heed your words? The notion that such advanced technologies have been rendered obsolete by the Longshark clan seems surreal, yet the evidence stands before Su Chen. Once a skeptic, he is now compelled to accept this reality, as the nanobots seamlessly eliminate the material processing stage, achieving direct results. Possessing nanobots means I have everything, Su Yulua declared, her delicate hand waving with an air of authority. With nanobots at my disposal, what cannot be created? Su Chen chuckled, his joy palpable as he reveled in their progress. The entire restoration process unfolded amid his laughter, but due to the limited number of nanobots, efficiency was not optimal. It took an entire day to restore the detection device. Eager to begin his aquatic venture, Su Chen could hardly bear to wait a moment longer. As soon as the detection device was operational, he swiftly commanded, activate the detection device. It's time to reap my rewards. The obedient dragon baby complied, activating the detection device, which projected a vivid underwater image before Su Chen. Mountains, rivers, seagrass, and fish were all rendered with stunning clarity, as if it were reality itself. Su Chen's jaw dropped in disbelief, struggling to process the sight before him. Is this truly the detection range of 100 nautical miles? In his mind, the concept of detecting 100 nautical miles implied a mere approximation, akin to current radar technology, where one might identify the presence of something without knowing precisely what it was. To his astonishment, the 100 nautical mile detection was not a vague assessment, but an actual imaging process, remarkably clear and vivid. Yes, the dragon baby confirmed, nodding obediently. This clarity is achievable only within 100 nautical miles. Beyond that, it is unfeasible. This is already quite good, isn't it? Su Chen chuckled. His eyes narrowed into mere slits. 100 nautical miles translates to a distance of over 180 kilometers, approximately 370 kilometers. Such a detection range pales in comparison to radar capabilities, which can monitor over 3,000 kilometers at a time, leaving the detection equipment on the Jiaolong far behind. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this is underwater, rather than on land, which makes it quite remarkable. Is the most advanced radar technology still functional when submerged? More importantly, this imaging technology is akin to that of a camera, strikingly clear and of superior sophistication, far surpassing current radar systems. We often witness in films how radar detects adversaries, merely displaying a blip without revealing the nature of the object. Even the latest synthetic aperture radar imaging technology only provides a rough model. For instance, when detecting an enemy vessel on the surface, it may outline the shape of an aircraft carrier, indicating the proximity of an enemy carrier. If it shows the model of a stealth fighter, we understand that an enemy stealth aircraft is approaching. This represents the pinnacle of current radar technology, yet we can only grasp a general idea. While it is a significant advancement over earlier radar systems, it still falls short when juxtaposed with the detection equipment of the Jiaolong. How is this accomplished? Mu Chen's mind was ablaze with questions. Such high-end detection equipment surely warrants an understanding of its principles. Otherwise, sleep would evade him. Well, of course, it is the power of technology, Xu Luo chimed in, slipping effortlessly into a playful mode. Her delicate right index finger tapping her lovely lips as she articulated a melodious string of words, charming and delightful, to Mu Chen. She appeared as the embodiment of mischief, with two sharp horns sprouting from her head. Even a fool knows it is the power of technology. No need for your explanation. Mu Chen retorted, gnashing his teeth in a mock threat. I warn you, if you don't get with the program, I will send you back to the city of the merfolk, leaving you gasping for breath. This was a formidable threat, and Xu Luo immediately recoiled. Her small face adorned with a warm smile as she sweetly replied, Chen, how could you think that? That's not appropriate. I merely wish to lighten the mood. Look, I frightened you. Is that indeed lightening the mood? You are clearly just making things difficult for me. This is sonar imaging technology. Xu Luo quickly assumed the role of an educator before Mu Chen could unleash his frustration. The detection equipment emits infrasound waves, and by receiving the information returned from these waves, imaging can be accomplished. Infrasound? Mu Chen pondered, slightly puzzled as to why it was infrasound rather than ultrasound. Xu Luo dutifully continued her explanation. Sound waves are familiar to you, I presume. This is essential. Every human, no, precisely, every creature endowed with ears, recognizes sound waves. We listen to music and engage in conversation through this very medium. To elaborate, any organism that relies on sound waves for communication is well acquainted with them. Being particularly sensitive to sound, sound waves can be categorized into three types. The sounds audible to the human ear, which range from 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz. Waves exceeding 20,000 Hz are classified as ultrasound, imperceptible to human hearing. Xu Luo, an adept instructor, provided a clear and comprehensible explanation. While Mu Chen was not particularly knowledgeable about sound waves, he was somewhat familiar with ordinary sound waves, as human communication relies on these. Ultrasound possesses significant energy, capable of inducing vigorous vibrations in medium particles, and this principle underlies various devices, such as the ultrasound detectors and stone fragmentation tools currently in use. During this time, Xu Luo had nearly monopolized Mu Chen's phone, immersing herself in the internet and absorbing much knowledge, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of human advancements. The application of ultrasound to detect internal metal structures and in medical stone fragmentation processes was within Mu Chen's knowledge. Ultrasound is indeed remarkable. But infrasound is even more extraordinary, demonstrating the unique property of minimal attenuation, rendering it less susceptible to absorption by water and air. Xu Luo's words illuminated Mu Chen's understanding. Infrasound's resilience against attenuation and absorption by water and air makes it a natural tool for underwater detection. Even more astonishing is that due to the long wavelength of infrasound, it can circumvent large obstacles, exhibiting diffraction. Xu Luo flawlessly performed her role as an educator, stating, utilizing these characteristics enables sonar imaging. Mu Chen grasped the concept. With such myriad properties, emitting infrasound would allow for the detection of underwater conditions. By receiving the echoes through sonar, imaging could be completed and projected. However, Mu Chen recognized that achieving this was no easy feat. Humanity is aware of these principles. Yet developing the equipment for practical application remains a long journey. This also highlights the advanced technology possessed by the Longjiao clan. Otherwise, it would be an unattainable aspiration. The utilization of sonar is not exclusive to humans. Numerous organisms employ sonar for predation, evading danger, and even communication. Bats emit ultrasonic pulses from their larynx and receive the echoes through their ears, enabling them to detect objects. This is a form of active sonar. With this active sonar, Bats can detect tiny insects for feeding, and they can even identify obstacles as small as 0.1 millimeters in diameter, thus avoiding hazards. In the eternal struggle between predator and prey, bats can use sonar to catch insects, while insects have evolved responses to evade them. Moths possess passive sonar capabilities, allowing them to hear bat ultrasonic waves from up to 40 meters away, enabling them to escape attacks. Yet, exceptions abound. Some bats emit frequencies beyond the hearing range of insects, rendering their passive sonar ineffective. This ongoing battle of sonar plays out constantly between animals. The sonar conflict between bats and insects is fascinating, but even more remarkable is the sonar used by dolphins. Dolphins, the enchanting spirits of the ocean, are beloved for their melodious voices, which are a true delight to the ears. We often praise individuals for having a voice as beautiful as that of a dolphin. Dolphins are friendly and enjoy a harmonious relationship with humans. They can play with us and even rescue drowning children. The sonar capabilities of dolphins are astonishing, with a sensitivity that allows them to detect metallic wires as small as 0.2 millimeters from several meters away, distinguishing signals that differ by a mere 200 picoseconds, a picosecond being 1/trillionth of a second. The ability to discern such minute temporal differences in signals is truly remarkable. Dolphins can identify schools of fish, bamboo poles, and materials such as copper, aluminum, and plastic. Most astonishingly, dolphins can convey emotions through sonar, rendering them a linguistic species. The applications of sonar by these creatures can be considered primitive sonar imaging technology that aids in their survival. Witnessing the sophistication of sonar imaging technology filled Mu Chen with confidence. Collecting money from the ocean would be a trivial matter, and he was on the brink of becoming a super-rich individual. The millions he had earned and the 400 million he anticipated were insignificant compared to the wealth he was about to acquire. Stay focused. I must conduct a thorough investigation and not miss any valuable treasures, Mu Chen instructed the dragon baby. Understood, master, the dragon baby replied with an exceptionally agreeable attitude, stating, your commands are my guiding light. This was the demeanor expected of a subordinate, unlike certain programs that fail to regard their master as an authority. Mu Chen shot a sidelong glance at Siu Luo. Are your eyes askew? Siu Luo retorted, displeased, casting a disdainful look at the dragon baby. Flatterer. The dragon baby proudly raised its small head, declaring, when my master calls, I shall come. When my master bids me go, I shall depart. I am the little angel who is dear to my master. This was its service motto, a commitment to ensuring the master's satisfaction. And Mu Chen was thoroughly pleased with this attitude. Siu Luo was about to engage in another quarrel when the dragon baby interjected, Master, we have discovered a mineral deposit. A mineral deposit? Mu Chen exclaimed with delight, his eyes wide with excitement. The detection equipment proved remarkable, yielding findings immediately after its restoration. A massive trench appeared in the projection, stretching over 200 kilometers, filled with sediment that shimmered with a metallic luster, resembling a magnificent metallic dragon. This is quite a substantial mine, Mu Chen thought, his eyes sparkling with dreams. Is it a gold mine? If it is, it could be a super gold mine, potentially yielding dozens of tons of gold, worth 100 to 200 billion. If luck is on our side and we encounter a rich vein, the yield could escalate into hundreds of tons of gold, exceeding 1,000 billion. Cultivating nanobots, repairing the Jialong, and establishing a chip factory would all become feasible endeavors. However, the dragon baby lowered its head, resembling a disheartened child, and meekly stated, Master, this is a sand mine. The fire in Mu Chen's eyes dimmed, his dreams shattered. It was not a gold mine, nor would it alleviate his current financial crisis. There was little left to anticipate. A sand mine forms when rocks or mineral deposits weather and accumulate due to water flow. Typically, such deposits are more common in coastal regions. But this was no longer a coastal area. It had transformed into a deep-sea trench, making the presence of a sand mine quite rare. Millennia ago, this area was indeed coastal, but geological changes had turned it into a deep-sea trench. Master, this is a bauxite mine, the dragon baby added, delivering another blow to Mu Chen's fragile hopes. Sand mines, nodular ores, hydrothermal deposits, and energy minerals constitute the 4 major oceanic minerals, all of high economic value. Yet their prices vary significantly depending on the type. If a rare mineral were to be discovered, it could be more valuable than gold, granting Mu Chen a fortune. However, bauxite is not considered a high-value mineral. It is abundant on land, with current market prices around 14,000 per ton, far below Mu Chen's expectations. Master, this is a medium-sized mine, with reserves of about 30 million tons, the dragon baby exclaimed, a hint of excitement in its voice. We can extract 15 million tons of aluminum. 15 million tons? Mu Chen's excitement quickly waned. If anyone were to witness his lackluster demeanor, they would surely scold him. Do you even realize what 30 million tons of bauxite entails? On land, bauxite deposits exceeding 20 million tons qualify as large mines. Yet in the Dragon Baby's terms, it was merely medium-sized, a stark contrast. Indeed, the ocean is the greatest treasure trove of the earth. At present market prices, 15 million tons of aluminum could yield around 150 billion, a sum that could resolve Su Muken's financial woes and satisfy all his current needs. However, aluminum is a low-value metal. The processes of extraction, transportation, and sale are lengthy and intricate. By the time the funds Su Muken requires are secured, the opportunity may have passed. In contrast, for gold, just over 400 tons would suffice to amass 150 billion. Master, I have splendid news, a monumental revelation. The Dragon Baby exclaimed with glee, demonstrating its perceptive nature. You will surely be delighted. What news? Su Muken's spirit revived, his eyes alight with curiosity. Master, the associated mineral with bauxite is gallium, the Dragon Baby declared enthusiastically. Gallium? Su Muken's interest piqued. Though he was merely a beleaguered coder, he was well aware of gallium's rarity. Gallium is a silvery white or gray-blue metal with vast applications in cutting-edge fields such as national defense and communications. In nature, gallium is found in bauxite and sphalerite, albeit in minuscule quantities, making extraction exceedingly challenging and yielding low production levels. The global annual output is a mere 300 tons, a staggering scarcity. Despite its high price, gallium's extraction remains arduous, limiting its availability. What is the concentration? Su Muken's eyes gleamed with intensity, brighter than the midday sun. While aluminum may be plentiful, its worth was trivial to him compared to gallium. Should the concentration of gallium reach a viable level for extraction, he would strike it rich. For others, gallium extraction may pose significant challenges, but for Su Muken, who possessed the knowledge of the Jiao tribe, it presented no insurmountable obstacle. Master, the concentration is remarkably high, 500 grams per ton, the Dragon Baby reported. A statement that would leave most in despair. What could be done with such a low concentration? Yet, for Su Muken, who understood gallium's significance, this revelation was exhilarating. Ha! I am truly favored by fortune, he exclaimed, leaping with joy. Though 500 grams per ton is negligible for most metals, for gallium, it constitutes a rare and valuable concentration. Within 30 million tons of bauxite, there exists an estimated 15,000 tons of gallium, valued at around 150 billion at current market rates. This amount pales in comparison to aluminum's total value. Yet it was not the prospect of gallium alone that thrilled Su Muken. It was the potential of gallium arsenide. Gallium arsenide boasts high electron mobility, a wide band gap, a direct band gap, and low power consumption, making it indispensable in the semiconductor industry. It is a second-generation semiconductor with burgeoning applications in both civilian and military sectors. Mobile phones, satellite communications, and radar systems all rely on gallium arsenide. The technology surrounding 5G is particularly hot, with the U.S. president viewing it as a strategic asset, no less potent than atomic weaponry. To maintain a competitive edge in 5G, the U.S. has employed various unscrupulous tactics, including presidential orders to undermine Huawei, aiming to oust the company from the U.S. and Western markets and sever its supply chains, even resorting to detaining its executives. However, the foundation of 5G technology lies in gallium arsenide. Without it, the advancement remains theoretical. As a second-generation semiconductor, gallium arsenide's applications are only beginning to expand. With technological advancements and market expansion, its demand will inevitably soar, leading to a significant increase in price. Thus, gallium arsenide is often referred to as the noble metal of semiconductors. Transitioning from gallium to gallium arsenide represents a qualitative leap, greatly enhancing the value of this bauxite mine, making it comparable to or even surpassing that of a gold mine. Despite gallium arsenide's numerous advantages, it does possess a drawback. It is prone to decomposition at high temperatures, necessitating the formation of single crystals. The technology required for single crystal production, regardless of the material, represents a substantial leap in complexity, significantly limiting output. For instance, high-temperature alloys used in aerospace engines no longer meet current requirements. Single crystal forms must be produced for effective use. This limitation elevates the price of single crystal gallium arsenide to staggering heights. Even so, the world's major powers continue to invest substantial resources in research and development, recognizing that this is a strategically significant frontier technology that must be firmly grasped in their own hands, lest they find themselves at the mercy of others. The fabrication of gallium arsenide single crystals is exceedingly challenging. However, for Su Muken, who possesses extraordinary nanotechnology, is this truly a challenge? It is merely a trivial task. accomplished in mere moments. Before Su Muken's eyes, the prospect of gallium's value soaring from 150 billion to several trillion emerges, an exquisite vision indeed. This is not merely a gold mine, it surpasses one. Su Yulua, ever eager to puncture Su Muken's enthusiasm, scoffs, "You are such a bumpkin." Gallium arsenide is not something to be sold. Su Muken sees through her ploy instantly, aware that she aims to undermine his spirits. With her scheme exposed, Su Yulua's demeanor shifts. Hands on her hips, she points accusingly at Su Muken, embodying the archetype of a frustrated minnow. "You are indeed a bumpkin. Do you not realize that gallium arsenide is the primary material for photonic chips?" Stunned, Su Muken gapes in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. His eyes wide and mouth agape. The recent ban on chip sales to Zhangtong by the United States infuriates him, igniting a vow to produce his own chips. Initially, he believed that selling gallium arsenide single crystals could yield a fortune in the billions. Little did he anticipate that he could also manufacture chips, presenting yet another opportunity for value appreciation. The journey from gallium to gallium arsenide represents one elevation in value. From gallium arsenide to its single crystal form constitutes another. And from gallium arsenide single crystals to chips marks yet another increase. 3 escalations, reminiscent of the legendary triple ascent. I do not harbor ill intentions. Even if we consider a 100-fold increase, this would still yield a staggering 15 trillion. Such wealth would alleviate all of Su Muken's current worries, liberating him from financial concerns. At this very moment, Su Muken is filled with boundless joy, akin to a starving beggar who has stumbled upon a mountain of gold. The sensation of happiness is overwhelming. Su Yulua, enamored with her role as an educator, continues, "Gallium arsenide is an exceptional laser material, capable of generating laser emissions effectively, which is essential for creating photonic chips. The chips in our current computers are based on integrated circuits, relying on the migration of electrons for computation, which inherently limits their speed. Moreover, integrated circuits are constructed on high-purity silicon. Silicon can only store zeros and ones, significantly constraining the computational capacity of computers. After decades of development, humanity has nearly exhausted the potential of conventional computers and is compelled to look beyond silicon chips, with quantum computers being the foremost alternative. Quantum computers possess extraordinary computational power. As long as one controls a sufficient number of qubits, their computational abilities are formidable, representing an ideal computing solution. Yet, the technological barriers are exceedingly high. Humanity has only just begun to touch the threshold, and the timeline for practical applications remains uncertain, perhaps decades, perhaps centuries, or even longer. No one can predict the exact timeline. Thus, humanity has considered another avenue: optoelectronics, merging photonic technology with electronic technology, which not only breaks the constraints of electronic theory, but also lowers the barriers to photonic technology. Significant progress has already been made, with optoelectronic products entering practical use. As for photonic chips, given the current state of human technology, they remain a distant prospect, with much work yet to be done before they can be practically applied. Should Su Muken succeed in developing photonic chips now, he would monopolize the market, setting prices at his discretion, with no one daring to oppose him. Such a golden opportunity compels me to elevate prices tenfold, or even 100-fold. How could I not? Su Muken, habitually stroking his chin, wears a sly grin, akin to a weasel scheming to pilfer a hen, harboring ulterior motives. Conservatively estimating, transforming gallium into chips could yield a 100-fold increase, resulting in a monumental fortune of 15 trillion. If we were to elevate this by another 10 or 100 times, what would that entail? A 10-fold increase would amount to 150 trillion, equivalent to 1/6 of our GDP. A 100-fold increase would yield 150 trillion, surpassing our GDP by 1.5 times and equating to 1.3 times that of the United States. This is wealth that could rival a nation. With such riches, acquiring an entire country would be feasible. Should Su Muken wish, he could easily crown himself king, ensuring that his descendants inherit princely titles, basking in opulence. Unbeknownst to Su Yulua, who remains oblivious to Su Muken's nefarious intentions, she continues her exposition. Photonic chips represent true parallel computing chips, incomparable to the silicon chips you currently use. Silicon chips can only store zeros and ones, which greatly limits their potential, as they are essentially serial chips. In contrast, photonic chips embody genuine parallel computing. What distinguishes the two? An ancient fable titled The Lost Sheep at the Crossroads aptly illustrates their differences. In ancient times, a person lost a sheep and sought help from friends and relatives to find it. However, due to the multitude of paths, they were unsuccessful. How would a serial chip respond in such a scenario? It would have to search each path one by one, ultimately resulting in the same fate as the sheep's owner, failure to locate the lost sheep. A parallel chip, on the other hand, would exclaim, This is trivial. Just a few paths to explore. Watch me. I can search multiple paths simultaneously, ultimately finding the sheep. Such as the marvel of parallel chips. They can perform multiple calculations concurrently, endowing them with extraordinary computational power capable of exponential increases in performance. The quintessential example is the quantum computer, which boasts remarkable computational capabilities and astonishing data processing abilities, seeming to possess limitless potential, as long as one can control a sufficient number of qubits. Formidable computational prowess is attainable. While photonic chips may not reach the extraordinary capabilities of quantum chips, they represent a significant leap above current chips, with immense market potential. Yet, Su Muchen remains unsatisfied, smiling warmly at Su Yulua and affectionately asking, "Lulu, could you possibly share the technology for quantum chips with me?" Photonic chips are a magnitude superior to contemporary silicon chips, and quantum chips, in turn, surpass photonic chips by another order of magnitude. Naturally, the best is desired. Well, that is negotiable, Su Yulua muses, nodding thoughtfully. Really? What would you need me to do? Su Muchen's eyes shine with excitement, brighter than the stars on a clear night. You need not undertake anything too arduous. Su Yulua's words deeply touch Su Muchen. Lulu is truly wonderful. She is my little cocoon of warmth. Just become the master, and that suffices. Su Yulua begins to breathe heavily again. You are asking too much of me, Su Muchen grumbles. Completing the task and becoming the master is no simple feat, is it? What kind of look is that? Quantum computing technology, akin to nuclear technology, is exclusive to the master. Su Yulua shoots him a sideways glance, clearly displeased. Once again, the dreaded exclusive rights of the master. Is this not your doing? Recalling this matter irks Su Muchen. That insidious intelligent program has ensnared him, leaving him trapped in a deep chasm with no means of escape. They were unaware. Su Yulua replies meekly. To divert Su Muchen's attention and avoid further entanglement in this topic, she adds, this trench has a sloping seabed, plunging over 2,000 meters deep, with excellent concealment, ensuring it remains undiscovered. Furthermore, there is a flat expanse of land perfect for constructing a factory. You could establish an oceanic factory here. An oceanic factory? Su Muchen's eyes brighten at this prospect. This is indeed feasible. The Longxiao tribe could establish immense underwater cities akin to the capital of the Shark clan. Constructing oceanic factories on the seabed, such a venture is far from impossible. Moreover, sourcing materials locally and producing on-site can significantly reduce costs and facilitate transportation. More importantly, the advent of photonic chips is poised to incite a global sensation, leaving the world astounded, and undoubtedly, many will harbor ulterior motives, leading to unprecedented contention. Establishing factories on land presents substantial safety concerns, while constructing them on the seabed alleviates such worries, as there is little fear of interference. The United States' most advanced Sea Wolf-class submarines can only reach depths of 610 meters. Whether this figure is inflated is known solely to the U.S. At depths exceeding 2,000 meters, aside from Su Muchen, no one else could possibly descend, ensuring absolute safety, given humanity's current technological capabilities. The notion of constructing factories in the ocean is utterly fanciful. It is simply unattainable. Not to mention, just one material poses a formidable challenge, as the immense pressure at such depths exceeds humanity's ability to produce adequately strong materials. For Su Muchen, however, these concerns are trivial. Thus, it is settled. The value of this bauxite mine is immeasurable, with tremendous potential for development, and Su Muchen is exceedingly pleased. Yet, he remains unsatisfied and yearns to discover more rare minerals. However, a decade in Europe and Africa yields no further fortune. The detection radius spans 100 nautical miles, translating to over 360 kilometers in practical range. While it may seem substantial, it is insignificant in the vastness of the ocean. Achieving such considerable gains today is commendable. And Su Muchen returns home in high spirits aboard the Jiaolong. Upon arriving home, he finds his parents engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the expansion of production. Su Muchen seamlessly joins the conversation, offering suggestions to his parents. In recent days, his parents have been brimming with enthusiasm, energetically dismantling, leasing factory spaces, purchasing equipment, and hiring personnel, thriving in their endeavors, much to Su Muchen's delight. After a lengthy discussion, parched and fatigued, they decide to take a break, quenching their thirst and watching television. Su Muchen switches to the Hot Topics segment to catch the latest significant news. The Hot Topics program, a flagship show of the national television network, reports and analyzes pressing news both domestically and internationally, consistently boasting high viewership. It serves as one of the best means to stay abreast of current events in a short amount of time, making it a must-watch for the Su family. Good evening. Dear viewers, I am your host, Haining. Haining, a youthful and radiant beauty with a melodious and magnetic voice, exudes charm. Her short, lustrous black hair complements her professional attire, reflecting her astute and capable demeanor. Today, we are joined by the esteemed commentator, Mr. Song. Mr. Song, in his 50s or 60s, sports graying temples yet possesses an invigorated spirit, dressed in casual yet appropriate attire, his gaze imbued with wisdom. Greetings, I am Song Xian. Su Muchen holds great admiration for Song Xian, recognizing him as a genuine expert, unlike the ostentatious so-called authorities who abound. His keen insights and incisive rhetoric enable him to see through superficialities, often yielding remarkably accurate predictions. On this day, the U.S. Department of Commerce has significantly intensified sanctions against our nation's high-tech companies. Following the ban on chip sales to Zhangtong, they have now extended the ban to include Zhangda, Zhonglian, Zhangxuan, Huawei, and Baidu, totaling 37 companies. Haining articulates clearly, each word resonating like thunder, profoundly alarming. What? The chip ban has expanded? Su Yuanjiang's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Just days ago, the chip ban on Zhangtong was infuriating enough. Now, the list has grown longer, with 37 companies blacklisted. How shameless! Wu Yin exclaimed, seething with anger. The United States' actions are utterly audacious. Fuming, Su Muchen clenches his fist and shakes it vehemently, biting his lip. Regardless of the circumstances, I must produce chips. It is not merely a matter of pride. It is essential to strike back at the U.S. Haining turns to Song Xian, Mr. Song. What are your thoughts on this trade war? Su Muchen straightens his posture, intent on hearing Song Xian's insights. Song Xian's commentary is insightful and eagerly anticipated, drawing the attention of Su Yuanjiang and Wu Yin as well. The U.S. is engaging in a form of Xiang Zhuang dancing the sword with the intention of killing Pei Gong. Song Xian's words provoke confusion, prompting Haining to arch her delicate brows in surprise, asking, Mr. Song, what do you mean by that? This inquiry resonates with the Su family and many viewers at home. Over 2,000 years ago, Xiang Yu set a banquet at Hongmen, inviting Liu Bang with the intent to eliminate him, yet hesitated. His general, Xiang Zhuang, seized the opportunity to dance with a sword under the pretense of entertainment, aiming to kill Liu Bang. The U.S. imposing a chip ban on our high-tech companies is akin to Xiang Zhuang's murderous intent toward Liu Bang. Song Xian cuts to the essence. On the surface, this appears to be merely a trade war, yet the U.S. aims to undermine our nation's destiny, seeking to disrupt our rise and render the achievements of over 40 years of reform and opening up futile. With his right hand raised high and then forcefully brought down, he proclaims, the U.S. harbors nefarious intentions. They are targeting our national destiny, intent on stalling our progress, wishing to obliterate the fruits of our hard-fought development over the past 4 decades. While this trade war is infuriating, the Su family finds it hard to comprehend the severity of the situation. Could it really be that dire? They ponder. As Song Xian is indeed an expert with a unique perspective, often accurately predicting current events. Is it possible that this is somewhat exaggerated? Haining inquires, maintaining her composure despite the unsettling implications. Not at all. It is not exaggerated in the slightest. The essence is precisely this, Song Xian asserts with undeniable conviction. Haining, take a closer look at this list. These 37 companies are the leaders of our nation's high-tech sector. Without chips, their production will falter, causing tremendous upheaval in our high-tech industry. Su Muchen silently recites the names of the 37 companies, affirming Song Xian's assertion that they indeed represent the backbone of our nation's high-tech industry, sustaining half of its prosperity. Should these high-tech enterprises falter, our nation's high-tech sector would face a catastrophic crisis, effectively collapsing. The U.S. initiative, while superficially a mere trade war, is infused with malice, aimed squarely at our high-tech industry. Song Xian's voice rises, resounding with conviction. What can a nation achieve without high technology? It would be left vulnerable, at the mercy of others. In modern society, where technological advancement plays a pivotal role, it significantly enhances our lives, production, and learning experiences. Should we lose our technological edge, society would regress. More gravely, we would become subservient to foreign powers, akin to meat on the butcher's block, and the ramifications of such a fate are dire. Falling behind invites retribution. Without high technology, we are relegated to being backward, awaiting inevitable punishment. The intentions behind this move are exceedingly sinister. I dare say this is merely the beginning. The U.S. will unleash a series of retaliatory strikes, Song Xian warns, his brows furrowed in concern. The prohibition of chip sales to 37 high-tech companies spells disaster for our nation's high-tech sector, an alarming prospect that is only the tip of the iceberg. The impending series of assaults will broaden in scope, ensuring that the impact on our country will be profound. Haining takes a deep breath, regaining her composure, and poses the question, Mr. Song, how should our nation respond? The currents of the times are vast and unstoppable. International cooperation has become the prevailing theme of our era. With sincerity, we wish to join hands with nations around the globe for mutual development, dedicated to the welfare of all humanity. Suddenly shifting his tone, Song Xian stated, "We do not wish to engage in a trade war, nor do we desire it. But when the time comes where we must fight, we shall certainly stand firm until the end. No one wishes for a trade war, yet if the situation demands it, we shall not shy away from battle. As a global power, our nation possesses countermeasures. Ensuring that the United States pays a heavy price is undoubtedly within our capabilities. However, this offers little assistance in resolving our chip shortages. Without chips, we remain at a standstill." This was the essence of Song Xian's message, conveyed with subtlety given the sensitivity of the topic. The fundamental solution lies in manufacturing our own chips. Raising his right hand high and bringing it down with gravity, he solemnly articulated, "I hope that our domestic high-tech enterprises can learn from this incident and increase their investment in core technologies." Hanning nodded in agreement, affirming this perspective. Core technologies must be held in our own hands to avoid being constrained by others. Otherwise, we are merely constructing skyscrapers on sand, with a weak foundation that can collapse at any moment. Nevertheless, the technological demands of chip production are exceedingly high, and the research and development cycle is long. Immediate relief is not forthcoming, and the days ahead appear challenging. Song Xian felt a sense of helplessness. Su Yuanjiang, drenched in cold sweat, remarked, "Experts are indeed experts, Doctor. Song's level of expertise is remarkable. After listening to him, I now understand the magnitude of the challenges our country faces." Wu Yi nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "The United States is leaving us no way out." Su Yukin praised Su Yuanjiang's comments, asserting that individuals like Song Xian are true experts, unlike those so-called experts who masquerade as authorities while misleading others. Listening to his insights was truly enlightening. "Dr. Song, one thing you would never anticipate is that I will soon devise a chip to resolve the difficulties our nation faces," Su Yukin thought to himself. In the room, Su Yukin wore a warm smile and spoke in an endearing tone, "Luo Luo, my dear little Luo Luo, come out quickly." With a whoosh, Su Yulua projected herself, her eyes wide with trepidation, saying, "Why are you calling me so affectionately? You've given me goosebumps all over. My adorable little Luo Luo, I missed you terribly." Su Yukin exclaimed, extending his arms for a big hug. "Your unnecessary flattery is suspect. You must be up to no good," Su Yulua retorted, swiftly distancing herself while pointing an accusing finger at Su Yukin to reveal his ulterior motives. "Luo Luo, as a girl, you shouldn't use such coarse language. It tarnishes your image," Su Yukin said, undeterred by her remarks as he leaned closer. "It's just a program. Who cares about image?" Su Yulua remained unfazed and challenged him. "Stop right there. Keep your distance, speak plainly, and if you have something to say it quickly." Indeed, as a program, she disregarded the notion of image, and her use of coarse language was increasing. "It is inappropriate for you to speak so rudely. However, I am magnanimous and shall overlook it." Su Yukin waved his hand in a gesture of forgiveness. "Luo Luo, I believe you are aware that the United States has expanded its ban on chip sales to our country. I urgently require chip technology, so please grant it to me." "I knew you were up to something, and I was right," Su Yulua replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "The United States is indeed a rogue nation. I never imagined such a country could exist on Earth." "Exactly. The world is well aware of how rogue the United States is," Su Yukin chimed in enthusiastically. "Though the United States presents itself as the world's police, cloaked in the guise of human rights, freedom, and democracy, the reality of its rogue behavior is known worldwide. You were right to advise me not to appear in public." "It seems you were correct," Su Yulua shuddered, her face reflecting relief. Upon returning from the underwater city, Su Yukin had warned her that she must not be seen, for if discovered, she would be controlled, studied, and dissected. At the time, she was skeptical. But now she recognized Su Yukin's foresight. Should the United States learn of Su Yulua's existence as an intelligent program, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths to capture her and use her as a laboratory specimen. "Look how well I treat you. I consider everything for your sake. Please expedite the transfer of chip technology to me." Su Yukin's words were music to her ears, and she eagerly took credit for his flattery. "Indeed. You are so kind to me. I am quite touched," Su Yulua replied, her eyes glistening with emotion. The transfer of chip technology was imminent, and Su Yukin felt elated at the prospect of creating chips and thwarting the United States. However, Su Yulua playfully interrupted, "But I still cannot give it to you." The dreaded "but," could it not simply be omitted? The previous assurances now felt empty. "I have been overly kind to you." Su Yukin gritted his teeth. "What is wrong? Do you wish to consume me?" she teased. "Let me tell you, even if you did, it would be of no use. I possess no technology. The transfer of technology must come from the source. Su Yulua delivered a decisive blow to Su Mukin's hopes. Why? He scratched his head in confusion. This is to prevent you from taking the technology and running off without completing your task, she replied, exuding an air of shrewdness, revealing the folly of any underhanded schemes. Indeed, there are no fools in this world. Su Mukin resigned himself to the reality that all devious paths were unviable. He must proceed earnestly to complete his mission. After 2 additional days, the excavation and refining equipment for the Jiaolong had been repaired. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mukin spent a couple more days at sea. Aside from acquiring some fine seafood, he gained little else. The urgent matter of chip production loomed large and must be treated as a priority task. Su Mukin resolved to refrain from further excursions at sea and instead focus on restoring energy supplies to the underwater city. Upon completing this task, he could obtain chip technology. With chip technology in hand, he could significantly challenge the United States. To restore energy supplies to the underwater city, a marine power plant needed to be constructed, requiring extensive materials. According to the nanobots, the limited quantity available would necessitate a lengthy time frame, at least half a month. Furthermore, Su Mukin planned to establish numerous thermoelectric power plants. It was impractical to rely solely on nanobots for this endeavor, and dedicated equipment must be produced. The new dynasty has consistently faced energy shortages. The prospects for thermoelectric power plants are promising, and demand will be substantial. Thus, manufacturing specialized production equipment is imperative. The production of thermoelectric equipment is designed based on nanobots. However, without them, utilizing specialized equipment presents a minor complication. When Su Mukin requested Su Yulua to design such equipment, she flatly refused. Raising her voice, "You are regressing in history. Our underwater civilization possesses advanced technology and has long abandoned mechanical processing and chemical production methods. You wish to resurrect the obsolete practices we discarded? How lowly. Do you think I want to produce using nanobots? Without sufficient nanobots, I have no choice but to adopt this method. We cannot simply cease production." Su Mukin exclaimed, hands on his hips, unconcerned about his appearance as he directed his frustration at Su Yulua. "Why the anger? This is reality," Su Yulua replied meekly. "Do you not want to restore energy supplies to the underwater city promptly?" Su Mukin shouted. "This is essential," Su Yulua conceded quickly. "I am duty-bound to assist in restoring energy supplies to the underwater city. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Su Mukin rolled his eyes dramatically. "Is this really an intelligent program? No rabbits, no eagles. This approach is rather troublesome. It requires manufacturing equipment and creating single crystals, which incurs substantial costs." Su Yulua immediately switched to work mode, analyzing the costs of reversing history. After some calculations, the expenses had escalated by more than double. However, there was no alternative. It had to be done. Designing the equipment was not a laborious task. It took merely 10 minutes to complete, after which it was transmitted to the nanobots for production. The quantity was insufficient, and the efficiency of the nanobots posed a significant issue. It took an entire week to finish the equipment. Once completed, Su Mukin promptly commenced production. The first task was to transform these materials into high-strength, corrosion-resistant alloy single crystal materials. Given the corrosive nature of seawater, anything lacking durability would quickly become unusable. After all, how many ships have been ruined by the sea? Located over 3,000 meters beneath the ocean, Jiaodu faced immense water pressure. Any material lacking sufficient strength could not withstand such forces. Hence, the creation of single crystals became imperative. What is a single crystal? To understand this, one must first consider polycrystals. Polycrystals are composed of numerous grains that, although arranged similarly, differ in orientation, such as the ordinary metals we encounter daily. In contrast, single crystals feature a uniform atomic arrangement with consistent lattice positions, exemplified by single crystal silicon. It is precisely because single crystals possess such extraordinary properties that their performance experiences a qualitative leap. The technical challenges associated with single crystals, coupled with high production costs and limited output, have historically hindered their widespread application. However, this pattern was shattered under Su Mukin's influence. Once the equipment was activated, single crystals were swiftly produced in abundance, rendering concerns about technical difficulties and low yields obsolete. With the materials prepared, production of the equipment could commence. The entire production line, programmed by Su Yulua, was highly automated, allowing Su Mukin to oversee without manual involvement. Half a day later, the equipment required for the first oceanic power plant was completed. Su Mukin utilized an energy portal to store the equipment aboard the Jiaolong, then hastened to the shore, activating the quantum switch. He entered the Jiaolong through the energy portal, heading straight for Jiaodu. The dome of the Jiaodu administrative district loomed silently in the cold, dark depths of the sea, resembling an elderly figure nearing the end of life, its vitality waning. Illuminated by the light emitted from the Jiaolong, Su Muchen was filled with emotion. The last time he had been forcibly brought here by the sea monster, he had thought his fate was sealed, destined to become its waste, contemplating a watery demise. This time, however, he returned as half a master to fulfill a mission. Jadu, I have returned. I have returned. Oh la la. Oh la la. Su Yulua's cheeks flushed with excitement, her pure eyes gleaming brightly. Lulu, have you gone mad playing outside? Do you really need to dress up like this? Su Muchen was left speechless. You're an intelligent program. Is it necessary to display such exuberance at returning home? Who says I don't want to come back? I think about it constantly, Su Yulua retorted, her eyes narrowing in indignation. The outside world is indeed entertaining. However, as a subprogram, understanding the external circumstances is paramount. Surprising, I see you possess some sense of conscience. Su Muchen observed, realizing her sincerity. Humph, don't forget who I am. I am the kindest, wisest, and most compassionate intelligent program in existence, Su Yulua boasted, a golden fishtail appearing behind her as she swayed proudly. As they approached the dome, an energy portal manifested, allowing the Jiaolong to glide through the water and into the administrative district. Chang Jialua, with her resplendent golden tail, stretched her neck and widened her eyes, eagerly anticipating the return of a loved one. Su Muchen felt a wave of warmth. The sensation of someone waiting at home was particularly heartwarming. Emerging from the energy portal with a beaming smile and open arms, he exclaimed, Lulu, you are truly wonderful, welcoming me with such enthusiasm. Chang Jialua's smile brightened even further, radiating joy that could captivate anyone. Su Muchen felt as though his heart was melting. She must have missed him dearly. In an instant, Su Yulua dashed forward, arms outstretched, plunging into Chang Jialua's embrace. Mom, I missed you so much. Have you missed me? My dear daughter, I have longed for your return every moment, Chang Jialua replied, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she held Su Yulua tightly, fearful of losing her again. Su Muchen stood there, dazed and bewildered, realizing he had misinterpreted the situation. It was Su Yulua who was being welcomed by Chang Jialua, not him. How embarrassing. Su Muchen was taken aback. Goodness, the relationships in your circle are truly convoluted. You are both part of the same program. How did you end up as mother and daughter? Of course, I am the primary program, thus, I am her mother. She is the sub-program, making her my daughter. What is so perplexing about that? Chang Jialua shot him a glance, her expression conveying disbelief at his confusion. That does seem somewhat reasonable. None of your business. Go somewhere else if you prefer peace and quiet, Chang Jialua dismissed, not even bothering to engage with Su Muchen. Hey, I am your master. Is this how you treat your master? Su Muchen felt quite displeased. This was far too disrespectful. We are in conversation. So you should find a corner to sulk in, Su Yulua added without hesitation. Do you really need to be this way during your exchange? Su Muchen was genuinely at a loss for words. Two intelligent programs, essentially two sides of the same coin. Engaging in such casual conversation, was it really necessary to make it seem like a dramatic meeting? It was rather uncomfortable to witness. We enjoy it. Are you in a position to dictate terms? Chang Jialua and Su Yulua retorted in unison. Feeling superfluous, Su Muchen was hurt. I won't bother with you two anymore. If I engage, I will be like a lapdog. My daughter, you have done well. You found information on the Changjiao tribe. Chang Jialua affectionately stroked Su Yulua's hair, her love overflowing. Information on the Changjiao tribe? Really? The thought of being a lapdog vanished from Su Muchen's mind, replaced by astonishment. The last time he had been in Jiadu, he recalled reading about giants in some historical text, intending to investigate further upon his return. Yet, upon arriving home, he had been too preoccupied to pursue the matter. Who am I? I am the daughter of my mother. It must be true, Su Yulua proclaimed proudly, hands on her hips and head held high, exuding an air of expectation for compliments. Where is the Changjiao tribe? The potential of discovering the Changjiao tribe ignited a fire in Su Muchen's eyes. If he could locate them, he could cleverly acquire their technology. I don't know. Su Yulua shook her head. Chang Jialua's expression dimmed slightly. Didn't you find any information? Su Muchen pressed, maintaining his composure. Yes. I found information regarding the Changjiao tribe's past, which is indeed valuable. Su Yulua remained proud. Thank goodness I sent my daughter out. Otherwise, you would have neglected this matter entirely, Chang Jialua remarked, her gaze piercing through Su Muchen. The information pertains to the historical accounts of the Changjiao tribe. As for current intelligence, none has been located. Having information about the past, but not the present, what does that imply? Su Muchen felt utterly perplexed by Chang Jialua's convoluted statements. There are records of giants in your historical texts. These giants are the Changjiao tribe that came ashore. Chang Jia began to elucidate, her red lips parting sensually. As documented in the spring and autumn annals, in the 10th month of the Jiawu year, Shu Sun Di Fu defeated the Di at Xian. The Golong Chronicles records. Who are the D? They are the Long D. There are 3 brothers. One belongs to Qi, one to Lu, and the other to Jin. The one from Qi was killed by Prince Qingfu. The one from Lu was slain by Shusun Dekin. The fate of the one from Jin remains unknown. What does it signify? It is grand. What day is it? It is significant. What land is it? It is vast. Why is it recorded? To document the extraordinary. Su Muchen recalled that the Spring and Autumn Annals indeed has references to this matter. As a classic of Confucianism, it was unlikely that Su Muchen would have any interest in reading it. He merely stumbled upon it online and noted it down, though his impression was rather fleeting. Moreover, the Guliang commentary also records, the Long D cannot be harmed by tiles or stones. Shusun Dekin was the most skilled archer, shooting at their eyes, taking down 9 acres of land, severing their heads, with their brows visible in the carriage. Chang Jiluo was quite agitated, exclaiming, "Furthermore, records can also be found in records of the Grand Historian, Discourses on the States, and Book of Han." Raising her voice, she declared, "Not only do the historical texts of the East contain such records, but even the Western Bible does as well." Su Muchen pondered, "These records date back over 2,000 years, and the accounts of ancient people may not be trustworthy. They are likely to be myths or legends. Regarding the ancient giants, there are indeed numerous records in historical texts, but we have always regarded them as myths and have not believed in them." Chang Jialua rolled her eyes disdainfully, retorting, "How can you, a person of the new dynasty, dare to question the words of Confucius? What does this have to do with Confucius?" Su Muchen felt somewhat confused. It was quite a stretch to link this to Confucius. It was beyond absurd. Confucius and the Long D have no connection whatsoever. Indeed, it is an unfathomable leap to associate these two unrelated entities. It is no wonder that an intelligent program, unbound by logic, can make such absurd connections. You do know who Confucius is, right? Chang Jialua blinked her expressive eyes, which were exceedingly charming. TCH. Su Muchen rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore her question. Who in the new dynasty does not know about Confucius? If you don't know about Confucius, do you even deserve to be a person of the new dynasty? We possess a civilization that spans 5,000 years, during which many historical figures have emerged. Yet only a handful are known to all. Confucius is one of them. Confucius lived over 2,000 years ago during the Spring and Autumn period, where he founded the Confucian school of thought and was revered as a sage, held in the highest esteem. Throughout history, his descendants have been treated with great favor. And this is due to his influence. Among the many illustrious kings and generals in history, only Confucius has had his legacy endure for over 2 millennia, consistently cherished by future generations. This illustrates the profound impact Confucius has had on us. Even today, 2,000 years later, Confucius remains widely recognized. Chang Jialua disregarded Su Muchen's expression, stating, "The connection between Confucius and the Long D lies not in his academic achievements but in his approach to scholarship." An approach to scholarship? Su Muchen was even more perplexed. Could you please refrain from being so convoluted? The academic accomplishments of Confucius have influenced the new dynasty for over 2,000 years, and his thoughts will continue to wield influence in the future, which attests to the success of his scholarship. Chang Jialua seemed particularly interested in Confucius, noting, "From what I have gathered about your human history, only Confucianism in the East, founded by Confucius, and Christianity in the West have had such lasting influence over 2 millennia. The thoughts of Confucianism are encapsulated in the Spring and Autumn Annals, while Christianity is represented in the Bible, which has also had a profound impact for over 2,000 years. Throughout human history, these two texts have had the most significant and enduring influence. The later Quran emerged a millennium later. You may now criticize Confucius and deem his thoughts as feudal remnants. But have you ever considered this question?" Chang Jialua appeared deeply intrigued by Confucius. What question? Although Su Muchen wished to understand the connection between Confucius and the Long D, he remained curious about this inquiry. Can the Confucian scholarship, which has influenced you for over 2,000 years, lack substantial content? Chang Jialua's words carried weight and provoked deep reflection. Substantial content? Su Muchen was taken aback. "You even know our internet slang. My daughter has shared a wealth of information with me. It's merely a matter of using internet language. What is the big deal?" Chang Jialua waved her hand dismissively, appearing utterly unconcerned. After careful consideration, Su Muchen realized that she had a valid point. The Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods were the pinnacle of academic flourishing in our nation's history, with a myriad of schools of thought competing. Despite the multitude of sects, Confucianism ultimately unified all academic streams, enduring for over 2 millennia without decline. If it lacked substantial content, such a feat would be impossible. Furthermore, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, who was known as a timeless emperor, accomplished feats that have left a lasting legacy, and he achieved many such remarkable deeds. If Confucian scholarship had not possessed elements that captured his interest, he would not have deemed it the sole official doctrine. Criticizing the Confucian school is not inherently problematic, however. To dismiss the entirety of Confucian scholarship as worthless is worthy of reflection. Why does Confucius's academic achievement wield such profound influence over you? I prefer not to delve deeper into this matter. Nonetheless, this situation indicates that Confucius's thoughts are profound and his knowledge extensive. The fact that he included the Long Di, also known as the Long Jialua, in his seminal work The Spring and Autumn Annals attests to the authenticity of this account. Chang Jialua finally reached a conclusion. On this point, I am unwavering in my belief. Su Mu had to concede that her argument was indeed compelling. We may question the academic accomplishments of the Confucian school, pondering their utility or ulterior motives. However, we cannot doubt their rigorous approach to scholarship, which is evident in Confucius's words and actions. Confucius famously stated, "I do not speak of strange powers or chaotic spirits," indicating that he would not endorse the illogical or bizarre, much less include such notions in his writings. Another anecdote illustrating Confucius's diligence is called Weibian Sanju, which reflects his dedication to study. During Confucius's time in the spring and autumn period, there was no paper. Books were made from bamboo or wood, requiring the use of leather thongs for binding. Wei refers to leather, and Bian relates to binding. Confucius was so diligent in studying the I Ching that he broke the leather thongs. In modern terms, it could be said that Confucius wore out the book through his relentless efforts. These two aspects of his scholarly attitude have been passed down through generations of the Confucian school, affirming the rigor and dedication inherent in Confucian scholarship. The fact that Confucius documented the Long Di in his work The Spring and Autumn Annals is a matter of fact and cannot be considered a fabrication. In addition to Confucius's mention of the Long Di in the Spring and Autumn Annals, there are also records of the grand historian. Lu defeated the Di at Xian, capturing the Long Di as captives, slaying them with a spear. Su Yulu provided her with ample information, and Chang Jialua continued. In the Book of Han, there is also a record stating, in the 26th year of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's reign, there were great men 5 zhang tall and 6 feet in foot length, all dressed as Di, totaling 12 individuals, seen in Lintao. The heavenly warning stated, "Do not overly celebrate the actions of the Di, for disaster shall follow." That year, as Emperor Qin Shi Huang first unified the 6 states, he was pleased and regarded it as an omen, ordering the destruction of all weapons and crafting 12 golden figures to symbolize this. The creation of these 12 golden figures by Emperor Qin Shi Huang is renowned throughout history and has given rise to various legends, originating from this event. Su Mu felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that as an educated and cultured individual of the new era, he was unaware of such facts. Chang Jialua's beautiful brows furrowed as she asked, "Since then, there have been few records of the Long Di. Does the Long Di still exist?" In ancient times, there were records of giants, and those who documented them possessed commendable character, being bold enough to speak the truth, rendering their accounts highly credible. However, after the ancient times, records of giants have become scarce, leading to the mystery of their disappearance. The Long Jiao tribe, a marine race, resides in the ocean. Yet why did they abandon their aquatic abode to venture ashore? After the ancient era, why did they become extinct? Did they perish, or did they simply depart? If it was extinction, what could have caused it? If they left, how did they manage to do so? Mu Chen found himself pondering even more questions. These enigmas, if unraveled, would indeed astonish the world. Indeed, Long Jialuo nodded. "I have a new task for you." "What task?" Mu Chen's eyes sparkled, excited by the prospect of a mission, for with a task comes a reward. Discover why the Long Jiao tribe came ashore, why there have been no traces of them after the ancient times, and whether they became extinct or departed. Long Jialuo's words struck Mu Chen like a bucket of cold water on a frigid winter day, leaving him chilled to the bone. After the ancient era, there are few records of the Long Jiao tribe. Where am I to find answers to these riddles? Mu Chen felt speechless. This task was far more challenging than restoring the Jiao capital, 1,000 times more arduous. If you complete this task, I will elevate you to great heights, allowing you to become a true master, Long Jialuo said, her alluring words deeply tempting. Really? Mu Chen's eyes gleamed with envy. To become a master means to wield control over all resources of the Jiao capital. The reward was indeed vast. It seemed clear that the reward was proportional to the difficulty. The last appearance of the ancient giants should have been during the time of Qin Shi Huang, with the 12 golden men being their final echoes, tasking Mu Chen with locating traces of the ancient giants, who vanished over 2,000 years ago, and unraveling the mystery of their disappearance was a monumental challenge. If he could achieve this, it would be akin to a sow climbing a tree or men giving birth. Yet, this did not deter Mu Chen, who, with a mischievous smile, approached Long Jiaoluo, playfully saying, Lo, it has been ages. I missed you dearly. But I do not miss you, Long Jiaoluo coldly countered, maintaining her stance of not treating her master as an equal and swiftly dousing Mu Chen's enthusiasm. Mu Chen's resilience was unprecedented, his determination unwavering. He replied with a smile, Lo, rest assured, I will strive to fulfill the new task you have given me. Yes, Long Jiaoluo acknowledged his earnest attitude with a slight nod. If you could provide me with some assistance, it would make the task much easier. Mu Chen finally revealed his ulterior motive for seeking benefits. That is out of the question. You have yet to complete your task. So rewards cannot be given in advance. Long Jiaoluo firmly refused, her resolve unyielding. Lo, we agreed that task rewards could be advanced, Mu Chen argued, presenting a compelling case. I did say such a thing, and I will not deny it, Long Jiaoluo conceded. But that was when I assigned you the simpler task of restoring the Jiao capital. Finding traces of the Long Jiao tribe is significantly more difficult. Thus I cannot grant you an advance reward. Finding traces of the ancient giants who vanished over 2 millennia ago is no simple feat if it were possible. Would it still be Mu Chen's task? The greater the challenge, the more he needed Long Jiaoluo's assistance. Lo, think about it. If we joined forces, we would be an unbeatable duo, capable of conquering all obstacles, past and future. There would be nothing we could not achieve. Mu Chen seized this opportunity to deliver a stirring speech. Mom, look at how his eyes are darting around. This is a clear sign of his scheming. Luo remarked, having spent ample time with Mu Chen, adept at exposing his little tricks. Little Lo. Do you still wish to join me for some fun? Mu Chen threatened playfully. Luo glanced at Long Jiaoluo and quickly switched sides. Mom. Chen makes a valid point. You should grant him the technology. Mu Chen shrugged triumphantly. I knew I could sway you. Just stay at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Let us see if you can hold your breath. Out of consideration for my daughter, I will grant you the technology for the energy tower. Long Jiaoluo finally relented. Not that. I want the chip technology. Creating chips to remedy the new dynasty's chip deficiency had become an obsession for Mu Chen, something he could not forget. You truly are a clueless bumpkin. Do you have any idea how advanced the energy tower technology is? Luo interjected, hands on her hips, her voice rising in exasperation. How advanced is it? Mu Chen inquired, sensing her seriousness and growing intrigued. The difficulty of energy tower technology is far beyond that of photon chips. It is on par with quantum technology. Moreover, it complements thermoelectric generation technology. Luo, exasperated, replied, You pass up such advanced technology for that rubbish? Photon chip technology is rubbish? Mu Chen retorted. Photon chips can outperform current silicon chips. This is a groundbreaking technology that will alter the world's landscape. If others were to hear this, they would be appalled. Realizing his choice, Mu Chen donned a warm smile, saying, Lo, your consideration for me is overwhelming. I'm truly delighted. Now, please bestow upon me the energy tower technology. Though he yearned for the chip technology, the allure of such sophisticated energy tower technology was too compelling to resist. Since Luo claimed photon chips were inferior, acquiring them would surely not be too challenging, and he could seek alternatives later. Long Jiaoluo felt inclined to retch at his words. What do you mean by considering everything for you? With a graceful flick of her beautiful tail, she approached Mu Chen, her delicate finger gently resting on his forehead, establishing a neural connection. A familiar scene unfolded as a torrent of images, formulas, and data flooded Mu Chen's mind, nearly overwhelming him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Long Jiaoluo severed the connection, leaving Mu Chen ecstatic. Haha, I'm rich. I'm immensely wealthy. From this day forth, I shall be a powerhouse in energy technology, surpassing the world. Mu Chen struck a triumphant pose. His neck arched, laughing maniacally, his body trembling with exhilaration. Is he going mad? Luo pondered with mild concern. If he does, I'll inject him with a neurotoxin and toss him to the fish. Long Jiaoluo scoffed, unimpressed. With just this little technology, you're this ecstatic? You must be losing your mind, she remarked, shaking her head. Lo, you speak from a place of privilege, having access to so many advanced technologies. For me, the energy tower technology is a game changer. Mu Chen ultimately composed himself, though the joy on his face remained. What is an energy tower? It is a wireless energy transmission technology. Electric energy is a form of energy, and to transport power to a destination, numerous power lines must be erected. Especially in areas dense with high-voltage lines, the sheer number of wires can be daunting, causing people to hesitate passing underneath for fear of a potential accident. Such electricity transmission is costly, dangerous, inefficient, and incurs significant losses while damaging the environment. Residential areas are prohibited near high-voltage lines, and planting trees is forbidden. or else the power lines would be compromised. Had the energy tower been implemented, there would be no need for high-voltage lines. It would suffice to install an energy device at locations where energy is required. This would significantly reduce costs, eliminate hazards, enhance efficiency, minimize losses, and preserve the environment. More importantly, the energy tower is particularly well-suited for underwater applications, crafted specifically for the marine environment. Otherwise, attempting to lay out wires on the ocean floor as one would on land could lead to dire consequences. The complexities of the ocean cannot be compared to those of land. With the advent of the energy tower, everything transforms. Mu Chen is entirely confident that with this technology in hand, his energy innovations would reach perfection, establishing him as a true titan in the energy sector. It is indeed invaluable, worth every effort. Mu Chen is exceedingly satisfied with the energy tower technology, which promises to revolutionize current energy methodologies. However, he remains unsatisfied and, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation, states, Luo, one must deliver a service to its utmost. Providing a single technology is commendable, but how about granting me another batch of such technologies? Chang Jiao Luo swiftly recoils, her eyes wide with astonishment, akin to encountering a stranger, and exclaims, you have an audacious sense of entitlement. What does having an audacious sense of entitlement even mean? Isn't that an affront to my character? Without a hint of embarrassment, Mu Chen retorts emphatically, a thick skin and a shrewd heart. This is the essence of a true gentleman. But what sort of twisted reasoning is this? Li Zhongwu established the thick black theory, which scorns figures like Liu Bang and Cao Cao. Known for their brazen audacity and unscrupulousness, Mu Chen astonishingly considers such traits as virtues, and his audacity knows no bounds. Xiu Luo covers her face, lamenting, Mother, do we truly have such a shameless master? This is utterly disgraceful. Our intelligent program has lost all dignity. Mu Chen, displeased, threatens, little Luo. Whose side are you on? Do you believe I would abandon you here? This threat carries immense weight, and Xiu Luo quickly capitulates. Chen, what are you saying? I meant to say that your strengths are truly remarkable, capable of conquering the heavens, the earth, and the very air we breathe. Well, that is more acceptable. Mu Chen replies, satisfied. My daughter, Chen's newfound awareness signifies growth. I hold great hopes for him. With such a master, my chances of gaining freedom from the Jiao capital have increased. Chang Jiao Luo nods approvingly. Since her acquaintance with Mu Chen, she had never offered such praise, leaving him quite surprised. What do you mean? Is that praise or criticism? Simply put, it is literal. Chang Jiao Luo has become increasingly adept at using colloquial language. Are you genuinely complimenting me? I am quite taken aback. This feels so unfamiliar. Let us set aside other matters for now and get to work. Chang Jiao Luo decisively redirects the conversation upon noticing the glint of ambition in Mu Chen's eyes. Your abrupt change of subject is rather clumsy. It will not do. Luo, we ought to discuss the technology. Suddenly, a group of 12 Long Jiao emerged from the energy gate, leaving Mu Chen astounded. How can there be Long Jiao? Aren't they extinct? They are not Long Jiao. Chang Jiao Luo's words pose a challenge to one's heart. With human bodies and fishtails. If they are not Long Jiao, then what could possibly be? They are bionic robots. Chang Jiao Luo seems to have softened her stance after Mu Chen's earlier remarks and voluntarily explains. These are advanced bionic robots crafted by our Long Jiao using cutting-edge technology. They possess synthetic skin, appearing as Long Jiao people, yet they are not. Remarkable, indeed. Mu Chen's eyes gleam with excitement. Such extraordinary technology must be acquired at all costs, even through dubious means. Chang Jiao Luo's dialogue increasingly mirrors human speech. A testament to the information her daughter provided, their mission is to repair Jiao capital, essentially serving the maintenance needs of your kind. They can perform various maintenance tasks under complex conditions. There is no maintenance task beyond their capabilities. No maintenance task beyond their capabilities. This phrase resonates like a melodious note, igniting the restless spirit within Mu Chen. Luo, such an extraordinary creation, and you have kept it from me? This is quite unjust. Do I not hold any significance in your eyes? Mu Chen's gaze is riveted upon the bionic robots, utterly captivated. If these were to be taken outside, they could dominate the world, excelling in places where humans cannot venture. Not at all. Chang Jiao Luo scoffs. You are still not the master. A half-master who bears the title of master is still a master, Mu Chen retorts. Your language teacher must be turning in her grave. Chang Jiao Luo expresses her fondness for digital vernacular. Can a half-master and a master be equated? They can only operate within Jiao capital. You may as well try to convince a fish to leap on a dry land or a blind person to open their eyes. It would yield no results. I suggest you save your breath. Chang Jiao Luo effectively silences Mu Chen. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Mu Chen persists. This is a program setting which I cannot alter. Chang Xiaoluo replies, somewhat resigned. If she could alter the program, she would have long joined Mu Chen in exploring the wonders of the outside world rather than remaining confined here. Could you not provide me with this technology? If the product is unattainable, he seeks to acquire the technology instead. With the technology in hand, what need is there for the product? At that point, I could procure any number of products I desire. That is the true path. This technology pertains to quantum technology, which, much like nuclear technology, is exclusive to the master. As long as you complete your tasks and obtain the master's permissions, it will not be an issue. Chang Xiaoluo quips, I have faith in you. Mu Chen grits his teeth, wishing to reprimand her soundly. Subsequently, he witnesses the remarkable capabilities of the bionic robots. As the energy gate opens, equipment from the Jialong vessel is sent through, forming a substantial pile. Mu Chen had previously calculated that, had he undertaken this task, it would require considerable time and effort. What about the bionic robots? How long would they take? Get to work, Chang Xiaoluo commands with a wave of her hand. The bionic robots respond, swaying their tails as they approach the equipment, extending their hands which emanate a soft blue glow, distorting space-time as the devices soar into their grasp, shrinking until they vanish entirely. In mere moments, that massive pile of equipment is completely gone, absorbed by the 12 bionic robots. Mu Chen is left in shock, his jaw hitting the ground. Is this the legendary pure bottle of Avalokitesphera? After a considerable pause, Mu Chen regains his composure, finding the event utterly surreal. Reminiscent of Avalokitesphera's treasured artifact. You truly are Navi. This is not sorcery, merely quantum technology. Chang Xiaoluo casts him a disdainful look, disapproving of his ignorance. He simply has not experienced the world, remaining a provincial fool. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoluo adds fuel to the fire. At this moment, Mu Chen is too preoccupied to heed their remarks, urgently inquiring, quantum technology can be applied in such a manner? Leveraging the information provided by his daughter, he understands that humanity has merely scratched the surface of quantum technology, remaining unaware of its marvels. Chang Xiaoluo replies calmly, consider this. The Jialong is a submarine of significant size, capable of transforming into a pendant via quantum switches, which can be carried easily. The bionic robots utilize quantum technology to transport components. What is so surprising about that? That indeed makes sense. Mu Chen contemplates her words, realizing their validity. The Jialong, with its vast displacement, is many times larger than the components, capable of being rendered into portable pendants through quantum switches. The bionic robots, having traversed through the energy gate, begin to install the power generation equipment. Chang Xiaoluo waved her delicate hand, and the projection of the robots at work materialized before Mu Chen's astonished gaze. How would these robots operate? The bionic robots, when engaged, were nothing short of astounding, and their methods of functioning were highly anticipated. However, the outcome was a complete surprise for Mu Chen. The bionic robots flicked their tails and swam to 12 designated positions, extending their arms to reveal a spectral blue light as various devices appeared, suspended in the water. All done, proclaimed Chang Xiaoluo, her fair hands clapping to signify completion. Is that it? Mu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had expected to witness something extraordinary. Of course, Chang Xiaoluo replied nonchalantly. This is far too simple. Mu Chen thought, utterly at odds with his expectations. Such advanced bionic robots should have executed their tasks with grandeur and flair, something truly remarkable. Do you think this is easy? Chang Xiaoluo rolled her eyes gracefully, explaining, what do you think the robot's hands are for? They are quantum spaces capable of not only carrying items through quantum technology, but also assembling various devices within them. This, of course, is beyond your sight. Understanding dawned on Mu Chen. So that's how it is. This is incredibly advanced. The efficiency of the bionic robots was astonishing in mere moments. They completed the installations with a swiftness that defied belief. If Mu Chen were to undertake such a task, it would take him at least 10 days or more. If I were to give up, I wouldn't be my father's son, I would not be Mu Chen. A warm smile spread across his face as he leaned closer to Chang Xiaoluo, showering her with compliments. Luo, you are stunning, adorable, graceful, talented, intelligent, and kind. Chang Xiaoluo, with her head held high and eyes squinting in delight, giggled, Kiki. Oh, it's just a touch of advancement. Such modesty. Or perhaps self-praise. Mu Chen teased. You wouldn't deny me, would you? You will give me the bionic robots, right? Chang Xiaoluo nodded. Yes. Success. Mu Chen mentally awarded himself 100 praises for his cleverness in navigating such a challenging situation. With enough flattery, nothing was unattainable. Yet, Chang Xiaoluo's next words struck him like thunder, dispelling his joy as swiftly as melting snow in June. No buts allowed. Absolutely not, he roared. Cursed transitional phrases. I condemn the inventor of such phrases to eternally draw circles. But absolutely no and oppos, buts and oppos. Perhaps. No and oppos, perhaps and oppos, either. All right, I and oppos, LL be frank. The directive forbids the bionic robots from leaving the Jiao capital. Chang Jiao Luo spoke candidly, adopting Mu Chen's earlier sentiment. Let it be a transitional phrase. At least I get to hear the good parts, even if they are mere fluff, Mu Chen lamented, clutching his chest, feeling his heart shatter. The prospect of taking the bionic robots elsewhere tantalized him, offering the potential for greater achievements. Is there no way to negotiate? He pressed. If I could change the directive. Chang Jiao Luo's words hit Mu Chen like a hammer, nearly causing him to sputter blood. If I could change the directive, I would be the master of Jiao capital. Everything would belong to me, including you, the controlling sprite. You would have to obey my every command. Luo. There's a saying, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Think it over. Perhaps you could devise a way to take the bionic robots with you. Mu Chen paused, clinging to a sliver of hope. Futile, Chang Jiao Luo shook her head. If you wish to see the wonders of the outside world, there's a subroutine for that. Calculate again. I've already calculated. It won't work, she dismissed, changing the subject. Let us discuss your next task instead. Luo, if you give me the bionic robots, my efficiency on the task will increase significantly, allowing us to leave Jiao capital much sooner. Mu Chen grinned seductively, akin to the cunning smile of a wolf. I understand your point. Helping you also helps me. However, the directive stands, and I am powerless to change it, Chang Jiao Luo lamented. I long to see the exciting world outside. According to the data from my daughter, the outside is fascinating and vibrant. That's obvious. The outside is infinitely more exciting than the cold, dark depths of the Pacific Ocean. For Chang Jiao Luo, the greatest wish was to glimpse the world beyond. But if that was impossible, it seemed hopeless to Mu Chen. What is my next task? He asked, resigned to reality. Repair a functional area. Chang Jiao Luo assigned the task. Mu Chen felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, his chest tightening as he murmured, Luo. This task is far too difficult. It's 1,000 times harder than restoring energy supply. The functional area was vast and buried, and the difficulty of repairing it was unimaginable. Without repairing the functional area, how can you restore Jiao capital? Mu Chen's eyes bulged, and he exploded in indignation. Accusing Chang Jiao Luo, isn't this all you're doing? You claimed this was the simplest task, but it's the most challenging. I've fallen into a bottomless pit and can't climb out. Just a minor oversight. Why dwell on it? Chang Jiao Luo's resolve weakened, prompting her to change the subject again. I will continue to assist you and can even advance your rewards. Rewards are paramount, as long as I can secure those. Everything else is trivial. What is a bottomless pit? I might as well enjoy my days as the world's wealthiest person, embracing a life of ease. Though Mu Chen knew Chang Jiao Luo was awkwardly shifting the topic, he willingly played along. I want the chip technology. The mere mention of chip technology nearly sent Mu Chen into a frenzy. With chip technology in hand, he could retaliate against the U.S. for the humiliations they had imposed upon them. The prospect was intoxicating. I cannot give you the chip technology. Chang Jiao Luo's voice rang with a melodious clarity, akin to celestial music. However, to Mu Chen, it was the voice of despair, shattering his hopes as he roared, You are sent from the heavens to thwart me. You disregard me as your master. I can tolerate that. But to deny me chip technology? I cannot abide by that. Either you grant me the chip technology, or we part ways, and you can remain trapped in the depths of the Pacific. His voice escalated, sharp and piercing. I refuse to believe you can endure. Chip technology is of paramount importance to Mu Chen. Transcending mere monetary concerns, it is intricately linked to the dignity of a nation and its people. There can be no compromise, even at the risk of conflict. What are you so fierce about? Chang Jiao Luo was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, responded. They may not be able to provide you with chip technology, but they never said they couldn't offer you optical brain technology. Optical brain technology? Mu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. This technology encompasses an entire suite, including photonic chips. With optical brain technology at his disposal, how could chip technology possibly be out of reach? Look at your lack of ambition. Can't you aspire to something greater? Chang Jiao Luo rolled his eyes dramatically, exuding an air of superiority. Chip technology is hardly impressive. Mom, he's just an unsophisticated bumpkin. Su Yulo seized the opportunity to mock him. Despite being collectively belittled by both the elder and younger programs, Mu Chen remained unfazed, grinning widely. My dear, beloved Luo, you are truly wonderful. No, you are the best Chang Jiao Luo. Needless to say, Chang Jiao Luo basked in the compliment. With a flick of his tail, he approached Mu Chen and pointed his delicate index finger at his forehead. This was to establish a neural connection. granting Su Muchen the optical brain technology he had yearned for. What marvels would this technology unveil? A torrent of images, formulas, and data surged into Su Muchen's mind, overwhelming him to the brink of explosion, the veins at his temples pulsing perilously. Mom, is he going to be okay? Su Yulua expressed her concern. I will control it. Nothing will go wrong, Chang Jialua replied with disdain. Humans are woefully inadequate in developing their brain domains. The data was substantial, the formulas numerous, and the time for the neural connection extended. After what felt like an eternity, Chang Jialua finally withdrew his finger from Su Muchen's forehead. As the tension in Su Muchen's temples eased, he opened his eyes to a euphoric expression, only to realize that blood was streaming from his nose, dripping onto the floor with a rhythmic plop. What on earth? Why am I bleeding from my nose? And 2 streams at that, he exclaimed, dabbing at the crimson flow with his hand, which quickly became stained. Of course, it's your irresponsible actions that have led to this. Su Yulua immediately cast blame. Little Luo, don't speak carelessly. I want to take the fall for this, Su Muchen retorted, asserting, I am a normal human. I could never harbor inappropriate thoughts about programs like you, who exist only as mere shadows without corporeal form. To have such thoughts about a program would be utterly absurd. Mom, our intelligent programs are so unfortunate, lacking physical forms. Su Yulua's eyes glistened with tears, cascading down like a waterfall. Please, that is utterly disingenuous. If you were truly human, your tear ducts would be exhausted by now, Chang Jialua interjected. Indeed, he admitted, momentarily lost in thought. The atmosphere grew heavy, and Su Muchen's heart raced as he sought to shift the topic. Luo, why am I bleeding from my nose? Am I ill? You are not ill. It is simply that your brain domain development is woefully inadequate. The data I provided was too vast, and had I not controlled it, your head would have surely burst. Chang Jialua explained. Su Muchen's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, as he declared, Luo. Does this mean that Chang Jialua can further develop brain domains? Indeed, it is possible, Chang Jialua nodded. However, the technology involved in brain domain development is exceptionally advanced, bordering on the divine. The difficulty is immense. There is a saying in the scientific community, genes belong to the realm of the divine, a forbidden zone for humanity. This is due to the complexity of genetics, which is beyond our current technological reach. The brain, being the most enigmatic part of the human body, presents a formidable challenge for development. Luo, could you grant me this technology? Su Muchen's eyes shimmered with hope. The prospect of brain domain development meant that even the dullest could become brilliant. Even a pig could transform into a genius. The allure of such a future was intoxicating. Do not harbor such thoughts. Even if I were to give you this technology, you would be unable to utilize it. It is a level of sophistication that surpasses quantum technology and requires an integration of various disciplines, Chang Jialua said gravely, sounding genuinely serious, not merely attempting to frighten him. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Su Muchen clung to a glimmer of hope. Why would I need to deceive you? Chang Jialua replied earnestly. Life is a miracle of the universe, and any discipline involving life is inherently complex, let alone the brain. The most mysterious aspect of living beings, its intricacies are beyond your comprehension. Su Muchen fell silent. Chang Jialua's words resonated deeply. Life is indeed a marvel of the universe, with genes arising from the exquisite combination of elements, leading to the emergence of life itself. Life encompasses not just the physical body, but also the essence of spirit. Humanity has made significant strides in understanding the body, yet our grasp of the spiritual realm remains limited. The brain, the most enigmatic part of human existence, remains largely beyond our capabilities. Suddenly, Su Muchen burst into laughter, his spirits lifted. Haha, did you take the wrong medicine? Su Yulua was taken aback. Chang Jialua blinked his alluring eyes, gazing at Su Muchen with confusion. Now that I know such technology exists, I have a goal to strive for. I believe I can become a top-tier genius, Su Muchen proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with determination. The mere knowledge of brain domain development technology was an unexpected stroke of luck, filling him with elation. Even if he could not use it yet, having a goal to pursue was enough. With effort, one day he would unlock the mysteries of his brain domain, and he would become the smartest individual in human history. With an IQ soaring into the hundreds or even thousands, Uncle Tan would have to concede to him. See, I treat you well, don't I? Optical brain technology is indeed advanced. Chang Jialua crossed his arms, proudly showcasing his accomplishments to Su Muchen. Su Yulua blinked her expressive eyes, silently urging him to praise them. Luo, if anyone ever tries to strike you, don't mention that I am your master. Su Muchen, instead of offering the expected praise, spoke cryptically. Why not? Haven't you always shamelessly aspired to be our master? Su Yulua questioned, puzzled by Su Muchen's sudden change of heart. Indeed, Chang Jialua echoed, equally bewildered. Little Luo. Can you speak? If you can't, just keep your mouth shut. No one thinks of you as mute. What do you mean by shameless? I have my pride. Thank you very much. Su Mukin retorted, nearly losing his composure. Enough of that. Quickly, tell me why. Su Yulua waved her hand, urging him. Because it is far too dangerous. Su Mukin's expression shifted to one of caution, as if a crisis was imminent. Dangerous? What danger? Chang Jialua inquired, perplexed. With such advanced optical brain technology and photonic chip technology, how could you dare to belittle mere chip technology? That is tantamount to courting disaster. You must be a reincarnated toad. Am I right? Su Mukin facepalmed, baffled by Chang Jialua's audacity. Although he had long understood the prowess of optical brain technology, it was only after grasping its complexities that he truly comprehended its superiority. This revolutionary technology would undoubtedly render current computers obsolete, placing them in museums without question. The disparity between the two was immense. Computers were akin to an old ox pulling a sluggish cart, while optical brains were akin to a Ferrari. There was simply no comparison. If anyone hears you say that, the scientist will surely want to strike you down. Su Mukin's caution intensified. Such an advanced technology, treated as trivial by Chang Jialua, would incite the wrath of scientists if they were to learn of it. This is because you humans are rather lowly. With a casual wave of his right hand, Chang Jialua dismissed the comment, his enchanting eyes twinkling with mischief like stars. You are recklessly treading the perilous path of self-destruction, and I cannot stop you. This visit to Jiadu has yielded results far exceeding Su Mukin's expectations, leaving him immensely satisfied. After a light-hearted chat with Chang Jialua, he prepared to depart. Mom, I and Appos am leaving now. Su Yulua waved her delicate hand, tears glistening in her eyes as she bid farewell to Chang Jialua. Dear, you must explore the world beyond and return to see your mother soon. Chang Jialua responded, a pained expression on his face, wishing he could accompany Su Mukin and the others. Are you all part of the same program? Why must this feel like a mother-daughter separation? Su Mukin sighed in exasperation. Upon leaving Jiadu, instead of heading straight back, Su Mukin wandered in the sea, hoping to find treasure. After much searching, he found nothing, growing increasingly dissatisfied. Lulu, didn't you say one could find money in the ocean? Where's my fortune? Greed is insatiable, and you, my avaricious human, should be content with today's bountiful harvest. Su Yulua placed her left hand on her hip and pointed disdainfully at Su Mukin. Initially, he thought acquiring chip technology would suffice, but unexpectedly, he had gained knowledge of quantum brain technology, energy tower technology, and the near-divine concept of brain domain development, far surpassing his imagination. Lulu, your statement is flawed. It is greed that propels humanity's advancement. My voracious desires signify my strong motivation to progress, Su Mukin asserted, unabashedly flaunting his thick skin as he reframed greed as a virtue. Su Yulua was momentarily taken aback, blinking her beautiful eyes as she blessed Su Mukin. I wish you, this insatiable human, 10 years of hardship with no further gains. Lulu, come here, I shall deal with you. Su Mukin fumed, gritting his teeth and lunging at Su Yulua, appearing as if he wished to devour her. The thought of 10 years of hardship was a thorn in many hearts. In a swift motion, Su Yulua darted away. Master, a great discovery. A gold mine, exclaimed the dragon baby, its voice echoing with excitement. This was the most exquisite melody, captivating beyond measure. Su Mukin's eyes gleamed with emerald flames, disregarding his earlier grievances as he fixated on the projection. The projection revealed a flat expanse, covered in seaweed, teeming with numerous unknown deep-sea fish swimming blissfully. The projection sparkled with countless golden stars, more abundant than the stars in the night sky, radiating a resplendent golden hue. A gold mine. Su Yulua's eyes widened, her mouth agape in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had blessed Su Mukin with 10 years of hardship, and now, a seemingly substantial gold mine appeared before her. Was this not a slap in the face? The feeling was anything but pleasant. A gold mine. I have truly found a gold mine. Su Mukin exclaimed, hands on his hips, his neck arched at a 90-degree angle, mouth agape in sheer delight as he laughed uncontrollably. His laughter echoed through the skies, a cacophony of joy. Su Yulua rolled her eyes, recognizing his naivety. After all, this was merely a small amount of gold. You know, the ocean holds over 20 million tons of gold. Su Mukin, however, remained oblivious, lost in his laughter. After a full 10 minutes of exuberance, his mirth began to wane, and he cheerfully inquired, Baby, how much gold is there? Master, I'm rather embarrassed to say this is a micro gold mine. The quantity of gold is not substantial. The dragon baby replied timidly, glancing at Su Mukin with trepidation. How much? The joy in Su Mukin's heart dissipated like ice under the sun, leaving him feeling cold. About 4 to 5 tons, the dragon baby answered meekly, devoid of confidence. I apologize, master. I failed to discover a larger gold mine. Su Mukin shot a sideways glance at Su Yulua. See, this is how one should regard their master. You ought to learn well. 4 to 5 tons? Joy returned to Su Mukin's face, a wide grin revealing his teeth. Maybe, that is quite a considerable amount. The dragon baby sighed in relief, patting its chest. That was quite frightening. For Su Mukin, 4 to 5 tons of gold represented an immense fortune. In his lifetime, he had never seen more than a few grams of gold, let alone 4 to 5 tons. Not only had he not seen that much gold, but neither had his parents or grandparents combined. At current gold prices, over 300 million per ton translates to tens of billions for 4 to 5 tons. Heavens! My withered wallet shall swell once more, and this time, it shall be more than ever. Su Mukin's face split into a broad grin. How shall I spend this wealth? How shall I spend it? Counting on his fingers like an eager child, he began calculating. Luxury cars and lavish homes are a must, and beautiful women cannot be overlooked. He wanted extravagant cars, opulent houses, and starlets. 2 sets of everything. One for himself and one for show. This was a quintessential display of a nouveau riche mentality. As if he were proclaiming, I am wealthy. I am exceedingly wealthy. Su Yulua, arms crossed, observed him with the amusement of a spectator at a circus. After a lengthy contemplation, Su Mukin regained his composure, commanding with a flourish, Baby, quickly, excavate it for me. Of course, master, the dragon baby responded sweetly and obediently, showcasing a delightful demeanor. Su Mukin was particularly pleased with this attitude, contrasting it with other programs that were often mischievous. A beam of ethereal blue light emanated from the Jiaolong, enveloping the vast expanse below. Golden specks appeared to take flight from the sediment, dancing gracefully towards the Jiaolong like fluttering butterflies, a breathtaking and magnificent sight. What in the world is happening? Su Mukin was astonished, his jaw dropping and striking his foot. Master, we are excavating gold, the dragon baby answered without hesitation. Is this how it works? Su Mukin stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to process the information. The excavation equipment had long been repaired, yet it had remained unused due to a lack of opportunity. Su Mukin was unaware of how the equipment operated. He had assumed their methods would not be as inefficient as current human techniques, yet he did not expect them to be so advanced. Master, the excavation equipment on the Jiaolong employs ion separation technology, which is quite advanced. It simply separates the gold particles, the dragon baby explained with an air of nonchalance. Ion separation technology? That is astonishing, far beyond my imagination. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Mukin exclaimed, if that's the case, can gallium not also be separated in this manner? He recalled the bauxite mine he had discovered, which contained substantial gallium, a primary material for chips. With the Jiaolong at his disposal, would extracting gallium still be a challenge? Huh, Su Yulua scoffed, looking down her nose at him. Your idea is commendable, but you are overthinking it. That is simply impossible. You seek to dishearten me, but I shall not fall for your trickery. If this method can extract gold, why can it not extract gallium? Su Mukin remained undeterred, his spirits still high. Master, it is true. Gallium cannot be extracted this way, the dragon baby declared with conviction, causing Su Mukin's elation to evaporate. Why? Su Mukin felt as if he had plunged from the clouds into an endless abyss. You, a mere novice in the realm of science, are unaware of the intricacies involved, so allow me to enlighten you and broaden your horizons. Su Yulua, with a tilted neck and a sidelong glance at Su Mukin, wore an expression that clearly conveyed his superiority in knowledge. This was a subtle derision directed at Su Mukin, who, at that moment, was preoccupied with understanding the reasons behind their conversation, exclaiming, Speak. Humans have a term known as panning for gold, and the character pan is aptly chosen. Su Yulua elaborated. Gold differs fundamentally from other metals. Its chemical properties are remarkably stable and possess a high resistance to corrosion. It does not oxidize even in air or at elevated temperatures, making it difficult to form compounds, and thus it predominantly exists in its pure form. Gold's stable chemical properties render it resistant to oxidation and compound formation, which is why it is often found in nature as pure gold. Su Yulua's explanation was straightforward yet thought-provoking. Gold, when mixed with sand, does not undergo a chemical reaction or form compounds. Gold remains gold, and sand remains sand. When washed with water, the sand is swept away, leaving behind only the gold. This elucidates why the process of gold panning is seemingly simple. Su Mukin, being no stranger to the term panning for gold, understood that it merely required washing the sand to obtain gold. However, few truly grasped the underlying principles. Suddenly enlightened, Su Mukin realized the truth. Gallium is found in bauxite and does not exist in a pure metallic state, but rather in compound form. The excavation equipment on the Jiaolong vessel is designed for resource detection and can easily separate metals like gold, but it cannot isolate gallium. Su Yulua pointed a finger at Su Mukin and inquired, "Do you understand now?" Nodding in comprehension, Su Mukin was suddenly showered with a cascade of golden particles, resembling a myriad of golden butterflies dancing gracefully in the air, a sight both beautiful and awe-inspiring. The sheer splendor of it captivated him. Truly, gold deserves its reputation as one of humanity's most cherished treasures. Its vibrant, dazzling hue is enough to intoxicate anyone. As the golden rain fell, it quickly blanketed the ground in a thick layer of gold particles. Breathless and exhilarated, Su Mukin lay on the ground, rolling joyfully among the golden grains, his eyes sparkling with delight. Su Mukin delightedly rolled back and forth, akin to an exuberant puppy. The dragon baby, with a hint of nervousness, asked, "Master, do you like the gift I have given you?" The particles, separated from the sand, could be directly processed in the refining equipment, eliminating the need for another golden rain. This was the dragon baby's way of pleasing Su Mukin. "Oh, I absolutely adore it. A grand display of golden rain, while perhaps a tad time-consuming, is a remarkable experience. My first encounter with gold feels like a beautiful memory in the making." Su Mukin reveled in his fortune. How many individuals could boast such a priceless experience? Even the wealthy of the Middle East would hesitate to conjure a rain of gold. The dragon baby, brimming with joy, playfully touched its lips and grinned adorably. Su Yulua, with a slight pout, blinked her lovely eyes, clearly unimpressed by the spectacle. Su Mukin grasped a handful of gold particles, relishing their metallic texture, savoring the sensation. Gold, with its alluring luster and tactile pleasure, is a significant reason for its widespread adoration. As he let the particles slip through his fingers, they cascaded down like a miniature golden rain. Though not as grand as before, it still brought him immense joy. Su Mukin, in a sing-song tone, proclaimed, "O gold, my beloved gold, I finally possess you, with your brilliant hue and delightful texture, more comforting than the softest of embraces." Su Yulua playfully scratched her cheek, teasing, "How cheesy. Your words are utterly ridiculous. I'm covered in goosebumps." "What do you mean by that?" "Lo Luo, let me tell you, which man does not covet gold? No, rather, everyone adores gold." Su Mukin retorted, standing tall with unwavering conviction. "Gold is not inherently a currency. Currency is inherently gold. Its vibrant color is a feast for the eyes, intoxicating in its beauty. Moreover, as a precious metal, it retains value, making it a safe investment, particularly in chaotic times, hence the adage gold in chaos. Antiques and prosperity. Most people are enamored with gold. If anyone claims to dislike it, they must be foolish, misguided in their thinking." "I don't like it," Su Yulua replied, puffing out her chest defiantly. "You are not human." Su Mukin shot back without hesitation. With a sulky pout, Su Yulua turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. This was the second time she had become upset over her lack of a physical form, indicating it was a sore point for her. Realizing he may have overstepped, Su Mukin chuckled awkwardly. "Lo Luo, that was not my intention. You are discriminating against me for not being human. That is a form of racial prejudice." She retorted with a huff. "Racial prejudice? You still possess a sense of humor, it seems." Su Mukin laughed heartily. Not paying further attention to Su Yulua, he lay back, stretching out in a star shape, treating the gold as his bed, to sleep upon a golden floor, with the sweet rain of wealth falling silently. "This was a dream of my childhood, and now I have realized it." He grinned widely, drooling slightly in bliss. "How tacky," Su Yulua remarked, her beautiful eyes blinking in disbelief at Su Mukin's antics. "What do you mean? I admit I may have spoken too freely earlier, but you cannot tarnish my taste." Su Mukin protested, wide-eyed. "To rest upon gold and be wrapped in silver, how many can claim such dreams?" "I can, because I am extraordinary. My taste is unequivocally refined." Su Yulua crouched down, her delicate finger poking Su Mukin's chest as she attempted to diminish his lofty self-image. "You are blinded by wealth, oozing with the stench of money. Lo Luo, you simply do not understand." Su Mukin waved dismissively, unconcerned by her critique. "A man of stature cannot afford to be without power for a day, nor can the humble live without wealth. My pursuit of riches is a small man's happiness. If others knew of my golden slumber, they would envy me to no end." Acknowledging the absurdity of his situation, he added, "Yet, there is truth in my words. Sleeping on gold would evoke envy and jealousy in many." Su Mukin propped up his legs, arms outstretched in an embrace, adopting the tone of an overzealous youth. "Let the scent of wealth come forth with greater intensity. I revel in it. Though you clearly look down on me, you shamelessly take pride in it, flaunting your arrogance without a care. Your audacity is thicker than the Great Wall, impervious even to bullets." Su Yulua, feeling irked, incessantly blinked her expressive eyes, determined to quell Su Mukin's haughty demeanor. "Otherwise, your arrogance would soar to the heavens, an intolerable situation. Just look at your smugness. What is this paltry amount of gold worth?" Seated on a golden bed, Su Yulua playfully kicked her legs against Su Mukin's thigh. Hey, Lolo. Do you think I can't see through your little tricks? You're merely envious of my golden bed, but I won't fall for it. Su Mukin scoffed, curling his lip. With just a flick of your rear, I can tell what you're up to. You believe your gold is substantial, don't you? Let me tell you, it's far from impressive. Easily dismissed. Su Yulua, resolute in her mission to undermine Su Mukin, was not disheartened. Rather, her spirit soared. Do you know how much gold exists on Earth? The oceans alone contain 200 million tons. By my calculations, the total amount of gold on Earth wouldn't exceed a few 100 million tons. Certainly not over 100 million. Su Mukin pondered her words. How much gold is there on Earth? Many have surely contemplated this question, and he had too. Before learning from Chang Xiao that the oceans are the planet's greatest treasure, he had once thought that gold was scarce. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so prized by humanity. There are many who share this belief. However, upon realizing that the oceans are a veritable treasure trove, Su Mukin adjusted his perception, estimating the gold reserves to be around 100 million tons. This figure, while still grand, paled in comparison to Su Yulua's claim. You're just a science-illiterate fool, Su Yulua declared, hands on her hips, labeling Su Mukin as a simpleton. Who are you insulting? Su Mukin retorted, grinding his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. Do you dare to challenge me? You are indeed a novice. Let me enlighten you. Earth has 600 trillion tons of gold, Su Yulua smirked, casting a sideways glance at Su Mukin as if to say he was woefully out of his depth. How much? 600 trillion tons? Su Mukin's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he sprang up as if propelled by springs, his chin colliding with his foot. 1 billion, that figure is astonishing enough without even considering trillions or tons. Gold is not merely a stone. Its value is exorbitant, priced by the gram. With each gram fetching over 300 coins, the sheer volume of gold is unimaginable. Su Mukin, having previously acknowledged the ocean's gold reserves, had adjusted his estimate, believing 100 million tons to be quite significant. Yet, this amount hardly approached the astonishing figure Su Yulua presented, far less than even a 10,000th of it. You're only deceiving yourself, Lolo. I don't have full written on my forehead, Su Mukin asserted, incredulous at the overwhelming number. Anyone who believes it is a simpleton. I speak the truth. And you refuse to believe it. Thus, you are the fool, Su Yulua shot back, her laughter laced with derision. The Earth's total mass is 600 trillion tons, and the gold reserves amount to 1/1,000,000th of that. Calculate it yourself. How could there be so much? After a prolonged silence, Su Mukin finally grasped the implications. Su Yulua, hands behind her back, strutted around him, her face radiating malice as she taunted. Now you see just how uncultured and ignorant you are. With such a meager amount of gold, you take pride in your fortune, yet your perspective is woefully narrow. In short, you are far too lowly. You are but a minor character in this grand narrative. I have always been a minor character, Su Mukin replied, unashamed of his status. The world is filled with minor characters, as numerous as the grains of sand in the Sahara. What is there to be ashamed of? Those destined for greatness are exceedingly rare, not just in modern society but throughout human history, mere fortunate anomalies. Su Yulua ground her teeth in frustration, her mockery ineffective, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. You pose a good question. To understand why there is so much gold on Earth, we must explore its origins. 4 billion years ago, a golden rain fell upon the Earth, leading to the gold we see today. What? Gold isn't a native mineral of Earth? It came from outer space? Su Mukin was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. If one were to ask where gold originates, 99.9% would assert it is a native mineral. In truth, gold is not indigenous to Earth. It arrived from beyond the stars. You are utterly ignorant of science. You truly are a novice, Su Yulua lamented, exasperated. Can you refrain from mentioning that notion? Su Mukin, on the verge of losing his temper, glared at her, wishing to silence her. His expression was perilous, prompting Su Yulua to wisely refrain from provoking him further. With your lack of knowledge, how did you even obtain your university degree? Surely, you attended some diploma mill? Do not belittle my education. I graduated from a legitimate institution. Su Mukin protested, glaring at Su Yulua. Indeed, it's a reputable university, Su Yulua declared, her tone shifting to that of an educator. 4 billion years ago, when the Earth was still molten, the golden rain fell, and the gold melted, sinking into the core due to its density. Su Mukin's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented intensity. His voice booming. In the core? Can it be mined? His breath quickened, heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. With a global population of 7 billion, that would mean each person could receive 9,000 tons. Not grams, but tons, 9,000 tons for every individual. Imagining such wealth is enough to make one's heart race. Those with fragile hearts might even perish from the excitement. If it could be mined, the implications would be miraculous. I could become a king, with my descendants as princes and princesses, without a doubt. That is impossible. Su Yulua's words struck Su Mukin like thunder, shattering his dreams. Why not? With the technological prowess of the Changjiao, why can't it be mined? He questioned, gripping Su Yulua's neck, shaking her vigorously. Su Yulua complied, her tongue lolling out as she feigned a lifeless state. The Changjiao have a decree forbidding the mining of gold from the core, and no technology has been developed for that purpose. Su Mukin was left bewildered. Why? Does the Changjiao not value gold? He pondered, unable to comprehend. Who doesn't love gold? Humans adore its golden luster, and so do the Changjiao. Su Yulua rolled her eyes. The Changjiao's prohibition on mining core gold is to protect the earth. Protect the earth? Su Mukin was confused. Mining gold has nothing to do with protecting the planet. Su Yulua cast a disdainful sidelong glance at Su Mukin, delivering an unprecedented wave of contempt as she scoffed. You claim you are not a novice in technology. Yet you are the epitome of a technological neophyte. Do you comprehend the dire consequences of extracting gold from the Earth's core? I am acutely aware that such gold cannot be mined, and it weighs heavily on my heart. The thought of so much gold remaining untapped is utterly heartbreaking. Su Mukin's fragile heart seemed on the verge of shattering. Should you dare to extract gold from the Earth's core, it would be tantamount to a crime against humanity, a transgression against all life on Earth, a grievous affront to the planet itself. You would be unforgivable, branded as the greatest criminal in Earth's history. With her left hand on her hip and her right finger pointed at Su Mukin, she unleashed her fury. It was the first time she had been this enraged, leaving Su Mukin momentarily taken aback. Lulu, must you accuse me of such heinous crimes? He stammered. It is not an accusation, but the stark truth, she retorted, a flicker of mockery dancing in her beautiful eyes. You, who understand nothing of science and merely ride motorcycles, ought to grasp the severity of your actions. Provoked by her words, Su Mukin ground his teeth, wishing he could silence her. Do you even have a body? He snapped. 60 trillion tons of gold, nearly 300 million cubic meters in volume, would pose no threat if it were on the surface, but in the core, it becomes a catastrophic risk. Stepping into the role of an educator, Su Yulua elaborated, such a vast void, under the influence of Earth's gravity, would lead to catastrophic collapse towards the core, with severe repercussions. Just as buildings possess load-bearing walls, their destruction brings about dire consequences, resulting in collapse. The gold in the core would bear the immense pressure of Earth's own gravity. Should this gold vanish, the planet would inevitably collapse inward, leading to unimaginable outcomes. The lighter consequences include landslides, earthquakes, shifting rivers, frequent natural disasters, volcanic eruptions, and a drastically deteriorated ecological environment, rendering Earth uninhabitable, culminating in the extinction of all life, flora and fauna alike. Su Yulua's words were chilling. Cold sweat beaded on Su Mukin's forehead as he wiped it away, meekly responding, Lulu, this is already quite severe. Wouldn't you agree? The extinction of life and the disappearance of flora and fauna would be a cataclysmic disaster, unparalleled in severity for humanity. And that is merely the lighter consequence. What could be worse? She pressed. The more severe outcome would involve violent collisions leading to plate fragmentation, resulting in the Earth's disintegration into fragments of varying sizes, drifting aimlessly through the cosmos. With her voice rising, she demanded, if you advocate for the extraction of gold from the core, are you not committing a crime? Are you not the greatest criminal in Earth's history? As long as the Earth endures, the ecological environment will eventually recover, and new life will emerge, much like how humanity arose after the extinction of the dinosaurs. But if the Earth disintegrates into fragments, it will never again give rise to life. This is the gravest consequence. Whoever dares to extract gold from the core would indeed be the greatest criminal in Earth's annals, without exception. I was merely speaking hypothetically. There is no need to dramatize my words. I'm not as nefarious as you think, Su Mukin lamented, his heart heavy. The thought of 60 trillion tons of gold slipping through his fingers was enough to bring despair upon him. Look at you, lost in thoughts of wealth. How vulgar. Su Yulua sneered. Gold's value lies in its scarcity. Should you extract the gold from the core, would it retain its precious allure? Or would it become as commonplace as stones? Her logic was sound, and Su Mukin felt somewhat reassured. With geological changes, some gold from the core had surfaced in oceans and on land. The terrestrial reserves of gold were minimal, while the ocean held a staggering amount, 20 million tons. If you were to extract that quantity from the ocean, it would suffice to purchase the earth, establishing a dynasty and reigning as a king. Su Yulua scoffed. Greed knows no bounds. You epitomize the phrase a snake swallowing an elephant. Indeed, the ocean holds vast riches, all of which are mine. Su Mukin exclaimed, his spirits lifted. His exuberance was infectious. I shall create a kingdom of gold, with palaces forged from gold, my throne fashioned from gold. And even my bed and restroom shall be pure gold. With hands on his hips, he laughed maniacally, declaring, I shall be the one and only king of gold. Visions of a life surrounded by gold danced before him, filling him with delight. With 20 million tons of gold in the ocean, he could build as many golden palaces as he desired. He could eat, sleep, live, and die on gold, and even his descendants could indulge in such opulence. The prospect was utterly enchanting, banishing his earlier despair over the unattainable 60 trillion tons of gold to the far reaches of space. You are like a puppy. With a fickle nature I cannot keep pace with, Su Yuluo remarked, observing Su Mukin's ecstatic demeanor with a bemused expression. You are the puppy. Your entire family is made up of puppies, Su Mukin retorted, irritation creeping into his tone. Humph. Su Yuluo dismissed his words. Su Mukin tapped his forehead, his eyes sparkling with inspiration. Lulu, in truth, we need not extract all the gold from the core. Merely a minuscule portion would suffice without consequence. I am not greedy. I only desire 1/10,000th. If that proves excessive, then perhaps 100,000th would be better. 6 million tons. Well, that still seems a bit greedy. Let us reduce it to 100 millionth. That would yield 60,000 tons. With 5,000 years of civilization, humanity has extracted gold for millennia, totaling less than 200,000 tons. Thus, 60,000 tons could allow humanity's history to commence anew 3 times over. This is undeniably a feasible plan. Su Yuluo's eyes widened, her expression akin to that of a vigilant guardian as she scrutinized Su Mukin. This idea is unacceptable. You are proposing a crime. Do you understand? Su Mukin rolled his eyes, dismissing her concern. Greed is the original sin. If we truly develop the technology to extract gold from the core, would you only take a small portion when mountains of gold gleam before you? Su Yuluo pointed an accusatory finger at him, raising her voice. Would you? This left Su Mukin momentarily silent, stroking his chin in contemplation. Indeed, with 60 trillion tons of gold before us, who could resist? Who could remember their initial intent to extract only a fraction? Even if one could suppress their greed, could others do the same? Su Yuluo pressed on. The reason saints are celebrated for millennia is that such individuals are exceedingly rare. The majority are merely ordinary people, inherently greedy, with only a few able to restrain such impulses. The promise of 100% profit can drive one to take risks, with 60 trillion tons of gold at hand. Who would not go mad? Who would care if the earth faced irreversible disintegration, as long as they were satisfied? Once their desires are fulfilled, they would disregard the consequences. Greed is the original sin, she exclaimed, her words ringing with truth, universally applicable. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from developing such technology. With her hands clasped behind her back, she stood with an air of superiority. Indeed, Su Mukin conceded, an unusual agreement between them, nodding in affirmation. To develop technology for extracting gold from the core would not only invite misuse by others but would also open the gates of hell, leading the earth down a path of destruction. The safest course of action is to avoid such technology altogether. After all, the core lies over 6,000 kilometers beneath the surface. The technological challenge of extracting gold from the core is staggering. Current drilling technology can only reach depths of about 12 kilometers, which is already a remarkable feat in the world. Su Mukin waved his right hand dismissively and declared, Enough of these trivial thoughts. It is more prudent to focus on the tasks at hand. While gold may be alluring, it does not belong to him, and pondering over it is futile. It is imperative to concentrate on the present matters, for that is the true path. The ion separation technology is indeed impressive. Wherever the Jiaolong submersible traverses, the gold beneath is extracted and then sent to the refining equipment for smelting. Each piece weighs a pound, you know? Su Mukin issued the command. Understood, master, replied the dragon baby with an exceptionally agreeable demeanor. We must ensure purity, Su Mukin added. Purity is a trivial concern, rest assured. Master, the dragon baby responded nonchalantly, exuding confidence. After considerable effort, all the gold was extracted and smelted into bars, laid out before Su Mukin. The dazzling golden luster was overwhelming, blinding Su Mukin's eyes. Gold! Gold! So much gold! Su Mukin exclaimed, tears of joy welling up in his eyes, overwhelmed with happiness. Several tons of gold formed a veritable mountain, creating a stunning visual spectacle, a feast for the eyes. A profound sense of achievement filled his heart, enveloped in immense happiness, making him feel like the luckiest person in the world. Master, that's not much, just 657 tons, not even 5 tons. The dragon baby tilted its head, puzzled. Is this little amount enough to excite you so? It is more than sufficient. Do you know that many wealthy tycoons may not possess this much gold? Su Mukin expressed his contentment with the harvest. Ultra-rich individuals may not lack money, but they cannot amass gold in the same manner as Su Mukin. This accomplishment surpassed countless affluent individuals, filling him with pride. Oh, the dragon baby nodded obediently. Sleeping on a bed of gold has been my childhood dream. I must have a golden bed. Su Mukin's eyes sparkled with determination as he issued the command. The equipment whirred to life, laying out a vast golden bed. Time to sleep on a golden bed. Su Mukin shouted joyfully, rolling around like a playful puppy. Su Yulua joined him on the golden bed, rolling and laughing until her eyes squinted shut. Did you not claim to dislike gold? Su Mukin teased. Indeed, I did say I do not love gold. But I never stated that I do not adore a golden bed, Su Yulua cleverly retorted. Is there truly a difference between a golden bed and gold? Su Mukin was too engrossed in the luxurious metallic texture to engage with her. I still want a golden throne. After spending some time on the golden bed, Su Mukin remained unsatisfied and commanded again. The equipment came to life, forming a grand golden chair. Su Mukin sat upon it, surveying his surroundings with satisfaction before beckoning Su Yulua, saying, "Hurry and pay your respects to me." What do you mean? Su Yulua frowned, displeased. I mean, having such a throne made of gold is a privilege that even ancient emperors did not possess. You should pay homage to me. Su Mukin's eyes gleamed with excitement, proclaiming his superiority over time. Ancient emperors had thrones crafted from gold, intricately designed and symbolizing royal authority. However, the quantity of gold used was merely a few hundred pounds. Unlike Su Mukin's extravagant throne made from over 4 tons of gold, this level of opulence and flamboyance surpassed all ancient kings. He sprawled across the golden chair, changing positions as Su Yulua, not to be outdone, mirrored him, laughing until her eyes were nearly closed. Finally satiated, he commanded the return home, leaving a small amount for cultivating nanobugs and deciding to sell 4 tons. Su Mukin pondered, stroking his chin. That seems quite a lot. It may be difficult to sell. What should I do? Upon returning to shore, he called He-Yan. Aunt He. Hello, this is Su Mukin. I have a small matter I would like your assistance with. I have some gold I wish to sell. Could you help me find a buyer? Just a few hundred kilograms, nothing more. How much? A few hundred kilograms? Did you rob a vault? He-Yan's high-pitched scream pierced through the phone, startling Su Mukin. He quickly pulled the phone away from his ear, activating his sarcasm mode. It's just a few hundred kilograms of gold. Is such a reaction necessary? If I told you I had nearly 5 tons, would you think the sky was falling? Gold must be sold swiftly to convert it into cash for purchasing materials, necessitating a significant buyer. Lacking connections in this realm, Su Mukin sought He-Yan's help, though he was taken aback by her intense reaction. Considering her status as a member of the billion-dollar club, confident that He-Yan would not harm him, he still exercised caution, refraining from revealing the full extent of his gold. 5 tons is quite an intimidating figure. Even someone like He-Yan might be taken aback. And he, you are a respected member of the billion-dollar club. Is such astonishment warranted? Su Mukin complained lightly, his ears still ringing. Little Su, you speak without understanding. Yes, I am a member of the billion-dollar club, and my wealth is considerable, but I have never seen what a few hundred kilograms of gold looks like. It must be dazzling and exquisite. He-Yan's tone dripped with envy. Though wealthy, primarily through investments and fixed assets, her liquid cash may not be substantial. Who would hoard hundreds of kilograms of gold unless speculating? Little Su, how much exactly are we talking? After her outburst, He-Yan inquired. The term a few hundred kilograms was vague. Whether it was 2 or 300 or 4 or 500 made a significant difference. Approximately 4 to 500 kilograms. Su Mukin reported only a fraction of the truth. He-Yan's reaction was already intense. Revealing the complete truth might be too overwhelming. One could only imagine her rushing over to witness the spectacle of several tons of gold. Goodness! He-Yan, usually composed, exclaimed, her voice rising an octave. Little Su, it appears you are truly favored by fortune. Even 4 to 500 kilograms of gold, valued at over 100 million, paled in comparison to He-Yan's wealth. Yet the visual impact of such a quantity was striking, challenging her imagination. Little Su, you've presented me with quite the conundrum, He-Yan mused. Gold is a precious metal with minimal consumption, especially in our town of Jinhai. Even selling 100 kilograms would take considerable time. 4 to 500 kilograms would indeed be quite challenging locally. We would need to seek buyers elsewhere, but I have yet to delve into this field, making it difficult for me to find a seller immediately. After a brief pause, she continued, Little Su, I can help you find a buyer. But it may take some time. If you are in a hurry, you might reach out to Lu Yong. He has connections across various industries. Moreover, he is a native of the capital, where the consumption of gold is astonishing. Lu Yong? Su Mukin slapped his forehead, realizing how he had forgotten about him. As a member of the trillion-dollar club, Lu Yong knows people from various industries. His network is extensive, far surpassing that of He-Yan. More importantly, being from the capital grants him considerable influence, and the city's gold consumption is unparalleled, far exceeding that of Jinhai City. In the capital, wealthy individuals abound. and the affluent class is numerous, it is no exaggeration to say that the wealthy residents of the capital purchase gold for value preservation, leading to significant consumption. He Yan intended to call Lu Yong regarding this matter, but Su Mukin declined, asserting that he would handle it himself. Xiaosu. Gold is a strategically controlled resource by the state, closely tied to national gold reserves, which in turn affects financial stability. The state regulates it strictly. So you must be cautious. The fewer people who know, the better. Try to keep it to yourself, He Yan advised. Given such a large quantity, you certainly cannot sell it at market price. The price must be lower, which is acceptable. However, it is imperative to ensure that the buyer cleans the money, making it legitimate and free from any incriminating ties. Gold is inherently not currency, yet currency is inherently gold. Not only do individuals enjoy investing in gold for its value preservation, but nations also utilize gold for the same purpose, maintaining reserves that are crucial for financial stability. Hence, the state exercises stringent control over gold. If a few tons were to be exposed, the consequences for Su Mukin could be dire. He Yan's attentiveness to every detail touched Su Mukin, warming his heart as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Aunt He. Remarkably, throughout their conversation, He Yan never inquired about the gold's origins, which was particularly commendable. After retrieving Lu Yong's phone number, Su Mukin made the call. After a few polite exchanges, he broached the subject, and Lu Yong's reaction surprised him. Xiaosu, confess honestly, which bank's vault did you raid? His tone soared an octave higher, sharp and piercing, rivaling that of He Yan. Uncle Lu, as a prominent member of the $1 trillion club with considerable wealth, is it really necessary? Su Mukin found himself in a teasing mode, reveling in the opportunity to poke fun at Lu Yong. With 400 to 500 kilograms of gold, the market value is not insignificant, merely over 100 million, which pales in comparison to his own wealth. However, he mused, you know, I have only had one opportunity in my life to see so much gold. Lu Yong, feeling a tinge of jealousy, retorted, you must have stumbled upon some extraordinary luck. When people acquire wealth, if they are not inclined to engage in business, they typically deposit it in banks or invest in gold for preservation. However, Lu Yong is not of that ilk. He is a remarkably successful businessman, a member of the $1 trillion club, with his wealth continuously generating more wealth through investment. The likelihood of him purchasing gold for preservation is minimal. Xiaosu, I can assist you in this matter. Shall I connect you with Dry Gold? After his jest, Lu Yong shifted to serious business. Dry Gold? Su Mukin was somewhat taken aback. Dry Gold is the largest gold firm in the new era and ranks third globally. With Dryce's capabilities, handling several hundred kilograms of gold is trivial, and even several tons would pose no issue. Su Mukin was elated. He intended to sell 4 tons, a quantity that most ordinary gold firms would struggle to absorb. I trust Uncle Lu, he readily agreed. Xiaosu, without documentation, gold cannot be valued at market price. It must be lower. I will guide you on this. You will not suffer losses, Lu Yong advised, considering Su Mukin's interests. This money must also be cleaned and made legitimate. You can rest assured in using it. However, be prepared for some associated costs. Gold is a strategically controlled resource, and the price disparity between documented and undocumented gold is substantial. If a dishonest buyer emerges, they might press for a rock-bottom price, or worse, report you, leading to severe consequences. Such concerns were precisely why Su Mukin refrained from selling the gold himself and sought assistance. Though Su Mukin's gold was clean in origin, it lacked documentation, inevitably resulting in a lower price. Cleaning the money became paramount for Su Mukin to utilize it without apprehension. Thank you, Uncle Lu. With Lu Yong's help, Su Mukin felt reassured. They exchanged further pleasantries, during which Lu Yong imparted several insights, greatly enlightening Su Mukin. Finally, Lu Yong provided Su Mukin with the phone number of Han Shi, the owner of Dry Gold, before ending the call. Just after hanging up, an unfamiliar call came in. It was none other than Han Shi. Lu Yong's efficiency was remarkable, truly befitting a member of the $1 trillion club. Han Shi, in his 50s, maintained an impressive appearance, with fair skin that made him appear closer to 40. With a square face, large eyes, and wearing rimless glasses, he exuded an air of refinement, resembling a university professor. His tailored suit further accentuated his poise. Hello, Xiaosu. I am Han Shi. His voice was clear and articulate, reminiscent of a television announcer. As he extended his right hand towards Su Mukin shook his hand, feeling its firmness, and said, I apologize for troubling you, Mr. Han. Old Lu specifically requested this. I trust his judgment, Han Shi replied with a smile. 400 to 500 kilograms of gold might be considerable for other firms, but for Dry Gold, it was inconsequential. Han Shi's personal visit was more a testament to Lu Yong's stature and dedication than a necessity. Su Mukin felt immense gratitude toward Lu Yong for this support. After a few pleasantries, Su Chen invited Han Shi and his entourage into his office, offering them tea. Han Shi, also a member of the $1 Trillion Club, arrived with a team of bodyguards, a beautiful secretary, and a gold inspector. The bodyguards were well trained. Towering figures likely composed of retired special forces, while the secretary possessed an elegant figure, high attractiveness, and commendable poise. This display was fitting for someone of Han Shi's wealth and status. After a few sips of tea, Han Shi got straight to the point. Xiao Su. I tend to be quite direct. Let us take a look at the gold. Certainly. Su Chen nodded. Eager to sell and acquire the funds to procure materials for his ocean factory. Rising from his seat, he approached the filing cabinet, pulling it open to reveal a dazzling array of gold bars. For anyone else, witnessing such an abundance of gold would be shocking. Even the wealthy like He Yan and Lu Yong would feel a degree of astonishment. Yet, Han Shi and his team merely glanced at the gold without further reaction. As the third largest gold firm in the world, they dealt with gold daily, and whether it was several hundred kilograms or more, they remained unfazed. Han Shi nodded at the inspector, who stepped forward, weighing a gold bar in his hands. 1 pound, he stated. Since gold is sold by the gram, even a slight deviation in weight can result in a significant monetary difference, making the ability to gauge weight by hand essential for a gold inspector. He proceeded to examine several more bars, expressing mild surprise at their uniform weight, all 1 pound each, very consistent. With the Long Jiao clan's superior technique, consistency was to be expected. Even the most advanced scales would struggle to achieve greater precision. He placed a dozen bars on the desk, then retrieved a set of equipment from a briefcase, adjusting it to begin testing the purity of the gold. As a precious metal, the purity of gold is of utmost importance, as even a small impurity can translate to a substantial financial loss. Upon completing the purity test for the first gold bar, the inspector's face displayed sheer astonishment, his eyes widening as he examined the equipment in bewilderment. Xiaoli, what is the matter? Han Shi raised an eyebrow. Mr. Han, the purity is just 2. Xiaoli, the inspector, hesitated momentarily. Han Shi's expression soured as he fixed his gaze on Su Chen. Do you dare to tamper with it? My dresser gold bank is not something you can provoke. For Lu Yong's sake, I won't ruin you completely, but at least I shall strip you of a layer of skin. As the largest gold bank in the new dynasty, Dresser wielded considerable power. A mere flick of their hand could easily leave Su Chen in dire straits. Su Chen met Han Shi's gaze head-on, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. Too high. Xiaoli finally regained his composure and completed his statement. What? The purity is too high? Han Shi was taken aback, realizing he might have misinterpreted the situation, and offered an apologetic smile to Su Chen. Su Chen responded with an affable grin, his smile broadening further. Indeed, I have never encountered such high-purity gold before. The astonishment on Xiao Li's face deepened. Oh, how high? Han Shi inquired eagerly. Xiao Li, a top inspector at Dresser, had tested countless tons of gold, yet he had never seen him so astonished. The purity must be extraordinary. 99.99999999999. Mr. Han, perhaps our equipment is malfunctioning. Xiao Li expressed disbelief at the possibility of such high-purity gold. There are just too many nines. Higher than the purity of the silicon used in atomic bombs. Really? Han Shi finally rose to his feet and hurried over to the equipment, his face a mask of shock upon viewing the results. It must be a malfunction. Han Shi adjusted his glasses, pondering aloud. In all my years of working with gold, I have never encountered such high purity. Not only have I not seen it, but I have never even heard of it. It cannot be anything other than a malfunction. Han Shi and Xiao Li busied themselves around the equipment, trying to ascertain the source of the problem, but after a considerable amount of time, they found nothing amiss. Su Chen stood aside, arms crossed, observing the two as they floundered in their efforts. He savored the spectacle of the wealthy man's disarray, relishing the rare opportunity. If Han Shi were to discover his true thoughts, he would surely be furious. Mr. Han, it is not a matter of equipment. The purity of my gold is simply that high. Su Chen finally clarified as he watched the two continue their futile endeavor. Impossible. Xiao Li scoffed. Xiao Su. Such a high purity of gold does not exist globally. Han Shi, the big boss, chose his words carefully. Mr. Han, technology is advancing, and methods of gold refinement are improving. The purity of my gold is undoubtedly the highest in the world. Su Chen chuckled, seizing the opportunity to boast. The clients introduced to me by Uncle Lu. How could I let you suffer losses? Though the purity had increased, if he were to take a slight loss, he would consider it a means to forge a friendship. The reason for achieving such high purity was that a lower purity would fail to showcase his skills. With 20 million tons of gold still in the ocean, he might stumble upon another gold mine in the future. Therefore, it was imperative to leave a lasting impression on Dresser Gold Bank, ideally ensuring Han Shi would never forget him. If that were the case, Then Su Muching had indeed acted generously. Although such high purity was not necessary for jewelry, it had extensive applications, and even as a prized possession for the store, it would be a significant gain. Moreover, the other gold banks did not possess such high-purity gold. Having it would surely elevate their prestige considerably. Having found no faults with the equipment, Han Shi was compelled to believe it. He personally tested the gold on his desk, and upon confirming the high purity, his face lit up with joy. He eagerly conducted tests on over 100 pieces, and without exception, they were all high-purity gold. Han Shi's astonishment mingled with elation. This trove of high-purity gold was an unparalleled treasure, and he could not help but beam with delight. A distinguished tycoon and member of the Trillionaire Club, he was not one to be swayed by mere monetary gain. However, the existence of such high-purity gold, unique in the world, opened up an array of possibilities for him. Initially, he had come to Jinhai at Liu Yang's request, unable to decline such a favor. But now he felt that this trip was one of the wisest decisions of his life. Xiao Su, the purity of this gold is exceedingly rare. I am very satisfied. I will calculate at the market price of 310 yuan per gram. How does that sound? Han Shi grasped Su Muching's hand, a broad smile on his face. Su Muching's gold lacked certification, preventing him from calculating based on the market price. He had long prepared for a possible price reduction, but Han Shi's offer was unexpectedly generous. He would not haggle and would pay market price. With his pockets empty, suddenly earning 2 billion felt like a slice of heaven had fallen from the sky, landing squarely in his mouth. Mr. Han is generous. I appreciate your straightforwardness and will defer to your decision. Su Muching was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Han Shi appreciated the sentiment, chuckling and praising. Xiao Su is a straightforward person. I will ensure you do not suffer losses. Old Lu specifically instructed me to launder the money for your convenience, which would typically incur a fee. I shall waive that fee. Such high-purity gold was exceedingly rare, unique in the world. Securing this batch would allow Han Shi to expand Dresser's global standing, yielding unimaginable benefits. Su Muching was astute enough to recognize this. Had he been petty and stubborn, it would have posed a problem. However, in response to Su Muching's forthrightness, he reciprocated with generosity. Then I thank you, Mr. Han. Su Muching felt immense gratitude towards Liu Yang. His referral was indeed commendable, and Han Shi's straightforwardness aligned perfectly with Su Muching's temperament. This is 500 kilograms, totaling 155 million. Xiao Su, provide me with your account details so I may transfer the funds. Han Shi acted swiftly, executing the transaction on the spot. Upon receiving the notification, Su Muching gazed at the numbers, his joy palpable. Such high-purity gold was indeed a rarity. Unfortunately, it was somewhat limited. Han Shi observed Xiao Li and the others packing the gold into bags, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. With such high-purity gold, the more, the better. Hearing this, Su Muching felt a surge of delight. Just as he was contemplating a nap, Han Shi offered him a pillow. Truly a good man. Mr. Han, do you wish to acquire more? Of course, with such high-purity gold, I will take as much as you have. Han Shi suddenly had a realization, his eyes widening as he looked at Su Muching, tentatively asking, Xiao Su, you wouldn't happen to have more, would you? Mr. Han, congratulations on realizing your wishes. Su Muching teased, swiftly moving to another filing cabinet, pulling it open to reveal another dazzling array of gold that dazzled Han Shi's eyes. So much? A chorus of gasps erupted from Han Shi, Xiao Li, the beautiful secretary, and the bodyguards. Though they had seen plenty of gold, this was no ordinary gold. It was the globally unmatched high-purity gold, a first-time sighting that struck them with a profound psychological impact. A total of 4 tons. Su Muching clapped his hands. All of it is of this high purity. Mr. Han, you may test it. Ignoring his image as a wealthy man, Han Shi rubbed his hands together. Jogging to the filing cabinet, his eyes wide with excitement, reaching out with a trembling hand to caress the gold bars. Gently stroking them as if caressing a lover's delicate skin, his face a portrait of ecstasy. The splendid gold, the intoxicating touch, this is gold. His voice rose and fell, each word resonating clearly, akin to a poet reciting verses. After a prolonged moment of rapture, Han Shi finally regained his senses and instructed Xiao Li to commence testing. The results, unsurprisingly, confirmed the high purity. Han Shi could hardly contain his joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. The total value amounted to 24 billion. 4 tons of high-purity gold would send shockwaves through the gold industry, elevating Dresser's standing tremendously. Han Shi was utterly satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Han. Su Muching was quite pleased with this outcome. After completing the transfer, his wealth had noticeably increased, elevating him from the ranks of billionaires to the elite circle of 10 billionaires. The sensation was exhilarating. However, he mused on how long this newfound fortune would last. Would it even have time to warm up? Engaging in high-tech ventures often led to such fluctuations. One moment his pockets were overflowing, and the next, they could be as empty as a clean slate. Don't keep calling me Mr. Han. It's too formal, given my age. You might as well call me Uncle Han, Hanshi said, pulling Su Mukin's hand and playfully patting the back of it, his eyes squinting with laughter. Hanshi was slightly older than Su Yujiang and could indeed be considered an uncle to Su Mukin, who decided not to be overly pretentious and replied, Uncle Han, will your bank be purchasing gold in the future? The oceans are rich with gold, and Dryce would be a commendable buyer. We must cultivate a good relationship. Little Su. Do you have any? Hanshi's eyes lit up. Such high-purity gold was rare to find, and naturally, Hanshi preferred to have as much as possible. Not at the moment, Su Mukin replied. Hanshi understood immediately there was none now, but there would be in the future. He eagerly sought to strengthen their rapport, saying, Little Su, if you have any goods in hand, give me a call. Rest assured, I will take as much as you have without letting you suffer any loss. A stable source of gold was vital for the bank, especially such high-purity gold. This connection must be secured. Originally, Su Mukin intended to treat Hanshi to dinner. But upon arriving at the Guanhai Tower, Hanshi insisted on treating Su Mukin, as he was keen on fostering their relationship. Fearing that Su Mukin might not supply him with such high-purity gold in the future, the meal was quite lavish, costing nearly 100,000, demonstrating Hanshi's sincere desire to befriend Su Mukin. After dinner, Su Mukin returned to his office and began tallying his accounts. The feeling of wealth was simply delightful. 1 word, exhilarating. 2 words, incredibly exhilarating. 3 words, extremely exhilarating. 4 words, absolutely euphoric. Su Mukin leaped and laughed in his office, clapping his hands to express his joy. The sensation of having money was truly delightful. The last time he felt such a rush was after selling some dark wood. And now that feeling was returning, bringing him immense joy. Look at how ecstatic you are. I can't bear to dampen your spirits, Su Yulua teased, tilting her head and rolling her eyes, ready to throw some shade. Last time, your 400 million didn't even have time to warm up before it disappeared. This time won't be any different. That was merely because the amount was too small, just 400 million. Su Mukin brushed it off, waving his hand with confidence. This time is different. I have 1.2 billion, and it will last much longer. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of a toad? Such audacity for just 400 million. If others were to hear this, many would envy him. There are countless people who would never earn such a sum in their lifetimes. The last time the money vanished was because 400 million was indeed not substantial. This time, with 3 times that amount, it must last at least overnight. Shall I calculate it for you? Su Yulua's eyes were darting around, clearly planning something mischievous. Calculate away, indulge in it. Su Mukin was unbothered. Even if he spent it as he did last time, it would take a while. Perhaps it's best not to. I'm afraid it might make you cry. Su Yulua shook her head. I'm not buying it. Su Mukin stood with his hands on his hips, exuding confidence. If you wish to build an ocean factory, the first step is to establish a power plant, which will require at least 100 million. Su Yulua counted on her fingers like a schoolgirl. 100 million? That's not too much. Su Mukin placed his hand over his heart, realizing how quickly it could vanish. Building an ocean factory necessitates an energy tower, which will cost at least 300 million. Her words struck like daggers, piercing Su Mukin's heart. 300 million? Su Mukin gritted his teeth. To produce aluminum ore and gallium arsenide, including the materials required for the factory itself, you will need 500 million. Su Yulua and Apos' words were sharp, akin to a sword, striking deep into Su Mukin and Apos' chest. If you wish to expedite the production of equipment, you will also need 200 million for nanomaterials. Each of her words was a precise cut, wounding Su Mukin's heart further. 11 billion, gone. Su Mukin's eyes reddened. Clutching his chest, he felt weak and defeated, his breath shallow, repeatedly lamenting. My little money has sprouted wings and flown away. My little money has sprouted wings and flown away. That evening, Su Mukin returned home for dinner with his parents. His mother, Wu Yin, stared intently at him. Chinzi, what happened to your eyes? It was undoubtedly the result of his heartache over his lost fortune, fulfilling Su Yulua's prediction of him crying over money. My eyes fell into the sand, Su Mukin quickly improvised. Crying over money was too embarrassing to admit. Huh? Su Yujiang's interest peaked. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean your eyes fell into the sand? Show me. It was the sand that blew into my eyes at the beach. I rubbed them. And that's how they ended up, Su Mukin explained, trying to recover. Su Yujiang's expression returned to normal. Chinzi, I thought you had your eye on some girl. With those red eyes, Wu Yin commented, seemingly recalling something, you really should put in some effort to find a girl and get engaged. Just look at that Xiaoluo. Changing girlfriends like clothes. Mom, what kind of talk is that? Why compare to him, a notorious flirt? Su Mukin was all too familiar with Luo Tinghui, cautious about engaging in such comparisons. What's wrong with a flirt? One slip-up could lead to success, and I could be a grandparent soon. Wu Yin was fully supportive of the idea, almost eager for Su Myukin to bring home a horde of girlfriends. How's your factory going? Trying to shift the conversation for his mother, who was eager for grandchildren, Su Myukin quickly asked. Very well indeed. Su Yujiang's eyes squinted with satisfaction over recent progress. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Myukin called Luo Dinghui, but his phone was turned off. He wondered which woman had kept him busy all night, seemingly indifferent to the consequences. Feeling uncertain about relying on him, Su Myukin called Lu Feng, who answered promptly. Brother Su, you called? What can I do for you? Just let me know, and I'll do my utmost to assist. Lu, I need a favor. I want to register a company. Can you help me expedite the process? Su Myukin stated his intention clearly. To venture into chip production, a company was essential, especially with plans to build an ocean factory imminently. This matter could not be delayed any longer, as the standard procedure would take too long. Utilizing existing connections was imperative. That's no problem. Bring your documents, and we can meet at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Lu Feng readily agreed. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. With you leading the charge, I am confident this will be resolved swiftly. Upon arriving at the bureau, Su Myukin was taken aback to find Lu Feng surrounded by admirers. Both employees and patrons alike, regardless of age or gender, buzzing around him like flies. Su Myukin truly desired to turn and leave, but upon seeing him, Lu Feng appeared as if he had encountered a savior. Su Gu, you have finally arrived, he exclaimed. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and the gazes of those around them pierced through him like swords, sending chills down Su Myukin's spine. He silently vowed never to associate with Lu Feng again. Feeling the immense pressure weighing upon him, after considerable effort, they managed to break through the crowd, with Lu Feng leading him directly to the director's office. The director, surnamed Hao, was a middle-aged man in his 50s, slightly balding and somewhat plump, who greeted them with a warm smile and personally served them tea. Uncle Hao, this is my friend Su Myukin. He wishes to register a company. Could you assist him? Lu Feng stated, briefly expressing his intentions. Of course, Director Hao readily agreed. Acknowledging the importance of Lu Feng's reputation, it is commendable that young Su is venturing into entrepreneurship at such a tender age. There are too few young people like him nowadays. We must offer our full support. Entrepreneurship is a key focus of national policy, and I am duty-bound to assist. He then requested Su Myukin's identification and promptly began the registration process. Young Su, what will your company be called? Director Hao inquired, adjusting his glasses. Ocean Technology Company. Su Myukin replied, having already contemplated the name. With the Jialong vessel in his possession, the sea would serve as his playground, making it essential for the company's name to reflect this connection. That is a splendid name, Director Hao complimented. In less than half an hour, the registration was completed, prompting Su Myukin to reflect on the advantages of power. Had he attempted this alone, it would have taken nearly half a month. Even engaging an agent would have required at least a week. Congratulations, Su Zong. Lu Feng beamed, offering his felicitations. Thank you. Indeed, Su Myukin replied cheerfully. Although he was still a solitary figure, he was now the head of a company. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, with the company established. He could envision a bright future ahead. After bidding farewell to Director Hao and leaving the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, they were once again surrounded by onlookers. The allure of Su Myukin's presence was undeniable, and amidst the crowd of employees and visitors, they struggled to escape. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Su Myukin remarked with a hint of exasperation, Lu Deshao, being with you is quite the pressure. What do you mean by that? Speak again, and I shall sever ties with you. Lu Feng retorted, interpreting Su Myukin's words as a veiled reference to his charm. Su Myukin chuckled mischievously, stroking his chin. Lu Feng, feeling a surge of irritation, quickly shifted the topic. Now that you are a CEO, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Let's head to Guanhai Tower, Su Myukin replied. Had it not been for Lu Feng's considerable influence, he would have had to make multiple trips to obtain the business license. Treating Lu Feng to a meal was the least he could do. There's no need to go to Guanhai Tower. We can find a more casual place to eat, Lu Feng suggested, wishing to avoid extravagance. Do you know of a good spot? Su Myukin inquired, eager to honor Lu Feng's suggestions. As residents of Zhenhai City, we have had our fill of seafood. However, I do cherish bluefin tuna. It is indeed a rare delicacy, Lu Feng reminisced, his eyes sparkling as he recalled a memorable feast. I will take you to a place that offers something special. Very well, I shall defer to you. Indeed. Along the coast, seafood was a staple, and unless it was of the highest quality, it held little allure. A unique culinary experience sounded delightful to Su Myukin. By the way, where do you plan to establish your company? Will you build a new, rent a factory, or acquire one? Lu Feng asked, slapping his forehead as he remembered a crucial matter. Su Myukin pondered thoughtfully. While a chip factory could be constructed at sea, The product ultimately needed to be sold on land, necessitating a company presence there. The current microfactory was insufficient for his needs, its purpose had been fulfilled. And it was time to consider a new location. Building anew is out of the question. It would take too long. I do not have that luxury of time. Su Yukin stated decisively. Renting is feasible, but if the conditions are right, acquiring a property would be ideal. What are your requirements? Please elaborate, Lu Feng urged. What's the matter? Do you have resources? Su Yukin asked, sensing a possibility. I merely wish to assist you, Lu Feng clarified. My parents have connections in this regard, which would save you considerable effort compared to seeking out opportunities on your own. Su Yukin nodded, recognizing the advantages. He knew that Yan, a member of the billionaire club and a prominent entrepreneur in Zhenhai City, possessed substantial resources. Even if she could not assist, Lu Junhua, the vice mayor, would surely be willing to help, as it aligned with national policies and revitalizing assets. My requirements are modest. First, the location must be spacious and possess growth potential. Second, it must be coastal, as my company is based on marine endeavors. The rest is not of great concern, Su Yukin articulated, having contemplated these factors well in advance. The advanced technologies of Jiaodu offered numerous products to develop, necessitating ample space to avoid hindrances to growth. Proper planning was essential, otherwise, rectifying issues later would be cumbersome. Proximity to the sea was non-negotiable, as it would facilitate maritime activities. All right, I'll call my mother now, Lu Feng declared, stepping aside to take out his newly purchased domestic smartphone and dial Yan. Having been burned by foreign products, he had vowed to abandon American brands, even opting for a domestic phone. Su Yukin stood patiently, awaiting Lu Feng's return. After 2 minutes, Lu Feng turned and asked, Do you need a shipyard? A shipyard? Su Yukin's heart raced at the prospect. This could be the optimal solution. A shipyard would undoubtedly offer ample space, be situated by the sea, and have docks ideal for maritime endeavors while remaining discreet. Which shipyard? Su Yukin inquired eagerly. Yuanhua Shipyard, Lu Feng responded. Su Yukin was familiar with Yuanhua Shipyard. It was a shipbuilding enterprise in Zhenhai City that had once been a star company and a significant taxpayer. However, due to inadequate technological advancements, it lost business to competitors and ultimately succumbed to bankruptcy. Has TIA been bankrupt for several years? It went under during my college entrance examination year. 4 years ago, has it not been sold yet? Su Yukin asked, astonished. The bankruptcy of Yuanhua Shipyard had caused quite a stir in Zhenhai City, and it had become a cautionary tale for poor management, heavily reported by the media. That year coincided with Su Yukin's high school graduation. Calculating the timeline, it was indeed surprising that it had not yet been sold after more than 4 years. The equipment has long been liquidated. Now only the land remains, which no one wants to buy, Lu Feng explained, shaking his head. You are well aware of that location, being a native of Zhenhai. Su Yukin knew well that Yuanhua Shipyard was rather remote, having been excluded from development zones despite multiple expansions in the city. Given its secluded nature, even with further expansions, its inclusion in a development zone was merely a possibility, not a certainty. However, for Su Yukin, this was inconsequential. The shipyard was coastal, with a deep water port and docks, making it incredibly convenient for maritime ventures. Its remote location meant infrequent visitors, providing the perfect cover for his secrets. This is my ideal location, Su Yukin exclaimed with enthusiasm. I absolutely want it. Lu Feng tilted his head and looked at him, somewhat perplexed. That place is too remote. You must think it through. Others establish factories closer to the city, yet Su Yukin has chosen to venture far from urban areas, which is rather perplexing. Developing marine technology. Is there a more suitable location than this? Su Yukin had made up his mind. Indeed, Lu Feng pondered for a moment, nodding. That location is indeed excellent for shipbuilding. With its natural deep water port and ample space, there is no better place for advancing marine technology. Unfortunately, the Yuanhua Shipyard has encountered operational issues. Its technology has not kept pace and has been impacted, leading to its bankruptcy. Modern shipbuilding technology is becoming increasingly sophisticated, not to mention foreign advancements. Even the shipbuilding technology of the new dynasty has astonished the world. Their modular construction method is renowned globally, and as the new dynasty's vessels grow larger, their production speed has left the world in awe. Even large destroyers can be constructed simultaneously, prompting foreign media to marvel at the rapid production of new dynasty warships. The failure to update technology in a timely manner inevitably leads to obsolescence. With this settled, Lu Feng responded to Yan that Su Yukin was interested. Yan was somewhat surprised and asked Lu Feng to pass the phone to Su Yukin, wishing to discuss it with him directly and urge him to reconsider. However, Su Yukin remained steadfast, and she had no choice but to relent. Ultimately, she provided Su Mukin with the contact number for Yuan Haogui, the owner of Yuanhua Shipyard. Su Mukin drove towards Yuanhua Shipyard, intending to first assess the situation before discussing the acquisition. Not long after, Yuan Haogui's call came through. His tone exceedingly cordial. "Is this Mr. Su? I am Yuan Haogui, the owner of Yuanhua Shipyard." "Hello, Mr. Yuan." Su Mukin thought the call came rather swiftly. "Mr. Su, are you genuinely interested? If you are merely browsing, then there's no need." Yuan Haogui's words left Su Mukin bewildered regarding the situation. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Yuan? I don't quite understand." Su Mukin was confused. Is this how one conducts business, dismissing someone before negotiations have even begun? "Mr. Su, please do not misunderstand. I believe you are aware of the shipyard's condition. Many have inquired, yet upon arrival, they have shown no interest and left immediately. I cannot help but feel apprehensive." Yuan Haogui explained cautiously. "Let me put it this way, I am a native of Shanghai, and I am well aware of the situation at Yuanhua Shipyard. I am very satisfied with the location. As long as the price is right, I will purchase it." Su Mukin did not beat around the bush, stating, "If you are sincere about selling, we can meet at the shipyard." "No problem, no problem," came the reassuring sound of Yuan Haogui's chest thumping, causing Su Mukin to hold the phone away from his ear. "I will await your esteemed presence at the shipyard." Exiting the urban area of Shanghai, they traveled along a broad yet markedly dilapidated road heading southeast. Half an hour later, a crescent-shaped bay came into view, the very location of Yuanhua Shipyard. Nature's craftsmanship was astonishing. This bay was a deep water area, with depths nearing 2,000 meters. Such profound waters along the coastline are indeed rare. The water was pristine, a clear azure, resembling a blue gemstone, mesmerizing to behold. The gentle sea breeze stirred slight ripples, while seabirds soared, occasionally diving like arrows to capture darting fish, their joyous cries echoing in the air. "How beautiful!" Su Mukin immediately fell in love with the place, his eyes wide open, gazing intently at the sea, seemingly insatiable in his admiration. "If we could develop seaside villas here, it would surely be highly profitable." Lu Feng's eyes sparkled, captivated by the scenery, unable to look away. True, the location is a bit isolated, too far from the urban center. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained unsold. Su Mukin nodded in agreement. The scenery was indeed splendid, and the location was prime for real estate development. The only issue was its distance from the city, which would deter potential buyers. Otherwise, Yuanhua Shipyard would have been sold long ago. Yuanhua Shipyard was vast, albeit in a state of disrepair. The walls were crumbling, with sections leaning precariously, nearly collapsed. Overrun with wild grass, resembling an abandoned wasteland. The entire facility appeared akin to a decrepit elder, nearing its end. If one were to stand there at sunset, it would truly evoke a sense of the sun setting behind the western hills, its vitality waning. Had he not witnessed it himself? Su Mukin would never have imagined that the once illustrious Yuanhua Shipyard in Shanghai had fallen into such a state of decay. This left him with a sense of melancholy. Reflecting on the impermanence of life, the car halted at the dilapidated entrance of the shipyard, where a man in his 50s, with graying hair and a somewhat stooped posture, approached with a broad smile, exclaiming, "You must be Mr. Su? I am Yuan Haogui." Su Mukin was taken aback by the man's appearance, given modern medical conditions. One would expect someone of his age to be sprightly, not resembling an old man. "I am Su Mukin. Hello, Mr. Yuan." He politely extended his right hand for a handshake. Yuan Haogui clasped Su Mukin's hand tightly, reluctant to let go, as if he had encountered a savior. His eyes glistening with tears, he exclaimed, "Mr. Su, you are truly youthful. I never expected this." Su Mukin exerted considerable effort to free his hand, introducing Mr. Yuan. "This is my friend, Lu Feng." Yuan Haogui's gaze swept over Lu Feng, visibly impressed, seizing Lu Feng's hand and repeatedly expressing admiration, saying, "Mr. Su, you truly have an eye for beauty. Your girlfriend is stunning." "Girlfriend?" Su Mukin shuddered in response, thinking, what kind of vision is this? Unable to distinguish between genders? If you need to discern Lu Feng's gender, it truly tests one's perception. "I am male, a man, with all the attributes." Lu Feng felt a surge of indignation, grinding his teeth, retorting fiercely, "Male." Yuan Haogui's face flushed deeper than a ripe tomato, hastily releasing Lu Feng's hand, somewhat flustered, and promptly changing the subject. "Mr. Su, allow me to show you around." Su Mukin winked at Lu Feng, struggling to suppress laughter, as he replied, "That would be much appreciated. Not a bother at all. Please follow me." Yuan Haogui gestured them in. Lu Feng shot a dagger's glance at Su Mukin, huffily leading the way. Su Mukin and Yuan Haogui walked side by side into the shipyard, where the state of disrepair became even more pronounced. The factory buildings were askew and dilapidated, riddled with large holes, clearly showing signs of long neglect. The only somewhat intact structure was a 20-story office building, remaining relatively whole. under Yuan Haogui's guidance. They toured the entire shipyard, gaining a general understanding of the dire condition it was in. The shipyard had become irreparably dilapidated. The docks were unusable, the port was inoperative, and all factory buildings were non-functional, with the office building being the sole exception that could be renovated for use. Mr. Yuan, I recall during my school days, your shipyard was a star enterprise in our city, a major taxpayer, even featured on local television. How did it come to this? Su Yukin had long harbored this question. At its peak, Yuanhua Shipyard was renowned throughout Jinhai. With media coverage and government officials visiting, the entire city was aware of its prominence. And working there was a source of pride for residents, to the extent that it was believed to enhance one's prospects in finding a spouse. Yet, just a few years later, it collapsed. The change was exceedingly rapid. Lu Feng, equally intrigued by the matter, widened his eyes and perked up his ears. Ultimately, it was my poor decision-making, Yuan Haogui lamented, patting his forehead with a sigh, gesturing towards the land outside the shipyard and explaining, "Do you see? The land occupied by our shipyard is not just what we have seen. It encompasses additional territory extending beyond the shipyard, totaling over 10,000 acres. Is that so?" Su Yukin was taken aback, having assumed that the area within the shipyard boundaries constituted its entire holdings. Lu Feng was taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. Moreover, this expanse of sea, extending 100 nautical miles from the bay, belonged entirely to our shipyard. Yuan Haogui's words were even more alarming. What do you intend to do with the sea? Purchasing land on solid ground is understandable, but acquiring the sea perplexes Su Yukin. Lu Feng nodded, equally bewildered. During the peak of the shipyard's success, my ambitions grew. I yearned to expand our operations and venture into auxiliary industries at sea, such as maritime tourism. After all, we construct our own vessels, significantly reducing costs. If successful, it would become another pillar of profit. Yuan Haogui slapped himself in frustration, lamenting, "That was my gravest mistake. A vast amount of capital transformed into fixed assets, leaving little for technological investment. Without timely updates in technology, we ended up in this predicament. Regardless of the endeavor, technology is fundamental. Once we fall behind, the consequences are dire." Su Yukin and Lu Feng exchanged glances, feeling pity for him. Had he not erred in judgment and instead channeled substantial funds into technological research, the outcome might have been vastly different. In recent years, I have been reflecting on this issue. Initially, I truly regretted my poor decisions. Now, my perspective has shifted. Even had I invested heavily in R&D instead of fixed assets, I would still have faced failure, albeit perhaps just prolonging the inevitable. Yuan Haogui's reasoning became somewhat convoluted, leaving Su Yukin and Lu Feng in a state of confusion. Why? Investing significantly in technological development is undeniably a sound decision, yet he claimed he would still fail, leaving Su Yukin and Lu Feng with a myriad of questions. When I made the decision to acquire this land, I set aside a considerable amount for technological research, and we made notable advancements. However, we grossly underestimated the pace of national development. By the time we developed new technologies, we found ourselves far behind our competitors. Yuan Haogui sighed heavily, alas. Now, even aircraft carriers are being built in sections. Who would have dared to imagine such a feat before? Su Yukin and Lu Feng were left speechless, their mouths agape for an extended period. Aircraft carriers are colossal. Even the United States, which prides itself on being the world's most powerful nation, takes several years, often 7 to 8 years, or even up to 10 or more, to construct a single carrier. The most advanced carrier in the United States has been under construction for nearly 2 decades and has yet to enter service. Furthermore, the United States employs a complete construction method. In contrast, the new dynasty constructs in segments, dividing the carrier into several sections built in different locations and then assembled into a single vessel. The advantage of this segmented construction lies in its efficiency and shorter timelines. The new dynasty can complete an aircraft carrier in just 4 to 5 years, less than half the time of its foreign counterparts. What astonished the world even more was that the new dynasty could simultaneously commence the construction of several aircraft carriers. Globally, only the new dynasty has achieved this feat, standing unparalleled. This exemplifies the new dynasty's speed, which has shaken the world. Many abroad never anticipated the swift development of the new dynasty. And even the majority of our own populace was unprepared for such rapid progress. The contrast between the new dynasty of 10 years ago and that of 10 years hence is staggering, even causing us to wonder why such a transformation has occurred. In summary, Yuan Haogui has failed to keep pace with the new dynasty's development. Regardless of his decisions, failure was inevitable. Upon careful reflection, the conclusions drawn by Yuan Haogui are indeed astute. Su Yukin, wishing to avoid further entanglement in this matter, stated, "Mr. Yuan, I now comprehend the situation. Let us discuss the price." "Very well." Yuan Hogaway, relieved that Su Mukin was not merely perusing but genuinely interested in purchasing, invited both men into his office, seated them, and poured tea for them before taking a seat opposite Su Mukin. Mr. Su, you have seen the particulars. I wish to sell all the land, including the maritime area, in one complete transaction. Yuan Hogaway, without beating around the bush, got straight to the point. Before Su Mukin could respond, Lu Feng interjected, expressing his dissatisfaction. Mr. Yuan, you are somewhat imposing a forced sale. We are interested in the shipyard. The barren land and maritime area are of little consequence. Even if acquired, they would serve no purpose. Yuan Hogaway's expression darkened. While there were potential buyers interested solely in the shipyard, they showed no interest in the surrounding land and sea. He desired to sell everything together. Otherwise, splitting the sale could lead to the undesirable scenario of unsold assets. However, Su Mukin was primarily interested in the maritime area, as it was the ideal location for constructing a marine power plant. With its depth and significant temperature differentials in seawater, the energy supply for the plant would be ample. Moreover, this area was private, preventing others from encroaching. What could be better? As for the barren land, its presence was inconsequential. Su Mukin intended to produce numerous products. Yet his factory would not be situated on land, but rather in the ocean. The land would merely serve to erect some extravagant structures to deceive and exploit those lacking insight. Anyone attempting sabotage would be in for a rude awakening. The technology derived from the shark tribe is undoubtedly highly advanced, far surpassing current technology, and many harbor envy, eager to cause destruction. Establishing a factory on land would invite trouble, whereas constructing it in the ocean alleviates such concerns. With humanity's current technology, submarines cannot operate below 600 meters. Thus, no one could threaten his factory. Su Mukin maintained a facade of reluctance, saying, Mr. Yuan, this truly places an undue burden on us. My primary interest lies in the shipyard's land. The barren area is of little use. And as for the maritime area, I have no intention of engaging in fishing. Yuan Hogaway pressed his lips together, visibly disappointed. Su Mukin then shifted his tone. However, if your price is reasonable, I would entertain the possibility of a complete acquisition. Lu Feng was taken aback, exchanging glances with Su Mukin, as if to imply he was frivolously burning through cash. Clearly, the barren land and maritime area were of no use, yet Su Mukin was considering their purchase. Even at a discounted rate, it was still money spent unnecessarily. Yuan Hogaway, filled with surprise, had initially thought the deal was falling through, but now saw a glimmer of hope as Su Mukin expressed interest in purchasing. He quickly reassured, rest assured. Mr. Su, I will provide you with a fair price. For the entirety, I propose 200 million. That is excessive, Su Mukin retorted, shaking his head. Mr. Yuan, this is not a fair offer. Mr. Su, I assure you, I am not inflating the price. This is a very reasonable figure. Even an assessment would yield a value no less than this, Yuan Hogaway insisted firmly. Mr. Yuan, if assessed values were truly significant, would you still be unable to sell? Su Mukin countered without hesitation. The shipyard went bankrupt 4 years ago, right when I graduated high school. Now I have completed my university education. And you have yet to find a buyer. This illustrates the challenge of selling. Yuan Hogaway's spirit waned as Su Mukin struck a nerve with his words. The shipyard had been defunct for 4 years, with all equipment sold off, leaving this plot of land without any takers. Typically, buyers would only consider acquiring parts, never the whole. Furthermore, considering Mr. Yuan's own struggles, I am willing to absorb some loss for a complete takeover. Should you continue to set exorbitant prices? Missing out on my interest might lead to further difficulties in finding another buyer. Su Mukin remained tight-lipped, concealing his primary interest in the maritime area. Yuan Hogaway bit his lip in contemplation, his expression fluctuating. After a lengthy pause, he sighed, Very well, I shall reduce it to 190 million. Still too high. Let's settle at 30 million. Su Mukin finally made his counteroffer, though it was a steep cut, less than 1/6 of the original price. That is unacceptable. The lowest I can go is 185 million. 30 million, it cannot be any higher. 180 million. All right, given Mr. Yuan's goodwill, I will increase my offer to 31 million. Lu Feng was astonished to discover that Su Mukin was quite the negotiator, gradually driving the price down bit by bit. Yuan Hogaway initially demanded an exorbitant sum, but Su Mukin countered firmly, and the two engaged in a spirited exchange, ultimately settling on 50 million. Yuan Hogaway, pulling at his hair in frustration, lamented, Mr. Su, you are too ruthless. Su Mukin replied, Mr. Yuan, you should be pleased. You've finally sold it. Shaking his head, he continued, this location is too remote, and your desire to sell it as a package makes it exceedingly challenging. If you do not sell now, who knows how many years it will take before you find another buyer. Yuan Hogaway felt despondent, as this was precisely his concern. After waiting a full 4 years and engaging in hundreds of negotiations, Su Chen was the only one capable of taking over the entire operation. If he missed this opportunity, it might be 10 or even 20 years before he encountered another willing buyer, if he ever did. Regarding the payment, Yuan Hogue resolved to sell. As long as the qualifications are approved and the transfer procedures are completed, I will pay in full. Su Chen was not one to delay payments. He intended to settle promptly. That is excellent. Yuan Hogue felt reassured, and a smile finally graced his face. Had Su Chen delayed payment, it would have posed a significant problem. Refusing would jeopardize the deal, while accepting it would leave him uncertain about when he would receive his money. If Su Chen were to play any tricks, it could mean a delay of several years. Mr. Su, you are straightforward. It is a pleasure to meet you. Let us dine at Guanhai Tower. I shall treat you. Yuan Hogue's demeanor softened towards Su Chen, and he decided to invite him to dinner. Then I must trouble you. Mr. Yuan. Su Chen responded without pretense. Please bring the documents when we return to the city, so I can have someone verify them. No problem. Yuan Hogue agreed readily. On the way back, Su Chen drove while Lu Feng, seated in the passenger seat, complained, I say, do you have so much money that you cannot spend it all? Acquiring barren land might have some utility, but what purpose does the ocean serve? Are you planning to raise fish? Let me tell you, with pollution so severe, can the fish be consumed? Industrial pollution is too rampant. Fish raised near the coast are bound to have excessive heavy metals and cannot be sold. I have my reasons. Su Chen replied, not intending to reveal his plans for an ocean power plant. Could you help me find a capable person to verify these procedures and draft the contract? No problem. I will call my mother. She has resources in this area. Lu Feng immediately dialed Yuan. Upon understanding the situation, Yuan thought Su Chen was mad for wanting to take over entirely. She urged him to reconsider, but as Su Chen had made up his mind, she relented and agreed to help find a competent lawyer, Du Yuan. As soon as they settled into a private room at Guanhai Tower, Su Chen's phone rang. It was Du Yuan, who had already arrived. He provided her with the room number, and she soon joined them. She was a tall, striking woman with an elegant figure, a fair oval face, a refined nose, and captivating large eyes. Her dark hair was styled into an elegant bun, adding to her allure. Dressed in a well-tailored professional outfit, she emanated competence, clearly a capable individual. Hello, I am Du Yuan. My hourly rate is 3,000. Let us get straight to business. She stated, her voice clear and melodic, yet her tone was decidedly businesslike and somewhat aggressive. Su Chen was taken aback. Was she truly so blunt? Are you a modern person living in your own ideal world, oblivious to others' feelings? Yuan Hogue initially intended to invite Du Yuan to join them for dinner. But upon hearing her words, he swallowed his invitation. Lu Feng was also somewhat surprised, then smiled wryly and whispered to Su Chen, I've heard my mother mention her. She is quite stubborn, being born in the year of the ox. However, she is quite capable, and I have not heard of her making mistakes. Oh. Su Chen began to understand. There is an old saying that goes, every talented individual has their shortcomings. She certainly seemed to fit that description. Accepting this, Su Chen smiled and said, I am your employer, Su Chen, and I would like your assistance in reviewing some documents and drafting a contract. Of course. Where are the documents? Please show me, Du Yuan replied, placing her bag down and extending her fair hand to take the documents from Yuan Hogue. She settled onto the sofa, thoroughly examining the materials with keen focus, her eyes darting swiftly across the pages. Su Chen observed her with a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Are you certain you've reviewed everything so quickly? Are you really paying attention? My mother has mentioned that she has an exceptional memory and works with remarkable efficiency. Lu Feng remarked, seemingly remembering more about Du Yuan. Regardless, Su Chen decided to trust Yuan. He believed she would not lead him astray. Yuan Hogue, however, was skeptical. His eyes scrutinizing Du Yuan as if trying to ascertain whether she was genuinely engaged in her work. After a while, Du Yuan set the documents aside and declared, I have reviewed the materials. Everything seems in order. Please outline your conditions so I can draft the contract. The conditions are somewhat lengthy. If you don't mind, perhaps we could discuss them over dinner, as it is already mealtime, Su Chen suggested with a smile. Very well, Du Yuan acquiesced. The four of them took their seats, and the waiter began serving the dishes. Su Chen, Lu Feng, and Yuan Hogue toasted with white liquor, while Du Yuan declined, citing her workload for the afternoon. Finally, Yuan Hogue was elated to have sold the land. Sincerely grateful, he ordered an array of signature dishes, each priced to astonish many. Su Chen calculated that this meal would easily exceed 10,000. As they dined, Su Chen conveyed the agreed-upon terms to Du Yuan, and by the time he finished, their meal was nearly complete. Du Yuan produced her laptop and, with remarkable skill, began drafting the contract with rapid keystrokes. Watching her deftness, Su Chen was astounded. Was it common for lawyers to possess such prowess? Her speed rivaled that of avid gamers. In just 10 minutes, Yuan paused, placing her laptop before Su Chen and Yuan Hogaway, explaining the contents of the contract. It was rich in detail, well-organized, and extremely meticulous. Experts are indeed experts. Yuan Hogaway sighed in admiration. As the CEO of Yuanhua Shipyard, he had dealt with numerous contracts and immediately recognized Du Yuejuan's high caliber. He could not help but be impressed. Although Su Chen lacked Yuan Hogaway's extensive experience, he was not ignorant. He fervently praised her. 3,000 an hour is worth it. The contract was free of flaws. And Du Yuejuan borrowed a typewriter from Guanhai Tower to finalize it. Su Chen and Yuan Hogaway signed, and Du Yuejuan followed suit, officially completing the contract. Then, they proceeded to the relevant authorities to finalize the transfer procedures. Su Chen transferred the funds to Yuan Hogaway, and the transaction was officially concluded, marking Su Chen's formal takeover of Yuanhua Shipyard. 50 million had swiftly vanished, and though Su Chen understood this was an investment, he felt a pang in his heart, as if a piece of flesh had been severed from his body. Mr. Su, should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help. Yuan Hogaway grasped Su Chen's hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes, genuinely overwhelmed with emotion. After holding on to the land for 4 long years, he finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Very well, Mr. Yuan, what do you plan to do next? Su Chen inquired casually. Life is a bustling affair, yet the clouds remain indifferent. Having experienced many ups and downs throughout my life, my spirit has dissipated, and I have lost my ambition. I intend to emigrate abroad, becoming a wealthy gentleman and enjoying my twilight years. Yuan Hogaway's expression fluctuated between joy and sorrow, ultimately giving way to a long sigh. The world belongs to the youth now. Su, keep up the good work. Thank you. I wish you a pleasant old age. Su Chen shook hands with Yuan Hogaway in farewell. As the proprietor of the Yuanhua Shipyard, Yuan had once basked in glory during the shipyard's prime years. He was a figure of renown in Jinhai City, a veritable legend. Now, however, he faced a somber conclusion, a legendary era drawing to a close. The venue is ready. If you need an engineering team, shall I assist you in finding one? Lu Feng, ever the thoughtful companion, offered his help to Su Chen. No need. Young Master Luo's family specializes in construction. I'll reach out to him, Su Chen replied with a smile. Luo Haichang was in the building trade, and it was only prudent to utilize the available manpower. He would undoubtedly exert his utmost effort for Su Chen. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. It was Luo Tenghui calling. As soon as he answered, he playfully chastised, Young Master Luo, impressive. The sun is nearly setting. And you're not worried about kidney failure or exhaustion. Chenzi, stop cursing me. I'm perfectly fine, nothing to worry about, Luo Dinghui bellowed. After knowing you for over a decade, you dare to curse me? Is this how you treat your old friends? It's precisely because we have known each other for so long that I kindly remind you to be wary of your health, Su Chen retorted with a mischievous grin. What is the purpose of your call? Luo Dinghui swiftly changed the subject, realizing he was no match for Su Chen in a verbal spar. Had it not been for urgent matters, I would have delighted in teasing you further. I've purchased the land of Yuanhua Shipyard and require your family's engineering team. Really? Chenzi, you must be awash with cash. That dilapidated yard has been unsellable, sitting idle for 4 years. Have you lost your mind? Luo Tinghui's voice rose an octave, causing Su Chen to move the phone away from his ear. I have my reasons. Will your engineering team assist me, or not? Su Chen inquired. Your affairs are my affairs. I'll arrange it right away, Luo Tinghui assured before hanging up. They hired a driver, and before long, a convoy of engineering vehicles rolled into Yuanhua Shipyard, with Luo Tinghui himself arriving. He bore the marks of a long night, unmistakable dark circles under his eyes, prompting another round of friendly jests from Su Chen before they delved into discussions about the shipyard's future. Su Chen envisioned a complete refurbishment of the office building, demolishing the old factory structures without plans for reconstruction. When the time was ripe, he would erect something more substantial. In the meantime, he suggested constructing simple warehouses to store the various materials he had acquired. This streamlined approach made things considerably simpler. After a quick estimation, Luo Tinghui concluded that with diligent oversight, the entire project could be completed in about 10 days. The efficiency of a professional engineering team was remarkable. They swiftly presented a plan that Su Chen approved without reservations. With the engineering team mobilized, the shipyard buzzed with newfound energy. Another pressing issue arose, the power supply, which had been cut off for years due to disuse, rendering the wiring faulty. Lu Feng made a call to the Power Bureau, which promised to prioritize their request, estimating that power would be restored within a week. After a busy day, Su Chen treated Luo Tinghui, Lu Feng, and the engineering team to dinner in the city. Upon returning home, he exchanged a few words with his parents before retreating to his room, where he had a crucial task to attend to, procuring various materials. A responsibility he entrusted to the intelligent program, Su Yulua. I want to spend lavishly, a staggering 11 billion. It's going to be exhilarating, Su Yulua exclaimed, her delicate fingers gleaming with excitement, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fervor. Su Chen clutched his chest, the profits from yesterday still warming in his mind. Now to be spent in one fell swoop. It felt akin to a sacrifice. My little heart aches. He sprawled across his bed, staring at the ceiling with a crooked smile, his cheeks twitching from laughter. Aha, aha, aha. He chuckled, sounding like a broken record in a loop of silly laughter. Su Yulua covered her mouth with her pale hands, trembling in fear like a quail in the chill, keeping her distance from him, her eyes wide with trepidation, as though fearing he might devour her in his folly. After a prolonged interval of his incessant laughter, Su Yulua, gathering her courage, tentatively asked, Chen, have you lost your mind? You are the one who is foolish. Your entire family is foolish, Su Chen replied, still chuckling, his laughter unabated. Thank goodness you can still speak. You haven't suffered a stroke, Su Yulua sighed in relief. What do you mean? Are you cursing me? Su Chen, finally halting his laughter, glared at Su Yulua. Why are you laughing if you're not foolish? Su Yulua met his gaze with unwavering confidence. Who is laughing foolishly? I'm simply expressing my joy, Su Chen protested, clearly displeased. What kind of eyes do you have? Which of them saw me laughing foolishly? Both of my eyes see you laughing foolishly, Su Yulua retorted confidently. If this wasn't foolish laughter, then what could be? You intelligent programs are truly flawed. I'm obviously happy, yet you interpret it as foolishness. He disparaged all intelligent programs with this sentiment, a delightful way to stir up animosity. Stop being obstinate. You're clearly laughing foolishly, Su Yulua countered, hands on her hips, her anger palpable. Don't insult the intelligence of our programs. Intelligence? Do you even possess that? If intelligent programs had intelligence, would they still be called intelligent programs? Su Chen shot her a sidelong glance. Su Yulua found herself at a loss for words and swiftly shifted the topic. Don't think I'm unaware. You're upset about spending that 11 billion all at once, aren't you? It must sting. Pfft. Su Chen scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Your perception is truly flawed. Spending at my level is exhilarating. His sincerity left Su Yulua uncertain, her beautiful eyes blinking as she asked, Really? Absolutely, he affirmed, thumping his chest with a sound like a war drum, pride radiating from him. To spend 11 billion all at once, never in my wildest dreams did I envision such a feat. Not only I, but my parents, grandparents, and even my ancestors could never have imagined it. Yet here I am, achieving this monumental task. Can you say I'm not thrilled? To spend such a colossal sum in one go is no small feat. Globally, few could match such extravagance, a rarefied group indeed. Initially, he felt a pang of regret, akin to flesh being cut from his body. However, he soon realized that this ability to spend so freely stemmed from his own capabilities to earn. Su Chen stood proud as a noble prince, his eyes shimmering with delight. Once I grasped that, I no longer felt regret. It was exhilarating. Earning was delightful, and spending at such a level was equally gratifying. Yet, most people never reached such heights to experience that thrill. This epitomized the true mindset of the wealthy. I once did not understand this, but now I do. Su Chen's gaze burned with pride. Those who could spend freely were indeed remarkable individuals, true tycoons. At last, Su Chen comprehended the essence of this affluent mindset. I too am spending with delight. Su Yulua tilted her head, equally exhilarated. The sensation of spending money can be summarized in one word, exhilarating. In 2 words, immensely exhilarating. In 3 words, very exhilarating. In 4 words, utterly euphoric. In the following days, Su Chen remained at the shipyard, focused entirely on the crucial task of developing chips. It was imperative not only to manufacture the chips but also to sell them, transforming the shipyard into a functional office for the company, which would be a significant achievement. Fortunately, although Luo Tinghui was a notorious flirt, he proved to be quite reliable in his work at the shipyard. Under his watchful eye, his subordinates diligently toiled, fully committed to their tasks. Despite his audacious demeanor, akin to a wall that could not be penetrated, and his tendency to treat Su Chen's belongings as his own, he never hesitated to put forth his utmost effort for Su Chen's endeavors. Su Chen, in turn, was generous, occasionally treating them to lavish meals in the city as a reward for their hard work, which resulted in swift progress. Lu Feng, grateful to his savior, also remained at the shipyard, contributing ideas and running errands, primarily involved in administrative matters. His persistence ensured that what would have taken a week to address regarding electricity was resolved in just 5 days. Su Chen skillfully navigated social relations, inviting the leaders of the Electricity Bureau to Guanhai Tower for a sumptuous feast, which cost nearly 100,000 and included gifts. The leaders were exceedingly satisfied and guaranteed to prioritize electricity supply for Su Chen. What left Su Chen speechless was Luo Tinghui's latest change in romantic partners. This time opting for a youthful, innocent matron. His ability to swap partners was astonishingly swift. When he brought his companion to the shipyard, a comical incident ensued. The matron mistook Lu Feng for a woman and became exceedingly jealous, creating a scene. Upon realizing Lu Feng was male, her attitude shifted dramatically, expressing a desire to engage with him. Lu Feng, who possessed an allure surpassing that of many women, found her advances unappealing and firmly declined. Luo Tinghui, however, was unconcerned, merely seeking temporary amusement without emotional entanglement. As the time for the Hot Topic broadcast approached, Su Chen settled in the shipyard office to watch the television program, which he never missed. The rapport between Luo Tinghui and Lu Feng had blossomed over the past few days, evolving toward a solid friendship. And they were equally engrossed in the show. The host was still Haining, and the guest remained Song Xian. "Greetings, dear viewers, I am Haining," she announced, radiating youthfulness in her professional attire, exuding competence and charm. "Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you again," replied Song Xian, looking refined in casual wear. Today, the U.S. Department of Commerce announced a ban on the export of American technology to 38 high-tech enterprises in the new dynasty, including Huawei, Zhongtong, and Zhongshuan. Haining delivered this shocking news, and Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Tinghui's expression turned furious, flames of indignation flickering in his eyes. Lu Feng clenched his fist, recognizing the severity of the situation. The recent expansion of chip export restrictions now included a prohibition on technology sales to the new dynasty, signaling an intent to cripple its high-tech industry. The ramifications were dire. Should these enterprises collapse, the new dynasty's technological sector would be significantly weakened, revealing the malicious intent behind this move. "What are your thoughts on this matter, Mr. Song?" Haining inquired. Song Xian's analysis was astute. He had previously predicted the series of actions from the U.S., and Su Chen listened intently, fearing he might miss a single word. Luo Tinghui and Lu Feng maintained their focus, captivated. The U.S. is casting a vast technological iron curtain over our nation, attempting to sever our access to foreign technology. Song Xian declared emphatically. Severing access to foreign technology? How terrifying. Su Chen gasped. In this age of globalization, where international procurement is the norm, no country can entirely forego the importation of foreign technology, including both the new dynasty and the U.S. The imposition of such a stringent technological barrier by the U.S. posed a grave threat to the new dynasty. The strategy to choke off our access to foreign technology has not been a recent development. It has been underway for decades. Song Xian's words left a profound impact. Decades? Su Chen, Luo Tinghui, and Lu Feng exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the implications. "Mr. Song, could you elaborate?" Haining asked, equally surprised. Under U.S. leadership, a coalition of Western nations formed an organization to prevent the sale of various so-called prohibited equipment and technology to both Russia and our country, implementing even stricter sanctions against us, Song Xian explained, his voice rising. At that time, even pharmaceuticals were barred from being sold to us. The infamous Bar Association, led by the U.S., had enacted severe embargoes against our nation, reaching a point where even essential medicines were withheld, aiming to drive us to ruin. Su Chen, having heard of this organization before, realized the truth in Song Xian's statements. Considering this, it appears the U.S. has long been enforcing a technological iron curtain against us. Luo Tinghui and Lu Feng concurred, acknowledging the weight of Song Xian's insights. Haining nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. In addition to prohibiting domestic technology from reaching us, the U.S. has pressured European allies to halt their technology exports as well. The three nations have already complied, severing ties with our high-tech enterprises. Her voice grew increasingly heated, evidently incensed, as she pressed. "What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Song?" The news of European nations also imposing bans took Su Chen by surprise, his eyes widening with disbelief and fury. The U.S. is utterly shameless. With a heart so malicious, it is determined to see our downfall. Luo Tinghui and Lu Feng clenched their fists, their expressions darkened. This was an anticipated development. Part of the U.S.'s broader strategy, Song Xian remarked calmly, as if he had foreseen this all along. The reason European nations joined the Bar Association mirrors their current collusion with the U.S. against us. Officially, they are termed allies, but this is merely a faade. The U.S. leads, and European nations follow. They are subordinate to U.S. interests. His insinuation was clear. The relationship between the U.S. and European nations was one of dominance and subservience, with the U.S. in command and Europe merely compliant. The most compelling evidence of this was NATO, which, despite being touted as a European military force aimed at safeguarding the continent, was in reality under U.S. command. After World War II, the U.S. has engaged in numerous overseas conflicts, each time under the banners of United Nations or multinational forces, with European nations and other allies following suit. When the U.S. embarks on an endeavor, its subordinates dare not refrain from participating. The United States is resolutely determined to confront the new dynasty, and Europe, as a so-called ally, dares not defy American directives. The situation has escalated significantly with Europe's involvement, as much of our technology originates from there. However, what Song Chen subsequently stated was even more alarming. In addition to European nations, the United States has allies in Asia, firmly intent on uniting against us. These allies are also poised to join the campaign against us. Song Chen asserted that the United States' allies in Asia are, of course, Japan and South Korea, both of which have consistently aligned themselves with American interests. Japan has long prohibited Huawei from participating in its 5G infrastructure, and now it has expanded restrictions on our investments in Japan, making its intentions abundantly clear to adhere closely to the United States' lead. The Japanese Prime Minister has even been ousted by the U.S. in the past. Can Japan afford to defy? Once, a Japanese Prime Minister advocated for decoupling from the U.S. and re-engaging with Asia, enjoying substantial domestic support and fostering good relations with Asian countries, receiving widespread acclaim. However, the U.S. deemed this a threat to its interests and demanded his resignation. When the Prime Minister refused, the U.S. ordered the mobilization of its troops stationed in Japan, preparing for action. Consequently, the Prime Minister was compelled to submit his resignation, departing in disgrace. If even a Prime Minister can be ousted, Japan has no choice but to follow the U.S. in opposing the new dynasty. Today's new dynasty is not what it once was. We possess our own means of counterattack, and any adversary bold enough to oppose us shall pay a heavy price. The U.S. may attempt to weave a technological iron curtain against us, but it shall inevitably fail. Song Chen's tone rose, becoming slightly fervent yet resonant, boldly declaring that during the stringent era when even pharmaceuticals were withheld from us, we managed to rely on our own efforts to persevere through one challenge after another, standing resilient. Moreover, our strength continues to grow. Let alone, with our current capabilities, no matter how formidable the technological iron curtain, we shall breach it. We have a civilization spanning 5,000 years, enduring countless trials. What have we not experienced? When it comes to the point where we must engage in conflict, we are prepared to bear any cost. Transitioning his focus, Song Chen remarked that this incident serves as a stark reminder. Core technologies must be firmly in our own hands. It is hoped that our nation's high-tech enterprises will fully learn from this incident and increase their investment in core technologies. Raising his right hand high and bringing it down emphatically, he proclaimed, "I believe that it will not be long before our nation experiences a surge in core technological advancements." Applause erupted from Su Chen, Luo Tinghui, and Lu Feng, who stood in support of Song Chen. He confronted reality without evasion, possessing foresight and articulating truths that were profoundly inspiring. The strength of our nation is derived from our own endeavors, not merely from overseas technologies. While foreign technology is undoubtedly valuable, it merely serves as an embellishment rather than a fundamental necessity. Soon, my chip will debut. At that moment, let us see how the United States will respond. Su Chen shook his fist, his eyes glinting mischievously, relishing the thought of America's reaction. Boom. The Tianlong heavy-duty truck thundered down the highway, shaking the ground with its formidable presence. The beautiful toll collector, Liao Shaoqian, was startled, raising her head in awe, her lips forming a perfect round shape in surprise. The majestic Tianlong truck, laden with cargo, appeared in a continuous stream, resembling a dragon of heavy-duty vehicles, racing with astonishing speed that took her breath away. Having worked at the toll station for 3 years, she had seen many heavy trucks, but never had she encountered a convoy of over 100 trucks. The sheer scale left a profound impact on her psyche. "Beauty, what are you dawdling for? Collect the toll." The first heavy truck came to a halt, and a middle-aged man leaned out of the window. "Ah, yes." Liao Shaoqian snapped back to reality. "We have a total of 137 heavy trucks. I'll pay for them all at once." The man handed her a thick stack of cash. As Liao Shaoqian received the money and counted it with a bill counter, her curiosity piqued. "Which company are you delivering for? So many trucks." "Ocean Technology," the man replied. "Ocean Technology?" Liao Shaoqian searched her memory but could not recall any such company. A corporation capable of purchasing such a substantial quantity of goods must be significant, especially in Jinhai City, yet she had never heard of Ocean Technology. After processing the toll, the man led the way. And the 137 heavy trucks passed through the toll station in succession, forming a mighty torrent that surged away, leaving a stunning impression. Liao Shaoqian and her colleagues were left in awe. They had witnessed countless trucks passing through, yet none had ever made such an unforgettable impact. Slapping her forehead, Liao Shaoqian pulled out her phone to capture the moment, recognizing it as a rare memory worth cherishing. Not long after the Tianlong trucks passed, she was startled again by another convoy of over 100 Oman trucks, still delivering for ocean technology. Shortly after the Oman trucks, a convoy of deck trucks arrived, also for ocean technology. What day is it today? Are the trucks holding a convention? Who exactly is ocean technology? Why have I never heard of it? I haven't heard of it either, she thought, posting a video on her social media, which created a sensation. The spectacle of the trucks passing through was overwhelmingly impressive, far more impactful than any Hollywood blockbuster. After all, those films are merely artificial sets complemented by high-tech production. They cannot compare to the awe-inspiring authenticity of this scene. Luo Tenghui, Lu Feng, and the construction workers stood speechless, their mouths agape and eyes wide, struck dumb by the procession of heavy trucks traversing the dilapidated road. The trucks, seemingly in a procession, lined up like serpents, racing with incredible speed, creating an intense visual impact. Along the way, countless onlookers were left astounded, capturing the moment on their phones. The magnitude of the event drew Su Muchen and his companions to the factory gate. Upon glancing into the distance, they were taken aback. Is it really this exaggerated? How did they all converge here? Su Muchen, the instigator, was equally astonished, his defenses shaken by the overwhelming spectacle. Damn it. Witnessing this scene makes me realize how lackluster Hollywood blockbusters truly are. Luo Tenghui finally regained his composure, exhaling a long breath. What high-tech special effects? They pale in comparison to the raw impact of reality. Lu Feng, usually composed, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, overwhelmed by the force of the moment. Morning. Why are you buying so many things? Luo Tenghui asked, touching his face as he turned to Su Muchen. Indeed, Lu Feng echoed the question. It was evident that this was a convoy of several hundred trucks, delivering an enormous quantity of goods. What could possibly be the purpose? I have money to burn and just wanted to buy some things for fun, Su Muchen replied, never speaking seriously with his old friend, casting a sidelong glance at him. You are quite something. Luo Tenghui stammered, pointing a finger at Su Muchen, at a loss for words to respond to such extravagant behavior. The heavy trucks arrived, coming to a halt, forming a magnificent spectacle. The drivers disembarked, curiously surveying the dilapidated company without even a signboard. Puzzled, is this really Ocean Technology Company? A company capable of purchasing so many materials must be substantial. They never expected it to be such a shabby establishment. Could there be a company in worse condition? For a moment, they questioned whether they had arrived at the correct location. Fortunately, Su Muchen alleviated their doubts and proceeded to receive the goods, confirming they had indeed arrived at the correct location. Subsequently, Su Muchen requested Luo Tenghui to allocate some personnel and equipment to assist with the unloading. Given the sheer volume of items, relying solely on the small construction company owned by Luo Tenghui would be insufficient. Ultimately, it was Lu Feng who stepped in, contacting Hiyuan to mobilize personnel and equipment from Qiwan Group to expedite the process, thereby resolving the issue. In light of this situation, Hiyuan personally called Su Muchen to inquire about the purpose of his substantial purchases, expressing her concern that he might be frivolously spending money. After some persuasion, Su Muchen finally reassured her. Once the unloading was completed and the heavy trucks departed, the personnel and equipment from Qiwan Group also left. Su Muchen provided Lu Feng with a sum of money, both to treat the personnel to a meal as a token of gratitude for their assistance and to settle the expenses owed to Qiwan Group. Although he could have opted not to pay, it was essential to consider that Qiwan Group was not solely owned by Hiyuan, but included other shareholders as well. Failing to provide this payment would undermine Hiyuan's standing, creating an awkward situation for her. Lu Feng was initially reluctant to accept, but Su Muchen insisted, leading Lu Feng to relent. The materials were subsequently stored in the warehouse, which was of paramount importance. Over the past few days, Luo Tenghui had constructed several rudimentary warehouses with his team, sufficient for their needs without any additional requirements. Gazing at the towering piles of materials, Su Muchen felt a surge of excitement. He was finally poised to embark on a grand undertaking. America, brace yourself. I shall relish the spectacle of your reaction. Su Muchen thought fiercely to himself. With the materials at hand, it was time to take action. The initial task was to cultivate nanobots. A mere 1,000 nanobots was far too few, yielding insufficient efficiency. Thus, a greater quantity was necessary. Su Muchen was well versed in the process of cultivating nanobots, and as their numbers increased, the cultivation progressed swiftly, soon yielding an additional 2,000, bringing the total to 3,000. significantly enhancing efficiency. Naturally, Su Mukin did not conduct the cultivation in the office. Instead, he utilized the Jiaolong to maintain confidentiality. It was not a matter of distrust towards Luo Tenghui and Lu Feng, but rather the gravity of the situation demanded discretion. Should the information leak, the consequences could be dire for his relatives and friends. Therefore, minimizing the number of individuals privy to the information reduced the risk of exposure. Su Mukin was unwilling to take even the slightest gamble. With the nanobots cultivated, the next step involved creating the necessary equipment. The machinery for the oceanic power plant was readily available. However, it was essential to fabricate the equipment for the energy tower and the extraction and refining facilities. If the number of nanobots were sufficient, they could be utilized to manufacture the equipment in one fell swoop. However, with only 3,000 nanobots at hand, this was clearly inadequate, necessitating a more pragmatic approach. Su Mukin hoped to establish an independent nanobot production unit soon, which would alleviate these complications. Luo, come out, quickly. Su Mukin called out, realizing that Su Yuluo was missing. When Su Yuluo did not appear, he warned, if you dare to cause any trouble, I shall cast you back to the realm of the sea, allowing you to suffocate at the bottom of the Pacific. Su Mukin gritted his teeth, knowing that Su Yuluo could hardly go a day without stirring up mischief. Just as they were about to commence work, she had the audacity to hide away. Finally, Su Yuluo projected herself, yawning as if she had just awakened, her little face displaying evident displeasure. What are you shouting about? You're disturbing my beauty sleep. Su Mukin was taken aback, nearly incredulous. An intelligent program taking a beauty nap? What is this nonsense? Are you even still an intelligent program? It seems utterly absurd. Does it not? Only a fool would believe that. If I say so, then it is so. Su Yuluo declared with a flourish of her right hand, her confidence soaring. Fine, if you say so, Su Mukin replied, his focus shifting back to pressing matters. Now, present the technology for the construction of the energy tower and the equipment for extraction and refining. You didn't even say please. Why should I listen to you? Su Yuluo instantly switched to a mischievous tone. I am your master, and you shall do as I command. There's no need for such pleasantries. Su Mukin retorted with a roll of his eyes, asserting his authority. Half a master at best. You are not truly my master. Su Yuluo dismissed nonchalantly. Half a master can still make you do as I say. Do you believe otherwise? Su Mukin's expression turned icy, his gaze dangerously sharp. Morning, what are you up to? Of course, I shall perform my duties. Su Yuluo's demeanor shifted faster than one could turn a page, her face adorned with a warm smile. In addition to that equipment, you will also require a type of corrosion-resistant material. Corrosion-resistant material? Su Mukin's brow furrowed as he nodded. You are correct. Provide me with that technology as well. Establishing a factory underwater indeed necessitated a corrosion-resistant material. Otherwise, the seawater would corrode the facility. The saline nature of seawater presents a formidable corrosive force, as evidenced by the numerous vessels that have succumbed to its effects. That is impossible. Su Yuluo elongated her tone, her eyes darting mischievously. You're being playful again. Su Mukin warned, his expression turning serious. But you were too impatient. I have not yet finished speaking, she teased, pointing her delicate finger at him mockingly. Su Mukin rolled his eyes, exasperated by her antics. After her playful banter, Su Yuluo finally began to focus, presenting the technology for the corrosion-resistant material. Lacking the capabilities of Longjiao, she could not establish a neural link for direct transmission into Su Mukin's mind. Instead, she projected the data for him to review. As Su Mukin skimmed through the information, his breath quickened, his handsome face flushed as though he had consumed a potent drink. According to the data, the corrosion-resistant material was an alloy single crystal with extraordinary properties, far surpassing current human material technology by light years. This material boasted two remarkable characteristics. First, its corrosion resistance was exceptionally robust. It could withstand immersion in seawater for a millennium without degradation. Would any current aircraft carrier materials dare endure such treatment? A millennium would suffice for Su Mukin, and not just for himself, but for many generations to come. This alone was enough to ignite his excitement. The second characteristic was even more exhilarating. The material possessed remarkable pressure resistance, capable of withstanding depths exceeding 12,000 meters. The deepest part of the ocean, the Mariana Trench, reaches only 11,000 meters. With this material, Su Mukin could build an ocean factory anywhere beneath the waves without concern for pressure issues. The so-called most advanced submarine in the world, America's Seawolf class, can dive to a maximum depth of only 610 meters, a claim that remains dubious. The reason for such limitations lies in the insufficient pressure resistance of its materials. Descending further would lead to catastrophic failure from the immense pressure, resulting in disaster. How formidable is the pressure in the Mariana Trench? It is akin to placing the weight of a small car upon a fingernail. The strength required to withstand such pressure is unimaginable. Should this material be revealed, the world would go into a frenzy, as humanity's exploration of the oceans would face no further obstacles. One could venture wherever they pleased. This is a super material, a marvel of technology. Su Yukin's eyes sparkled with intensity, brighter than the midday sun. Uft! Su Yulua scoffed, attempting to diminish his enthusiasm. Look at you. It's clear that you have never encountered the world. This is merely a technology discarded by the great Longxiao clan, yet it has you so elated. And what of it? This is precisely the technology one require at this moment. Su Yukin and Apos' good mood remained entirely unaffected. With a sweeping gesture of his right hand, he proclaimed with confidence, "There is a saying that goes, what is suitable is the best. This extraordinary material is indeed the most suitable for me, hence it is the best." Su Yulua emitted a grinding sound from her teeth, unable to articulate her retort as she pursued Su Yukin. The Longxiao tribe employed advanced nanomaterials to construct their underwater cities, which outperformed traditional corrosion-resistant materials. However, this required the use of nanobugs for production. At present, Su Yukin possessed only 3,000 nanobugs, rendering mass production of nanomaterials impossible. Although the performance of this single crystal alloy was inferior to that of nanomaterials, it sufficiently met Su Yukin's needs. More importantly, the complexity of production was significantly lower. It did not necessitate nanobugs, and merely required the appropriate equipment for large-scale manufacturing. With a heart full of excitement, Su Yukin reviewed the technical documentation, elated to the point of losing his sense of direction. Assuming the role of a repetitive machine, I've struck gold. I've found a great treasure. This single crystal alloy material could be utilized not only for the construction of ocean factories, but also for shipbuilding. Vessels crafted from this super material would undoubtedly possess exceptional performance, easily outclassing all current ships. The likes of the Sea Wolf nuclear submarine, the Boreai-class submarine, the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, and the Ford-class aircraft carrier would pale in comparison. Utterly defeated, once the conditions were ripe, he envisioned building some ships for fun, and the thought alone filled him with delight. Su Yukin's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixed his gaze on Su Yulua, much like a weasel spotting a chick. Whoosh! Su Yulua sprinted away at breakneck speed, clutching her chest in a pose of someone who had narrowly escaped from a predator, shouting back at Su Yukin, "You even target the programs, you absolute nut. There is no one more ridiculous than you. To not spare the intelligent program and to engage in clandestine activities with it. How absurd." Su Yukin did not refute her words. Instead, he nodded and replied, "I absolutely cannot let you go. Are you really that outrageous?" Su Yulua lamented. "You are a treasure, so what if I am a fool?" Su Yukin said, inching closer, his gaze more intense, as if he would not relent until he had Su Yulua in his grasp. "Why you help?" Su Yulua and Apos' eyes reflected terror, her expression flustered, much like a small wife cornered by a burly man. "Lulu, do you possess any more of such technology? I want it all." Su Yukin rubbed his fingers together, wearing an expression akin to that of a treasure hunter, his eyes glowing with greed. "What? You want technology? Aren't you after some sordid secret with me?" Su Yulua exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, her jaw forming a right angle. "Why are you so lewd? What do you have in that little head of yours?" "I merely wish for some technology," Su Yukin replied solemnly. "Lulu, even though you are an intelligent program, such thoughts are unacceptable. Why didn't you clarify? Now my heart is racing." Su Yulua patted her chest, still trembling from fear. "Could you be any more disingenuous? You're an intelligent program. Do you even have a heart?" Su Yukin rolled his eyes dramatically, finding her act excessively farcical. "If you had a heart, would you still be an intelligent program?" Adjectives. That is merely a descriptor. Do you not understand? Your command of language is utterly lamentable. Your language teacher must be turning in their grave. Su Yulua sneered at Su Yukin. Su Yukin, singularly focused on acquiring technology, had no time for her banter. "Just give me the technology. I want to turn my nose up at 100 or 80 of those corrosion-resistant material techniques." Though the Longxiao tribe had phased out such techniques, they were treasures for Su Yukin. More importantly, these techniques could be obtained without undertaking missions. How could Su Yukin possibly let Su Yulua slip away? Well, that might not be impossible. Su Yulua's voice trailed off. "Do not say it's impossible." Su Yukin narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of menace. "It depends on your performance," Su Yulua replied, her eyes darting. "If you take me out to see the world, and I am in a good mood, I might reward you with some technology. Not a problem, you can rest assured." Su Yukin declared, thumping his chest, leaning closer. "Lulu, how about you advance some technology to me now?" "Absolutely not. It took great effort to catch you, and I will not let go. If you don't take me out to play, I want to give you any technology." "No means no. Even if you coax me with flowery words, it won't work," Su Yuluo resolutely declared, waving her hand in finality. No matter how Su Yukon pleaded or threatened, she remained steadfast, leaving him at an impasse. Perhaps it was best to let this matter rest and focus on the tasks at hand. Manufacturing on land was precarious. One misstep could lead to exposure. The risk was too great. It was prudent to produce in the ocean. Activating the energy portal, he transported the necessary materials into the Jiaolong and set off towards the bauxite mine. Ocean factory, here I come. The ocean trench lay still, quietly resting in the frigid and dark depths. Through the projection, Su Yukon gazed at the vast trench, his spirits soaring, his fingers rubbing together fervently, inadvertently reddening them. What lay in the deep ocean was not mere soil or minerals, but currency, money that would appreciate significantly. Last time, Su Yukon had calculated the potential value. And after 3 rounds of appreciation, it was worth trillions, surpassing even that of gold mines. Since discovering the bauxite mine, Su Yukon had been diligently working towards its extraction, eager to unlock its latent value and ascend to the pinnacle of success. Now, that dream was finally within reach, and Su Yukon's excitement was indescribable. His heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. With a commanding gesture of his right hand, he bellowed like a general leading an army, "Let us get to work." To establish an ocean factory here, the primary concern was energy. Regardless of how advanced technology might be, energy remained fundamental and paramount. Technology without energy was merely ornamental. Hence, constructing an ocean power plant was essential. The manufacturing equipment was readily available. After issuing commands, production commenced. An energy tower was indispensable. Without it, energy transmission would pose significant challenges, necessitating the laying of numerous cables on the seabed, an exceedingly low-tech solution that did not align with the grand achievements of the Longjiao tribe. An energy tower was a must. Moreover, having an energy tower would simplify many tasks, providing both prestige and practical value. Lacking the requisite equipment, the production of energy tower apparatus would require the utilization of nanobugs. With 3,000 nanobugs now at his disposal, efficiency had markedly improved, and the entire manufacturing process progressed smoothly. Upon the completion of the energy tower manufacturing equipment, production commenced immediately. Products from the Longjiao tribe were undoubtedly extraordinary. This equipment was highly automated, requiring no manual operation, only proper programming. Naturally, the task of programming fell to Su Yuluo. After a playful interlude, she began her work. This was a breeze for her, and she quickly achieved results. The equipment was operational, and the apparatus needed for the power plant had been produced. "Master, the power plant equipment is ready," the dragon baby reported to Su Yukon, presenting the progress like a proud treasure hunter. "The power plant is ready?" Su Yukon's eyes lit up. He clenched his fist and exclaimed jubilantly, "Wonderful." Indeed, the dragon baby nodded obediently, posing a rather challenging question. "But how do we install it?" "Right, how do we install it?" Su Yukon's smile faltered, his excitement evaporating like ice cream under the scorching sun. This was in the depths of the ocean, over 2,000 meters deep. If Su Yukon dared to venture out, he would be crushed by the immense water pressure, much like an egg struck by a hammer. Moreover, he does not possess the necessary installation equipment in this regard. During the last energy restoration for the Jiao city, it was Chang Jiao Luo who managed everything independently, without lifting a finger. Even if he had such equipment, it would take Mu Chen a considerable amount of time, perhaps 10 days to half a month, to complete the task himself. This merely pertains to the installation of the power plant. Subsequently, there are energy towers, factories, and an entire array of excavation and refining machinery, along with chip manufacturing equipment. The scale of this undertaking is immense, almost unfathomable. Even if it were to exhaust Mu Chen to the brink of collapse, it might still remain unachievable. Even if he could accomplish it, the timeline is uncertain, and it would not align with his urgent desire to produce chips and resolve the chip shortage, thereby outpacing the United States. What should be done? Luo, do you have a solution? Mu Chen, in despair, turned to Su Luo for assistance. Su Luo shrugged her shoulders, sniffing adorably, and replied, "I am only proficient in programming. Such laborious, menial tasks are not for me." Mu Chen's heart sank, feeling as though it were plummeting into an abyss. "I am an intelligent program of great wisdom and nobility. I would never stoop to such demeaning work. You would do well not to solicit my help." Su Luo, fearing that Mu Chen might forcibly assign her such tedious labor, quickly added that she wouldn't even engage in mining, let alone this type of work. What should be done? Mu Chen tugged at his hair in frustration, inadvertently pulling out a handful, wincing at the pain. "It's as if I have peeled the cow down to its tail." A local saying that signifies being on the verge of completion aptly describes Mu Chen's current predicament. The equipment is ready, yet it cannot be installed, leaving Mu Chen in despair. "If only you could excavate the production area," Su Luo suggested, though without much conviction. That is unnecessary for you to mention. Mu Chen gritted his teeth. Would he not excavate the production area if he could? However, the timeline for excavating the production area is impractical. It would require an extensive amount of time. By the time the production area is unearthed, it could be an indeterminate time in the future, and the new dynasty might have to pay a hefty price. What should be done? What should be done? Mu Chen found himself trapped in a loop of despair. Suddenly, with a glint in his eyes, he exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten her?" Who? Su Luo inquired with curiosity. Ignoring her question, Mu Chen issued a directive. "Let us go to Jiao City." "Yay, I want to go home." Su Luo cheered, making a peace sign and singing, "Mommy, I'm coming home to see you." Mu Chen was left with goosebumps. They were merely two facets of the same program, inherently one, yet here they were. Feigning familial affection, truly repugnant. The remaining part of the Jiao City administrative district lay desolate, silently resting in the depths of the ocean. However, it was no longer shrouded in darkness. Instead, it radiated light, ablaze with illumination, resembling a colossal luminescent entity visible from afar. What is happening? Mu Chen's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets, plagued by an ominous suspicion. Could it be that she has harnessed the energy to produce this light? "We've arrived. We've arrived," Su Luo exclaimed, bubbling with excitement, eager to leap into Jiao City. Upon arrival, the familiar energy portal appeared, allowing the Jiaolong to pass through and enter the interior of Jiao City. Jiao Luo, brimming with enthusiasm, stretched her neck, gazing eagerly, her fishtail swishing with delight. Showcasing her good spirits, Mu Chen stepped out from the energy portal, wisely remaining in the background, avoiding any unnecessary advances that may lead to discomfort. The last time he returned to Jiao City, he mistakenly thought Jiao Luo was waiting for him, feeling quite exhilarated, only to end up disappointed. He vowed to remember this lesson. Indeed, Su Luo opened her arms and dashed into Jiao Luo's embrace. The two sharing an affectionate moment as if they had been separated for ages, one exclaiming, "Mommy, I miss you," while the other responded, "My dear daughter, I miss you too." The display of maternal affection was enough to bring tears to one's eyes. However, Mu Chen remained unmoved. Witnessing the two sides of the same program engage in such melodramatic theatrics was utterly cliché. "My daughter informed me that you have encountered difficulties. And while I cannot assist you much, I can provide you with the technical specifications for the relevant equipment." Jiao Luo finally turned her gaze towards Mu Chen. "At least you possess some semblance of conscience, but it's too late to buy a condom after having already taken off your pants. We shall proceed with this. Matters of technology could be addressed later. I am here to retrieve the bionic robots," Mu Chen stated directly, not mincing words. "I have already informed you. They are maintenance workers for Jiao City and cannot leave." Jiao Luo promptly refused. "It is not that I do not wish to help you. It is simply against the directives, and I am powerless to change that. Luo, as long as the hoe is wielded skillfully, no directive is insurmountable. Observe how I have overturned this directive," Mu Chen declared confidently, thumping his chest. His bravado was akin to a drumbeat, full of bravado. Yet both Luo's blinked at him with a look of bemusement. What has he experienced out there? Jiao Luo gently stroked Su Luo's hair with a look of indulgence. Stimulation? Oh, there is plenty of that. Su Luo transformed into a little scholar. Counting on her fingers. He always complains about being poor. I cannot count how many hairs he has pulled out. Oh, Jiao Luo's expression shifted as she regarded Mu Chen as one might regard a beggar. Mu Chen ground his teeth, unable to refute the truth of her words. He had far too many tasks at hand. Nurturing nanobots, repairing the Jiaolong, and creating chips. Resolving these issues would require billions. Indeed, he had pulled out a considerable number of his own hairs. In addition to his financial woes, he was also scorned for his appearance. Su Luo glanced sideways at Mu Chen. He truly is quite unattractive, lacking a fishtail and beautiful golden scales. He is utterly undesirable. Jiao Luo nodded in agreement. Mu Chen ground his teeth in frustration and roared, "What is with your judgment? Am I truly that ugly? I may not be a model, but I am certainly not repulsive. While we belong to different species and possess varying aesthetic standards, that should not tarnish my image. Compare me to Lu Feng. Am I ugly or not?" Su Luo questioned, hands on her hips, emboldened. Why bring him into this? Mu Chen was at a loss for words. Lu Feng is the fabled face god, and comparing appearances with him was hardly fair. He was no masochist. The most significant blow was that he was too unattractive to find a mate and thus unable to reproduce. Su Luo's lips curled into a playful smile, exuding innocence. However, to Mu Chen, she appeared to sprout two sharp horns from her head. What kind of language is that? What do you mean by reproduce? I am no animal. Mu Chen's face turned a deep shade of purple. Reproduce? Isn't that term meant for animals? What does it imply when you apply it to me? Who says you are not an animal? According to your human and Opos theory of evolution and Opos, humans evolved from animals. You are simply a more intelligent animal, so using and Opos, reproduce and Opos, in reference to you is entirely appropriate, Su Luo argued vehemently, hands on her hips, pointing at Mu Chen. Clack. Clack, clack. Mu Chen felt as though his teeth might shatter. Where is that Darwin who came up with the theory of evolution? I dare him to show himself. Let's see if I can hammer him to bits. In summary, he had been deeply affected, his mind muddled, which caused him to utter such foolish remarks. Chang Jiao Luo concluded, labeling Mu Chen's state of mind. Through the information provided by Su Luo, Chang Jiao Luo had mastered human language quite well, even picking up on local dialects. Mu Chen, with a darkened expression, asserted, I speak the truth. My words are as genuine as gold. That is impossible. Chang Jiao Luo remained unconvinced, continuing to regard Mu Chen with a gaze of disbelief, stating, I have calculated this matter numerous times, and it remains unfeasible. The bionic robots are confined to the realm of the merfolk, as they are considered to be inhabitants of this domain in life and specters in death. The notion of departure is utterly preposterous. Su Luo immediately voiced her support, exclaiming, Mother's computational prowess is extraordinarily formidable, far surpassing my own. When she says something is impossible, it is unequivocally so. Hence, you are nothing but a fool, perhaps even a fool of the lowest order. Su Chen felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. If one wishes to remove the bionic robots, it would necessitate altering their directives. Long Jialua, arms crossed and wearing a mocking expression, inquired, Can you modify the directives? I cannot, Su Chen replied tersely, his words slipping through clenched teeth. Had he possessed the ability to amend the commands, he would have done so long ago. Establishing himself as the sovereign of the merfolk rather than languishing in the present predicament. Long Jialua shrugged, her demeanor suggesting that this was to be expected. I cannot modify the directives. However, I can integrate the oceanic factory into the realm of the merfolk. Su Chen finally articulated his plan. What does that imply? Long Jialua was perplexed. Su Luo blinked her beautiful eyes, equally befuddled. The devastation wrought upon the merfolk realm made restoration arduous, yet expansion was feasible. I believe even the creators of the program would not reject such a boon, Su Chen declared confidently. Once the oceanic factory becomes part of the merfolk realm, the bionic robots would be able to work, correct? Is that so? Long Jialua's eyes widened in disbelief. This is possible. Su Luo's mouth hung agape, round enough to fit 2 eggs. I have calculated it. It is indeed feasible. Long Jialua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, praising him in a lyrical tone. I never suspected you possessed such cleverness. Judging by her tone, this was no mere cleverness. It was a stroke of genius. Mother, can it truly be done? Su Luo's eyes nearly fell from their sockets in astonishment. Absolutely, it can be done. Long Jialua responded with evident joy. Su Chen, hands on hips and brimming with pride, proclaimed, I told you, as long as the shovel is wielded skillfully, no command is insurmountable. Now you believe, don't you? The merfolk would undoubtedly desire the well-being of their realm, and expansion would surely be supported. By thinking along these lines, the problem could be resolved. I am truly astute. I can tackle the exceptionally challenging problem posed by Long Jialua, the control spirit. I deserve 100 accolades. No, 1,000. With policies above, there are countermeasures below. Such as a universal truth. There is no doubt that the programming of the Long Jialua could be surmounted. I believe, Long Jialua exclaimed, slapping her forehead in amazement. If that is the case, can I leave? Su Chen slapped his forehead in realization. That's wonderful. Jialua, from this moment forth, we can be together, traversing mountains and valleys, facing fire and sword together. Long Jialua's abilities far eclipsed those of Su Luo. Her potential for exploration was breathtaking, and her exit would be a tremendous boon for Su Chen. Any challenge could be entrusted to her, and it must be accomplished. Such prospects were delightful. This is splendid, splendid. Mother, let us conquer the world together. Su Luo clapped her tiny hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement, singing, the world outside is truly splendid. Indeed, truly splendid. Her melody was vibrant and well-crafted. Not so. Long Jialua's high-pitched scream shattered the air, nearly deafening Su Chen, who hastily covered his ears and stared wide-eyed at Long Jialua. Mother, what is wrong? Su Luo's eyes were nearly bulging out. Long Jialua's delicate features twisted in agony, her tail thrashing against the ground. She flickered in and out of existence, her form alternately fading and solidifying in rapid succession. Impossible. Long Jialua's scream persisted. This cry was more piercing than a lion's roar, threatening to rupture Su Chen's eardrums. He instinctively stepped back, distancing himself from her. Why can I not leave? Long Jialua's tears cascaded down like a torrential waterfall, a sight so exaggerated it seemed unreal. Were she a human, she would have already wept herself blind. The desire to escape the realm of the merfolk and witness the wonders of Earth had long been her fervent wish. The inability to leave was a crushing blow, akin to a cataclysmic disaster. If bionic robots can depart, why not her? Su Chen, finally regaining his composure, pondered this perplexing dilemma. To leave here, I must complete a mysterious mission, Long Jialua sobbed, revealing the reason behind her plight. Mysterious mission? What does that mean? Su Chen questioned. Akin to a novice grappling with higher learning, utterly bewildered. Mother, what mission? Su Yulua echoed, equally lost. I do not know. It is a locked mission, requiring certain conditions to be met for activation. Long Jialua's eyes reddened from crying, her tone steeped in despair. If I fail to complete this task, I will be annihilated here. Why must it be this way? Su Chen felt as if he were bathing in icy water during winter, chilled to the bone. The realm of the merfolk spans hundreds of acres, its population exceeding 1 billion, a staggering volume of data. As the control spirit of the merfolk, Long Jialua could process this unimaginable magnitude of information. Her power was indeed formidable. If she were to be taken outside, she could dominate the globe in mere moments. The prospects were extraordinarily bright. Not to mention, the technology of the merfolk was stored within her. Once freed from the confines of the merfolk realm, she would no longer be restricted, allowing Su Chen to access an abundance of knowledge. She was a veritable treasure trove. Now, however, she was being forced back into her previous state, leaving Su Chen feeling quite despondent. Woe is me. My fate is so tragic. I shall suffocate in the depths of the Pacific. Long Jialua wept profusely, her tears forming 2 waterfalls cascading downwards. She had been stifled for 3 millennia, on the brink of madness. To escape and gaze upon the magnificent world beyond was her yearning. She had allied with Su Chen to counter the directives set by the merfolk. Thanks to Su Chen's efforts, the prospect of leaving had gained traction, only to now be overshadowed by the emergence of a mysterious mission, shattering her hopes. The depth of her anguish was palpable. When emotions are present, prolonged confinement can drive anyone to madness. To remain sane is either to lack normality or to be devoid of feelings. Jialua, do not weep. You still have me. Su Chen, fully aware that she was merely a projection and not a living entity, was still moved by her tears, his heart clenching painfully. He stepped forward, embracing Long Jialua, gently patting her back to offer comfort. Master, I do not wish to perish here. Long Jialua sobbed into Su Chen's shoulder, her cries resonating with profound sorrow, eliciting sympathy from any who might hear. It shall not happen. It shall not happen. Su Chen continued to console her. Mother, do not worry. I will find a way to help you escape. Su Yulua joined Long Jialua in her embrace, sharing in her tears. Long Jialua held Su Yulua tightly, as if clutching a precious treasure, terrified of losing her. The sight of this tender moment evoked a visceral ache in the heart. Jialua, can you explain the situation? After some time, as Long Jialua's emotions stabilized, Su Chen gently inquired. This mission is so enigmatic. I never realized it existed until now. Had it not been for this incident, I might never have discovered it. Long Jialua's words astonished Su Chen. You were unaware of it before. Long Jialua had existed for thousands of years, yet in all that time, she had never uncovered this mission, highlighting its profound concealment. Indeed, she affirmed with a nod. Why does this mission exist? Su Chen pressed further. How could I possibly know? Long Jialua shook her head. If I fail to complete it, I am destined for destruction. As she reached a sorrowful moment, she burst into tears once more. Su Yulua accompanied her in weeping, truly a dutiful girl. Su Chen offered repeated comfort. And Chang Jialua's emotions stabilized slightly as she inquired, do you know the triggering conditions? I do not know at all. Chang Jialua shook her head, her face marred by tears, resembling a pitiful human. Not knowing the triggering conditions makes things quite troublesome, Su Chen admitted, feeling at a loss. He asked again, is there a time limit on this task? Fortunately, there isn't, Chang Jialua replied with a slight sense of relief. Then that is a relief. Su Chen's anxious heart eased a bit as he said, Luo, do not worry. Without a time limit, there is still hope. We will strive together. And surely we will find a solution. If such a mysterious mission had a time constraint without any knowledge of how to trigger it, that would indeed be disastrous. With no time limit, there was much more room for maneuvering and greater opportunities. While Chang Jialua covered her face and cried, naturally, Su Yulua stayed by her side, sharing in her sorrow. Luo, do you know why the character in our text represents 3 people? Su Chen, rarely engaging in such linguistic analysis, explained. It signifies that 3 individuals make a crowd, and many hands make light work. You, me, and little Luo. If we strive together, there will be hope. Chang Jialua felt somewhat better, nodding and saying, Thank you, Master. We will work hard together. This was her first time addressing Su Mukin as Master and her first expression of gratitude. Su Mukin felt a wave of emotion within. It was indeed a rare moment. Chang Jialua wiped her tears and forced a smile, stating, Master is right. As long as we exert ourselves, there will be hope. With me, my daughter, and you, Master, we will surely find a way. Such a transformation in demeanor was striking. Surely indicative of programming rather than humanity? Master, I shall now provide you with the functions and operational methods of the bionic robot. Chang Jialua stepped forward, her delicate right index finger touching Su Mukin's forehead to establish a neural connection. The familiar sensation lingered only briefly before completion. The data was minimal, requiring little time. This is astonishing, Su Mukin exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Though he had previously witnessed the prowess of the bionic robots, now understanding their functions and methods revealed that the installation was merely a fraction of their capabilities. They could accomplish so much more. After a full 10 minutes of excitement, Su Mukin finally calmed down, grinning as he asked, Luo, can you give me the light source? He had long coveted the light source. If he could take it outside, who would dare challenge him? Absolutely not. Chang Jialua firmly refused, stating, this is to defend the Jiao capital, not for expansion. It cannot be taken away. Why defend the Jiao capital? Su Mukin felt disappointed yet curious. Given its current state, what was left to protect? I do not know. That is how the directive was designed, and I can only execute it. Chang Jialua's words extinguished Su Mukin's hope entirely. Can you provide me with the obsolete technology? The discarded technology of the Jiao tribe was also valuable, with no tasks required for acquisition, making it particularly fitting for his current situation. I have already given that to my daughter. Chang Jialua gently stroked Su Jialua's hair with an affectionate expression. You gave it to her. Why didn't you mention it? Su Mukin felt a sense of regret, as if he had overlooked a treasure. You did not ask, Chang Jialua replied candidly. This rationale was compelling, leaving him at a loss for words. You didn't ask me either, Su Jialua swiftly countered, sealing Su Mukin's lips with her retort. You both are relentless. Su Mukin could only lament to the heavens. Master, I have given you everything due. You should hurry and attend to your tasks. Chang Jialua gestured for him to leave. Luo, if you were in trouble, it would be inappropriate for me to leave now. You would scold me for being heartless. Let us have a proper chat. Su Mukin sought to linger, hoping to extract more valuable information. Once you become the master, I will be liberated. That will be my greatest assistance. Please, hurry along. Chang Jialua waved her hand, and an energy portal appeared beside Su Mukin, enveloping him in a soft blue glow. Luo, why is the Jiao capital so brightly lit? Su Mukin thought to ask just before he vanished. I do as I please. It's none of your concern. Chang Jialua reverted to her usual mode, dismissing him without reason. Such a strong rationale left Su Mukin speechless as he shouted, that costs $1 billion. $1 billion for energy technology is quite a bargain. Chang Jialua scoffed. Restoring the energy system of the Jiao capital will consume $1 billion. $1 billion is an immense sum. How can it be a bargain? Yet, it seemed there might be some truth to her words. Thermoelectric generation and energy towers were indeed sophisticated. Even the world and Oppo's leading energy experts could scarcely achieve such feats. To acquire it for $1 billion was indeed a steal. No, it is no different from being given away for free. As Su Mukin entered the Jiaolong, the energy portal opened, and 12 bionic robots made their entrance. Gazing at the bionic robots, Su Mukin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he shouted, with robots in my possession. The world is mine. Ocean factories, I shall construct them in every corner of the sea. Upon returning to the bauxite mine, Su Mukin immediately commanded the bionic robots to commence work. The bionic robots exhibited excellent attitudes, promptly beginning their tasks without hesitation. Utilizing quantum space, they disassembled power plant equipment for assembly, exiting the Jiaolong to perform installations. They swam with their tails, moving to various positions, and then activated quantum space to release the assembled equipment, completing the installation seamlessly. In mere moments, the task was accomplished. The efficiency surpassed Su Mukin's expectations, filling him with immense satisfaction towards the bionic robots. At the same time, he praised himself for his cleverness and intelligence. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such remarkable machines. Su Mukin and Oppo's eyes gleamed like stars in the night sky, and he wore a broad smile. Su Jialua playfully pointed her fingers at each other, teasing, a beggar finds a gold ingot, foolishly joyous. How can you speak like that? Su Mukin shot her a glare, yet remained in high spirits, nearly singing. This power plant generates 100 billion kilowatt hours annually. From now on, I shall never lack electricity. Just thinking about it makes me giddy. TCH, just 100 billion kilowatt hours a year, and you're overjoyed to the point of foolishness? Can you not aim higher? Be more ambitious? You are so lowly. Su Yulua quickly shifted to a teasing mode, mocking Su Muchen. You simply cannot stand to see me happy. Your little tricks are transparent to me. Su Muchen dismissed her remarks, still cheerfully responding, 100 billion kilowatt hours is substantial. It is the annual electricity consumption of a third or fourth-tier city. Some of those cities may not even use that much electricity. 100 billion kilowatt hours sounds like a lot, but it is not excessive. The annual consumption for a third or fourth-tier city typically falls within that range. For international metropolises, the consumption is even greater, reaching hundreds of billions of kilowatt hours. For instance, in the Magic City, the annual consumption is 1,400 billion kilowatt hours. Su Muchen's reasoning held weight, leaving Su Yulua momentarily speechless, though she refused to concede defeat, as that would be too embarrassing. With a pout, she quickly switched to a mode of hostility, declaring, not only do you lack ambition, but all humans lack ambition. Fortunately, you lack a physical form. Su Muchen cast her a sympathetic glance. If Su Yulua had a body, her talent for inciting animosity would surely drown her in her own words. TCH. I am not concerned about you humans being so lowly. Su Yulua brushed off the remark. Enough talk, time to recharge. Su Muchen rubbed his fingers together, issuing commands. Although a micro-factory was rented to charge the Xilongo, the industrial electricity supply was only moderately faster than household electricity and was still significantly restricted, leaving no room to unleash full power. Now, without any reservations, the charge could proceed as swiftly as its capacity allowed, an undoubtedly delightful speed. Longbao immediately connected the Xilongo to the power plant, and Su Muchen was astonished by the visibly slow progress bar. So fast, his eyes nearly bulged out. He had monitored the charging of the Xilongo countless times, always noting its sluggish pace. Days would pass without any noticeable increase, and it had never reached full capacity, barely sufficing for his needs. Master, we are now in full power mode. Hence the rapid charging, Longbao dutifully explained, proving to be as comforting as a warm embrace. Previously, we were cautious of overheating the equipment, imposing numerous restrictions. That makes sense. Su Muchen readily comprehended and inquired, how long will it take to fully charge? Approximately 1 day, Long Dingbao promptly responded. 1 day? The visible progress still required a full day, which was quite alarming, causing Su Muchen's lips to quiver. The battery's capacity was vast, requiring a staggering 100 million kilowatt hours to reach full charge, a figure that would surely astound contemporary scientists. An electric vehicle, when fully charged, can travel several hundred kilometers, truly remarkable. The limitations were primarily due to the small capacity of batteries. A single full charge would suffice for 6 months of uninterrupted use, a notion that filled Su Muchen with immense joy. Uninterrupted use for 6 months equated to having limitless energy, granting him the freedom to go wherever he pleased. It was simply marvelous. His sparkling eyes fell upon 12 bionic robots standing still like wooden stakes, and he exclaimed, "Why are you all so idle?" "Master, you have not issued any commands," replied the bionic robots. "Do you dare to argue back? Have you lost your senses?" Overjoyed, Su Muchen momentarily forgot this matter and issued a directive. "Go, clear that flat area. I want to build a factory." "Yes, master." The bionic robots promptly complied, their tails swaying as they glided across the ground. Upon reaching the designated spot, they extended their hands, and a soft blue light enveloped the terrain. The deep-sea fish, previously frolicking, fled in panic like rabbits chased by dogs, swiftly vanishing into the cold, dark waters, their whereabouts unknown. This flat expanse, populated with seagrass and stones, underwent a remarkable transformation upon contact with the blue light. The seagrass melted away as if exposed to the scorching summer sun, vanishing without a trace. The stones followed suit, soon disappearing, and the ground sank down, ultimately becoming level and cohesive. Su Muchen's mouth hung agape, round enough to fit 2 eggs. His eyes widened, momentarily frozen in astonishment. After a significant pause, a peculiar sound reminiscent of a hen's morning call escaped his throat. Although he had long been aware of the impressive capabilities of the bionic robots, not only could they install equipment, but they could also level land in preparation for constructing a marine factory. Witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly shaken. Was this not fantastical? You think you're so sophisticated, but now you see just how unsophisticated you truly are. Su Yulua mocked, arms crossed, relishing the spectacle. Is this truly science and not some mystical sorcery? Su Muchen finally regained his composure. Mother always told you, that which can be understood is science, that which cannot is theology. How could you forget? Su Yulua replied, brimming with pride. At its core, it's merely ion exchange technology. Merely? Su Muchen retorted incredulously. If scientists heard your audacity, they would surely be appalled. From our current scientific perspective, such technology would indeed appear supernatural. Let me enlighten you, since you seem to be a mere novice in technology, Su Yulua scoffed. Her eyes filled with disdain. Every substance is composed of elements. Take your body, for example, which consists primarily of carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen, supplemented by trace elements. Humans are carbon-based life forms, primarily composed of these three elements along with iron and others. When elements lose or gain electrons, they become ions, she elucidated. Ion exchange technology merely replaces the necessary ions while removing the unnecessary ones. Through this replacement, the form of matter changes, allowing you to obtain the desired substance. Atoms consist of nuclei and electrons. The loss or gain of electrons results in ions. Losing electrons creates cations, while gaining electrons forms anions. And when the required anions and cations combine, they create new substances known as compounds. Isn't that familiar to those studying chemical engineering? Indeed, this is a chemical reaction. She continued, chemical reactions can be explained in many scholarly ways, but simply put, it's about playing with electrons, either gaining or losing them. All technological methods revolve around this core concept. As the illustrious Longjiao race, we have long since discarded your inefficient, highly toxic, and environmentally damaging chemical production methods because we have mastered the more advanced, efficient, and pollution-free ion exchange technology, Su Yulua proclaimed, her head held high. Akin to a proud swan, singing praises for her people. Her critique of chemical engineering was undeniably astute. Environmental pollution was indeed severe. When one thinks of chemical engineering, images of towering smokestacks emitting thick black smoke come to mind, casting a gloomy pall over the sky, suffocating the surroundings. The crops are shrouded in a layer of grimy dust, wilting and struggling to survive, resulting in poor harvests. Even more concerning, humans and livestock alike suffer from various mysterious ailments. This pollution is detestable. Who would want to live in such conditions? Yet, we cannot entirely forego chemical engineering. Without the various raw materials and life essentials it provides, our quality of life would significantly decline. Without fertilizers, agricultural yields would plummet, leaving us hungry. You might argue that hormone-fed livestock lacks flavor and texture compared to those raised on pure grains, but your standards seem rather high, prioritizing taste over sustenance. Those from our parents' generation, having suffered from hunger, would retort, let us starve you for 3 days and see if you still complain. Without toothpaste, one cannot maintain oral hygiene, leading to discomfort. This too is a contribution of chemical engineering. Thus, we find ourselves in a paradoxical relationship with it, both reliant and resentful, wishing for its disappearance yet unable to live without it. Mu Chen quickly recognized the immense value of ion exchange technology. His eyes gleaming brighter than diamonds as he rubbed his fingers together, leaning in with a grin, Luo, my dear, sweet Luo. Please share this ion exchange technology with me, will you? Absolutely not, Su Yulua firmly declined without a moment and oppose, as hesitation. Why not? It and oppose, as an outdated technology. You would gain nothing from it. While I could make a fortune, Mu Chen lamented, his eyes turning green with envy. To truly master this technology, it would indeed be difficult to not desire wealth. The current chemical industry would be immediately rendered obsolete. Who claims this is an outdated technology? This is still a technique employed by our Longjiao clan, Su Yulua declared with pride. With nanomachines available, who would still require such methods? Mu Chen has gained a clear understanding of nanomachines, realizing that there is virtually nothing they cannot fabricate. As long as one possesses nanomachines, any desired item can be produced. Who says otherwise? Su Yulua rolled her eyes at Mu Chen, dismissing the need to explain further. While the technology for nanomachine fabrication is indeed advanced, the cost of nanomachines is prohibitively high. Even with the strength of the Longjiao clan, it is a daunting challenge. Therefore, in areas where it is unnecessary, ionic exchange technology remains the more practical choice. Mu Chen is acutely aware of the exorbitant cost of nanomachines. Cultivating just one independent production unit requires a staggering sum of 100 billion. Of course, this is under the premise that he purchases the materials. Should he venture into the sea to source them, the cost would significantly decrease. However, the Longjiao clan requires a vast quantity of nanomachines, necessitating numerous independent production units, which is no small burden. In contrast, the costs associated with ionic exchange technology are considerably lower, making it a more economical option in industries where nanomachines are not essential. Otherwise, why would the Longjiao clan pursue the development of ionic exchange technology after acquiring nanofabrication techniques? Su Yulua retorted, the obvious answer already evident. Lo Luo, it would be beneficial if you provided me with such technology. It could complement the nanomachines. Such a valuable asset would not be easily relinquished, as it contradicts Mu Chen's nature. Do not even think about it. I do not possess such technology. It is with my mother. Su Yulua shook her head. I am not trying to discourage you, but even if I did, you would not be able to utilize it. Impossible. I am certain I could, Mu Chen confidently asserted. Regardless of whether I can use it, I must acquire it first. Do you have rare earth elements? This technology requires them. Su Yulua countered with facts. Facts are the most painful, you know? Currently, Mu Chen has only discovered one bauxite mine, and the location of rare earth mines remains unknown. Rare earth elements, often referred to as the vitamins of industry, are essential for many processes. Chips are impressive, aren't they? I want to provide you with rare earth elements. Let us see if you can create anything without them. When the United States employed a ban on chips against us, the domestic reaction was quite interesting when we hinted at utilizing rare earth elements in retaliation. This clearly demonstrated their importance, no matter how Mu Chen pleaded. Su Yulua ultimately did not grant him access to ionic exchange technology. This left him feeling disheartened. However, he found solace in the high efficiency of the 12 bionic robots. As the level ground they were creating rapidly expanded, soon encompassing a vast area. It won't be long before the necessary space for the factory is leveled, Mu Chen remarked, gazing at the smooth surface with a sense of wonder. If we were to utilize our current technology for this task, who knows how long it would take? Using their existing technology would first require the acquisition of a substantial amount of equipment, followed by excavation and the removal of seaweed and stones. A process that would consume considerable time. Then, leveling the ground would take even longer. Of course, this assumes the equipment could withstand pressures exceeding 2,000 meters underwater. With humanity's current materials technology, it is simply incapable of enduring such immense water pressure. Even the United States Seawolf-class submarines, renowned for their depth capabilities, cannot dive that deep. You humans are simply too inferior, Su Yulua boasted, inadvertently offending all of humanity. This was a reckless proclamation, impossible to halt, and Mu Chen chose not to remind her. How deep must it be leveled? That depends on the underground conditions. Some areas are deep while others are shallow. Su Yulua began to educate him. Constructing an ocean factory on the seabed is no simple feat. The required technology is exceedingly advanced. Let us not even discuss materials technology. Just the leveling of the foundation is enough to surpass all of humanity's capabilities. Do not generalize all of humanity. I am human too, you know? Mu Chen grumbled. If you had a body, I guarantee you would be begging for mercy in minutes, Su Yulua retorted. You are inferior, and thus, all of humanity is as well. Mu Chen clenched his fists, feeling as though he had become the scapegoat for humanity's shortcomings, wondering whom he could turn to for consolation. The seabed, having been submerged for countless millennia, had long since softened. Establishing a factory underwater necessitates making the seabed firm and solid once more. Our technological methods can achieve this. But if we are close to the bedrock, the process becomes much simpler. Su Yulua continued her explanation. The ocean has existed for an incredibly long time, far predating the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs have been extinct for over 100 million years. The seabed has been submerged for countless millennia, or more accurately, billions of years. The seabed is extremely soft. Without hardening it, it cannot bear the weight of a factory. Therefore, reinforcing the seabed is of utmost importance. You have indeed struck luck. We are quite close to the bedrock, which will save us a great deal of effort. Su Yulua finally delivered some good news, albeit with a tone that could provoke irritation. The efficiency of the bionic robots was commendable, yet soon, Mu Chen's mood soured as he observed the continually extending surface. Mu Chen felt elated. The ocean factory was beckoning him. However, the bionic robots suddenly halted. Why have you stopped? Mu Chen inquired, visibly displeased. The energy is nearly depleted. Of course, we need to recharge, Su Yulua stated matter-of-factly. Such high energy consumption? Mu Chen was taken aback. The energy expenditure was astonishing. It has only been a short while, and the bionic robots have already run out of energy. You are merely a technological novice. Su Yulua remarked with an expression of disbelief. The first step in ionic exchange technology is to enhance the activity of the ions, which requires substantial energy. Although the bionic robots possess abundant energy, their consumption is also significant. Lasting this long is already quite impressive. Regardless of the time, Su Yulua always seemed to be racing towards self-destruction. If you humans, with your primitive technology, cannot even enhance the activity of ions. Once again, humanity was caught in the crossfire. Mu Chen's ears had grown calloused from her incessant remarks. He had lost interest in arguing with her. Enhancing ion activity necessitates considerable energy. Humanity has not excelled in this regard. We often hear the term collider, an indispensable apparatus in physics research that requires vast amounts of energy to accelerate particles. A costly endeavor few nations can afford. Such energy consumption is not worth it compared to nanomachines. While nanomachines may be costly, their operation is straightforward, with far fewer complications. To label you a technological novice and have you deny it, the cost of using nanomachines is indeed the highest, understand? Ionic exchange technology is far more economical. Su Yulua scoffed, her expression one of incredulity. Such energy consumption, yet you claim it is low cost. Is that how your intelligent programs calculate? Su Chen finally seized the opportunity, delighting in the prospect of dismantling all the intelligent programs at once. What is wrong with our intelligent programs? They are simply superior to yours. Su Yulua placed her hands on her hips, indignantly pointing at Su Chen, exclaiming, I will make you comprehend just how much of a technological novice you truly are. Novice, do not forget, we are in the ocean, where energy is abundant and inexhaustible, unlike your methods, which require exorbitant costs to obtain energy. Smack. Su Chen slapped his forehead, realizing he had completely overlooked this aspect. He had unconsciously adopted human thinking and forgot that they were in the ocean. The energy contained in seawater is incredibly rich. Establishing an ocean power plant would yield an endless supply of energy. Indeed, it is an inexhaustible resource, one that can sustain us until the end of the world without the slightest concern for energy depletion. Even if we were to deplete the existing energy of the oceans, it would be of little consequence, for the sun continues to shine and heat, perpetually replenishing the energy of the sea. The exhaustion of oceanic energy would only occur with the demise of the sun. In fact, the atmosphere, much like the oceans, serves as one of Earth's largest thermal reservoirs. If we could harness temperature differentials for power generation, we could similarly access boundless energy on land. However, humanity currently lacks the requisite technology. Hence, the use of ion exchange technology significantly reduces costs. With a wave of his right hand, Su Chen issued the command, prompting 12 bionic robots to commence charging. The battery capacity of these bionic robots pales in comparison to that of the Jiaolong, and it took little time to recharge before they resumed their tasks. This cycle of energy consumption and recharging continued, resulting in the continuous leveling of the ground, a sight to behold. Su Chen congratulated himself for his astuteness in establishing an oceanic power plant to resolve energy issues. The energy tower was finally constructed, and with the assistance of the bionic robots, installation was completed in no time. After a successful trial, Su Chen was utterly satisfied. The Jiaolong severed its direct connection to the power plant and established a wireless link with the energy tower, allowing a substantial transfer of energy to be stored in batteries. The charging speed proved to be just as efficient as a direct connection. This was indeed a hassle-free solution. Rubbing his chin habitually, Su Chen grinned widely, contemplating the lucrative prospects of selling such a device. The energy tower was undoubtedly a formidable weapon that would revolutionize current energy transmission methods, eliminating the need for extensive wiring, thereby reducing costs and enhancing safety, mitigating the risk of electrocution. Each year, how many lives are lost to electric shocks? While this technology is intended for civilian use, its military applications would render current circuit destruction methods obsolete, transforming previously developed weapons into mere relics. Should Su Chen market the energy tower? Countless individuals would vie for its acquisition, allowing him to amass a fortune, affording him the luxury of living and sleeping on piles of cash. The future appeared exceedingly bright. However, such a high-end product was something Su Chen wished to relish himself before sharing. A peculiar smile crept across his resolute face. A true magnate does not feel compelled to share his treasures. I embody such a magnate. The manufacturing of corrosion-resistant materials commenced immediately, yielding a multi-metal alloy single crystal that was a visual delight, with all patterns aligned and remarkably smooth, resembling a vast mirror. Single crystals epitomize technological advancement and may seem distant, yet they have long been integrated into our daily lives, unbeknownst to many. Indeed, this refers to chips. The very ones currently banned from sale to us by the United States. Chips are composed of monocrystalline silicon, the true embodiment of single crystals. When touched, they possess a metallic texture, warm and inviting, akin to the delicate skin of a lover. A truly exquisite experience. No wonder they are hailed as supermaterials. Su Chen was immensely pleased. He then shaped the corrosion-resistant materials into various forms required for the factory, some domed, some flat, and more. As soon as he accumulated a sufficient quantity, enabling the construction of a small factory, he could no longer contain his excitement and commanded the bionic robots to begin assembly. The assembly remained discreet, invisible to Su Chen, yet the efficiency was astonishing, and within a blink of an eye, a seafloor factory the size of a microfactory rented by Su Chen was erected. This was a domed factory, its beautiful curved roof aesthetically pleasing. Underwater, the immense pressure necessitated a dome design to distribute the force effectively. A flat roof would bear the full brunt of the pressure, which would be excessive. While nanobots could construct a seamless structure, their scarcity rendered that impossible, necessitating segmented construction before final assembly. The bionic robots wielded the ion exchange technology, seamlessly integrating the segments into a cohesive whole. As Su Chen gazed upon the factory rising from the ocean floor, His heart raced with exhilaration, nearly bursting from his chest as he jubilantly exclaimed, "I have constructed an underwater factory. I am truly remarkable." Establishing a factory beneath the sea is a feat that far surpasses humanity's current technological capabilities. Indeed, it is extraordinary. I have achieved an unparalleled accomplishment. He laughed heartily, his glee echoing through the waters. With present material technology, it is inconceivable to descend over 2,000 meters beneath the ocean, much less construct an oceanic factory. Mu Chen reveled in a profound sense of achievement and overwhelming happiness. "You are living in delusion," Xiu Luo scoffed, rolling her eyes as she looked down from above Mu Chen. "You boast of your paltry achievement. It is merely a diminutive factory, insignificant in the grand scheme. In the prime of the Shark City, it was something extraordinary, with a permanent population exceeding 100 million. A factory such as yours would be utterly disregarded there. The enormity of a city with over 100 million residents beneath the waves is beyond imagination," and her words held considerable weight. "Compared to Shark City, this small factory is inconsequential." "So what?" Mu Chen retorted, undeterred by her remarks, exuding pride and satisfaction. "Every great endeavor begins with a single step. The existence of one oceanic factory paves the way for 2, 3, or even countless more. Establishing a super city akin to Shark City is well within reach. The transition from nothing to something signifies a qualitative leap, a promising beginning." "You are merely vain," Xiu Luo shot back, unwilling to concede defeat, her stubbornness evident. "It is you who is vain," Mu Chen teased, casting a sidelong glance at her. "You endlessly extol the virtues of Shark City, yet the truth is, it now lies in ruins. You are clinging to the glories of the past. That is your folly. This is the only intact underwater structure in existence today." Xiu Luo's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, yet she could not muster a retort. Mu Chen flashed a peace sign, declaring his victory. He laughed for a solid 10 minutes, his cheeks aching from the exertion before finally pausing. "I shall enter the energy chamber now," he said, rubbing his fingers together, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This was the underwater factory he had painstakingly constructed, and he was about to step inside and experience it firsthand, a feeling he anticipated with great wonder. A shimmering blue energy portal materialized, enveloping Mu Chen, and in the next moment, he found himself inside the factory, greeted by an entirely different sensation that left him awestruck. The entire facility was immaculate and dry, reminiscent of a lover in the throes of passion, breathtakingly beautiful and utterly captivating. The artistic walls, rich in texture and metallic luster, felt warm and comforting, akin to caressing a lover's delicate skin. "Beautiful, beautiful, utterly stunning," Mu Chen exclaimed. Having visited numerous factories, none had ever bestowed upon him such a sci-fi aesthetic delight. His joy was boundless, leaving him unable to close his mouth in astonishment. The air here was refreshingly crisp, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Mu Chen felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body, as if he possessed an inexhaustible strength, capable of delivering a single punch that could fell a bull. The factory was equipped with an oxygen generation system that extracted oxygen from seawater, allowing Mu Chen to breathe. Otherwise, he would succumb to asphyxiation. This was not mere air but pure oxygen, which, as experienced individuals would know, offered a distinctly different sensation. Breathing pure oxygen was exceptionally invigorating, a refreshing experience that starkly contrasted with ordinary air. "You possess a modicum of discernment. This factory is my design, naturally impressive," Xiu Luo declared with an air of pride, her head held high, eagerly awaiting compliments. The task of designing the factory was indeed entrusted to Xiu Luo, the intelligent program, who had crafted not only a robust structure but also a complete ecological system tailored for Mu Chen. The oxygen was, of course, procured from seawater. With a sidelong glance at Xiu Luo, Mu Chen made no effort to commend her. "You have a penchant for disparaging me. Am I not capable of providing you comfort?" Xiu Luo retorted, pouting and glaring at him, her frustration evident. "Is it so difficult to utter a kind word to a girl?" Feigning ignorance, Mu Chen commanded, "Control spirit, appear." In response, a diminutive female merman manifested before him, her human upper body blending seamlessly with a fishtail, adorned with exquisite features and golden scales, exuding an adorable charm. "Greetings, master," the control spirit chirped sweetly, her voice bright and polite. Mu Chen was quite pleased with her demeanor. "Excellent. I shall bestow upon you a name. As the overseer of the factory, you shall be known as Factory Baby." "Absolutely not," Xiu Luo shrieked, her voice piercing and sharp, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at Mu Chen. "What sort of absurd name is that?" "It's perfectly fine," Mu Chen insisted, oblivious to the critique of his naming skills. "The spirit managing the Dragon Baby is aptly named, so why shouldn't the factory's spirit be Factory Baby?" Xiu Luo looked skyward, speechless, her anger dissipating as she composed herself, her expression transforming into one of mock sweetness. Chung Chung, your naming ability is truly unparalleled, a rarity throughout the ages. Internally, she added a silent note of how extraordinarily lacking it was. Factory baby, you now have a name, Mu Chen declared with satisfaction, casting his gaze upwards, as if looking past Su Luo. Thank you, master, Factory baby replied, her demeanor still cheerful, showing no signs of embarrassment over her name. See, this is a good spirit, obedient and compliant, unlike some intelligent programs that incessantly nitpick, Mu Chen remarked. Factory baby, from now on, the matters of the factory shall be entrusted to you. Please manage it diligently, understood? He waved his hand, adopting a commanding presence. Rest assured, master. I shall strive diligently and not disappoint you, Factory baby promised, patting her chest earnestly. Mu Chen was thoroughly pleased with her attitude. He had been intimately involved in the factory's equipment and was well acquainted with its intricacies, not requiring an introduction from Factory baby. Currently, the factory stood incomplete, with essential equipment still in production, which left Mu Chen feeling somewhat regretful that he could not commence trial production immediately. Nevertheless, he was filled with confidence, anticipating that the fully realized factory would present him with a grand surprise. Under the diligent efforts of the bionic robots, the factory was expanding impressively, appearing increasingly magnificent, particularly when all the lights illuminated the space, transforming it into a brilliant spectacle, a pearl within the darkness, a breathtaking underwater marvel. As supplies were depleted, Mu Chen piloted the Dragon Baby back to the shipyard to procure more materials. Chengzi, you've been elusive these past few days. Where have you been? We're organizing a class reunion, did you know? Luo Teng Hui exclaimed upon spotting Mu Chen, as if he had encountered a savior. In his quest to expedite the construction of the underwater factory, Mu Chen had been submerged in the depths, neglecting his home, making him difficult to locate. A reunion? Mu Chen pondered, uncertain. Numerous class reunions loomed from primary school through college, and if he included kindergarten, the tally would be even higher. A high school reunion. Luo Teng Hui clarified. Oh, I see. Mu Chen's eyes lit up. I thought you wouldn't attend. As Mu Chen's close confidant, Luo Teng Hui immediately sensed his interest. Our class has many beautiful female classmates. How could I miss that? Mu Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Teng Hui, implying that he was not attending for the reunion itself but rather to charm the ladies. Indeed, Luo Teng Hui grinned, sharing an understanding that transcended words. Laughter spilling forth that was rather indulgent. Just as they prepared to discuss their strategies for flotation, Mu Chen's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he smiled. A wealthy second generation? You're calling me? So Demon King, what do you mean by that? My family owns a mine. That is not my fault. I did not choose this. It was thrust upon me by fate. A booming voice echoed from the phone, laced with fury. Mu Chen was relieved to hold the phone at a distance. Otherwise, his ears would have suffered. This was Lin Zhenghan, a classmate from high school. What do you mean? Who is the Su Demon King? Mu Chen gritted his teeth, having inadvertently provoked a male classmate. Who else would know? Lin Zhenghan laughed heartily, clearly delighted. It's perfectly acceptable for you, the Su Demon King, to flirt with me. How could I not return the favor? Haha. Eager to shift the focus, Mu Chen asked, why are you calling me, wealthy second generation? Let us not rush into business. Let us flirt a bit first and see who can outdo the other, Lin Zhenghan replied, clearly relishing the banter. Are you certain? Mu Chen chuckled, mischief evident in his voice. Flirting? Who doesn't know how? I was joking. I haven't spoken to you, the Su Demon King, in ages. I'm just excited. Lin Zhenghan laughed, his tone amicable. He quickly pivoted to the matter at hand. The summer break is nearly over, and with school starting again. Although we've graduated from university, some of our classmates are still pursuing further studies, some even combining Master S and doctoral programs. We want to see each other for months after this break. Let us gather while we still can. Although Mu Chen had graduated from university, not all his classmates had entered the workforce. Some continued their studies, and it was indeed appropriate to seize the opportunity for a reunion. And how shall we split the expenses? Mu Chen inquired, a hint of hesitation in his voice. I come from humble beginnings. My family is not affluent, and the costs may be a bit burdensome. Rotengui rolled his eyes dramatically and cast a disdainful glance at Su Mucheng. Seriously? You dare claim you lack resources? You sold a single piece of dark wood for 400 million, and treating a lavish meal for a wealthy patron cost merely a few million. I have never encountered anyone more extravagant than you, and you dare to complain about this little bit? He mused, pondering how Su Mucheng had already ascended to the status of a billionaire and was ambitiously striving for even greater heights. He could only imagine the shock it would bring. The Demon King remained as audacious as ever, shamelessly indulging without a hint of embarrassment. Lin Zhenghan's laughter broke through the atmosphere. If you're reluctant, Just be honest about it. We can pool our resources, Mu Chen retorted. Since the esteemed Su Demon King has spoken, how could I refrain from contributing? All expenses for food and lodging fall to me. Isn't that generous enough? Lin Zhenghan boasted. Given your earnestness, I shall now redistribute the wealth among the affluent. Mu Chen replied with a mischievous grin, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Lin Zhenghan felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily declared, I have a call to make. I shan't linger. Without waiting for Mu Chen's response, he swiftly ended the call. Rotengui, observing from a distance, regarded Mu Chen with a peculiar expression. What do you mean by that, young Master Luo? Mu Chen shot back. I pity Lin Deshao. The Su Demon King has always had an insatiable appetite. Rotengui took a step back, distancing himself from Mu Chen. And you dare say that? When have you not relied on my aid? Mu Chen mercilessly exposed him. Isn't it you who feels embarrassed? Every time we got into a fight, weren't you the one who pushed me to the front? Rotengui immediately countered. Their initial encounters had been marked by mutual defiance, leading to frequent brawls. As they fought more often, they evolved from adversaries into friends, and eventually into unbreakable allies. Now, they no longer battled each other but teamed up to confront others. During their skirmishes, Mu Chen always urged Rotengui to charge ahead while he stealthily maneuvered from behind. With a scornful glance, Mu Chen remarked, your mindset is flawed. Fighting is an art that requires strategy and cooperation. You may be the tank, while I take on the role of DPS. That is how we complement each other. Our duo is exceptionally sharp and undeniably formidable. Rotengui opened his mouth to refute, but found himself at a loss for words. Mu Chen was not entirely wrong. Together, they were indeed unbeatable on campus. After discussing matters for a while and catching up on the shipyard's progress, Mu Chen found the situation remarkably promising due to Rotengui's diligent efforts. In just a few days, they would be ready for operation. Rotengui was genuinely dedicated to his work for Mu Chen, even more so than for his own company. He had been staying at the shipyard for several days, which accounted for the rapid advancements. Mu Chen was quite pleased with the developments at the shipyard. After a brief conversation, he activated the energy portal, transporting materials for the underwater venture. Thus, with each use of the materials, Mu Chen frequently returned to the shipyard to haul more supplies. Repeatedly, a massive ocean factory rose majestically in the cold and dark depths of the sea. A sight to behold. Master, good news, good news. Guang Baobao reported in a melodic tone. The ocean factory is completed. We can commence trial production. Trial production. Mu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement, ablaze with fervor. After all his hard work, this was the moment he had been waiting for. This was not just any factory. It was the first ocean factory in human history, holding significant importance. The existence of one ocean factory could lead to the establishment of 2, 3, or even countless others. However, the most crucial aspect was that it signified humanity's newfound ability to extract resources from the ocean. Previously, due to technological limitations, the deep sea had remained a forbidden zone. Despite the vast mineral wealth hidden beneath the waves, humanity was unable to mine it, leading to a culture of conservation deeply ingrained in society from a young age. Trial production. Mu Chen excitedly issued the command, his voice trembling with anticipation. Understood, Master. Guang Baobao acknowledged, and the machinery began to whir to life, breathing vitality into the factory. A serene blue light enveloped the bauxite, shimmering as a substantial portion vanished into thin air. Ouch! Mu Chen clutched his jaw in pain, shocked to discover he had bitten his tongue in disbelief. The bauxite hadn't just disappeared in small amounts, a gaping pit had formed, indicating that at least several dozen tons had been extracted. This was beyond Mu Chen's imagination. Even the most advanced excavation equipment could not achieve such an extraordinary yield in a single sweep. The efficiency was astonishing. Although Mu Chen had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback. Isn't this merely another application of the energy portal? What is so strange about it? Su Yulua interjected, her forehead adorned with pointed horns. Teasing Mu Chen. Have you truly never seen such advancements? The energy portal can be utilized in this manner? Mu Chen was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to engage in banter with her. There are countless ways to utilize the energy portal, Su Yulua proclaimed with pride, her petite nose twitching adorably. Can you not fathom that the massive Jialong submarine can also traverse the energy portal? What is wrong with using it for mining? Mu Chen considered her reasoning. The Jialong submarine, which could carry thousands of tons, could easily navigate through the energy portal, so why not use it for mining? Do you believe our Longjiao clan would employ your primitive human machinery to extract resources piece by piece? Su Yulua mockingly retorted. You humans truly embody the spirit of the foolish old man. What foolish old man? Are you belittling human technology? It's not that we are inept. It's just that we have not yet reached the same level of advancement. Mu Chen felt the weight of the collective human experience bearing down on him. Even more astonishing was that the bauxite was directly sent into the refining equipment for processing. Is it really starting now? Mu Chen was once again taken aback. If we aren't refining, are we merely giving you a tour? Su Yulua rolled her eyes disdainfully. This is the advanced technology developed by our great Longjiao clan. Far superior to your human methods, albeit outdated. If Mu Chen could acquire ion exchange technology, he would no longer need such refining methods. Despite being considered obsolete by the Longjiao, it was still far more advanced than anything humans currently possessed, leaving Mu Chen feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Another advantage of the energy portal was that there was no need for or selection. All bauxite passed through the portal was pure or devoid of impurities. Su Yulua beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she teased, "Young man, haven't you broadened your horizons?" Though it was a jest, Mu Chen responded earnestly, "Indeed. I have learned quite a lot. If he were to use current human technology to refine bauxite, he would first need to extract it, then sort through it, expending considerable effort before it could finally be processed. The benefits of the energy portal were glaringly apparent. It eliminated the selection phase entirely, allowing for direct transfer to the refining equipment. The advancement was not merely marginal, it was leagues ahead of human capabilities. Through projections, Mu Chen was once again profoundly astonished. He observed as the bauxite entered the machinery, melting into liquid form under high temperatures, then began to flow into different zones, exhibiting a spectrum of colors, achieving separation. The silvery substance was aluminum, which, upon cooling, solidified into aluminum ingots after undergoing rolling. Is it really that fast? Mu Chen's eyes widened in amazement, overwhelmed by the efficiency that far exceeded his expectations. The entire process was remarkably succinct, using the energy portal to extract bauxite, simultaneously completing the sorting, sending it into the refining equipment, heating, melting, separating, cooling, and rolling, all accomplished in a remarkably brief span. If one were to rely on current technology, the selection process alone would be a cumbersome ordeal, with the long conveyor belts enough to induce a headache. Although we did not employ the complete ion exchange technique, we utilized it to a certain extent, significantly enhancing our efficiency. Su Yulua, brimming with pride, glanced at Mu Chen and inquired, "Are you surprised?" "Absolutely delighted," Mu Chen exclaimed. "The ion exchange technology is indeed a remarkable asset. However, acquiring it poses substantial challenges. Even a slight application has led to a qualitative leap in our refining process, transforming the previously intricate aluminum extraction into a remarkably straightforward task." "What is the purity?" Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Master, the purity of the aluminum is 99.9999999, replied Guang Baobao, displaying an admirable willingness to assist with any inquiries. "Why so many nines?" "This purity surpasses that of high-purity silicon used in atomic bomb production," Mu Chen mused. "Should this aluminum be sold, it would undoubtedly create a sensational stir." Habitually stroking his chin, he began to concoct a scheme, suggesting, in the future, we should lower the purity of the aluminum sold externally. In contemporary society, aluminum has a wide array of applications. Aside from specialized uses, such high purity is unnecessary. For my own use, however, I shall retain this exceptional purity. Mu Chen delineated his approach. "I will require substantial quantities of materials for cultivating nanobots, including aluminum. With sufficient resources at hand, there is no need to sell. Aluminum's versatility includes applications in corrosion-resistant materials, among others. As he acquires more technology, the demand for aluminum will naturally surge. The slow progress in cultivating nanobots has primarily been due to the need to procure vast amounts of materials. Previously, Mu Chen was unable to produce them independently and had to rely on purchasing. Now, he can generate them himself, sourcing resources from the ocean and achieving self-sufficiency. The refining apparatus yielded not only aluminum but also a small amount of a silvery liquid, gallium, which is Mu Chen's objective. Gallium is a peculiar metal with a melting point of merely 29.76 degrees Celsius, allowing it to become liquid at room temperature. However, gallium is prone to supercooling, remaining in liquid form even at 0 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, its solid state occupies a significantly greater volume than its liquid state, akin to the expansion of water when it freezes. Therefore, considerations for ample storage space are paramount during transportation, as insufficient space could cause containers to burst. "Is this gallium?" "It seems quite scarce," Mu Chen remarked, somewhat disappointed by the minuscule amount. "You're exceedingly greedy," Su Yulua retorted disdainfully. "Gallium's concentration in bauxite is pitifully low. 500 grams per ton constitutes a rich deposit. If you had this much in one go, you'd wake up laughing in your sleep. Gallium has extensive applications, yet its availability is limited, often occurring as a byproduct. The mine Mu Chen encountered is already a rare, enriched source. This scarcity accounts for the global annual production being merely 300 tons. As production progresses, the accumulation of gallium will increase. Gazing at the silvery gallium, Su Mukin's eyes gleamed with fervor, radiating a brilliance that eclipsed the midday sun. This is wealth. This is new technology. It will revolutionize contemporary science. The impact on the current technological landscape will be unimaginably profound. Gallium, with its alarmingly low production, stands poised to enact transformative changes in the world. Su Mukin felt a surge of exhilaration, his breath quickening, and his heart racing like turbulent waves. Upon arriving in the city of the merfolk, Su Mukin recognized that he would dominate the world. And now, that domination was officially commencing. We can produce gallium arsenide. Guang Baobao's words were like a celestial melody. Production. With a decisive wave of his right hand, Su Mukin issued the command, filled with enthusiasm. Gallium arsenide, a second-generation semiconductor, commands exorbitant prices, 20 to 30 times that of silicon chips, and its demand far exceeds supply. Major nations invest heavily in research, recognizing it as a technology of immense potential and strategic significance. Such technology must be firmly grasped in one's own hands. Otherwise, one risks being choked by others. Despite the substantial investment, production efficiency remains dismally low due to technological constraints, causing frustration among nations. Gallium arsenide is also a crucial military material, integral to laser-guided weaponry. During the Gulf War, the United States missiles showcased formidable power, earning accolades for gallium arsenide defeating steel. This conflict vividly illustrated the value of the semiconductor elite. Although it is prohibitively expensive, it is certainly worth possessing. Currently, production methods for gallium arsenide include the Czochralski process, vertical and horizontal Bridgman methods, as well as vertical gradient freezing, among others. Regardless of the technique employed, production efficiency remains low while costs are alarmingly high. These myriad issues severely restrict the application of gallium arsenide. Su Mukin is also aware that gallium arsenide is the primary material for photonic chips, which in turn are essential components of photonic brains. Once gallium arsenide is successfully produced, the advent of photonic chips will herald the emergence of photonic brains. These brains will possess astonishing computational capabilities, far surpassing contemporary computers, resulting in a transformative impact on the modern technological landscape, altering the world as we know it. To personally drive such change is exhilarating. Su Mukin's complexion flushed with excitement, surpassing even the exhilaration of consuming a substantial amount of liquor. I can manufacture single crystals directly using nanobots. Su Mukin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The production of gallium arsenide presents a significant challenge, and the creation of single crystals is even more daunting. However, with nanobots, this process can be accomplished seamlessly, a prospect that is simply delightful. Well, let us hold off for now. I should first utilize the equipment for production. Su Mukin quickly suppressed his urge to employ the nanobots. While the efficiency and quality of nanobot production are impressive, their limited numbers do not yet constitute an independent production unit. Large-scale commercialization remains unattainable. Reliance on existing equipment is essential. First, it is important to verify the performance of this equipment and assess the quality of the gallium arsenide produced. Su Mukin's eyes widened in astonishment as he intently focused on the projection, witnessing the silvery gallium being fed into the gallium arsenide production apparatus, alongside gray arsenic. A soft blue light enveloped both substances as they rapidly converged, transforming into a solid black mass, gallium arsenide. As it emerged before Su Mukin, he was momentarily speechless, eventually emitting an incredulous cluck reminiscent of a rooster at dawn. Is it truly this simple? If it were any more complex, what would you expect? Su Yulua retorted, arms crossed, casting him a significant eye roll. With our current technology, producing gallium arsenide involves considerable effort and time. I know the Longjiao tribe's technology is formidable, but this exceeds my wildest expectations. Su Mukin still felt his mind racing with confusion, as this was a true test of his imagination. If ion exchange methods were employed, he could comprehend the process. However, the astonishing efficiency achieved without their utilization was beyond his imagination. Poverty constrains one's imagination, and ignorance does as well. Have you ever considered what chemistry entails? Ultimately, chemistry is merely the manipulation of electrons, either acquiring or losing them. Su Yulua proudly declared. You should consider how advanced our great Longjiao tribe is in manipulating electrons. We can alter their positions, effortlessly interchanging the electrons of elemental gallium and arsenic. Is that not a challenge? Su Mukin slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened, recognizing the profound truth in her words. Nanobugs are ingeniously crafted by altering the positions of electrons, resulting in a material with remarkable density and hardness, capable of meeting all processing demands. The challenge of repositioning electrons is formidable. In contrast, merely removing or introducing electrons seems trivial. What about the performance? Su Mukin's eyes widened in astonishment as he rubbed his fingers together. Guang Baobao promptly provided the performance details with utmost enthusiasm. Master, this is the performance of gallium arsenide. The advanced equipment of the Longjiao clan conducts performance testing concurrently with production, in stark contrast to current human technology, which requires fabrication followed by testing, an inefficient and costly process. This method is remarkably efficient. Su Mukin stared at the data, astonished. The electron mobility is 6 times that of silicon. That's astonishing. Gallium arsenide boasts an exceptionally high electron mobility, 5 to 6 times greater than that of silicon, making it invaluable in microwave devices and high-speed digital circuits. Although he was already aware of gallium arsenide's extraordinary capabilities, the reality still left Su Mukin in awe. Regarding chip manufacturing, Su Mukin was thoroughly pleased with the properties of gallium arsenide and eagerly anticipated the advent of photonic chips. Gallium arsenide serves myriad purposes beyond its applications in electronics. It is also an excellent laser material, enabling the production of photonic chips. The creation of chips had become an obsession for Su Mukin. His relentless efforts over the past few days were solely aimed at realizing this ambition. Now, the moment of fulfillment had arrived, and he was eager to commence the process without delay. Gallium arsenide was fed into the chip manufacturing equipment through projection. Su Mukin observed as gallium arsenide was sliced into thin wafers, upon which dense laser emitters were fabricated before encapsulation, culminating in the completion of the chip. This process took significantly longer than anticipated, nearly an hour from start to finish. Gazing at the square, slender chip, Su Mukin felt his breath quicken. His chest rising and falling like turbulent waves, his face flushed as if inebriated. The chip. I have finally created a chip. Trembling, he extended his hands cautiously to cradle the chip. The warm, pleasant texture was delightful, bringing him immense satisfaction. The labor of many days had finally borne fruit. Turning the chip over, he marveled at its beauty, finding it endlessly captivating. What about the performance? He inquired. Master, this is the chip's performance. It is not exceptional. Guang Baobao replied, lowering its head like a child who has erred, speaking timidly. What? The performance is subpar? Su Mukin's heart sank. After all the anticipation and effort invested in creating the chip, to hear that its performance was lacking felt like a monumental letdown. Would his aspirations of surpassing the United States be dashed? A billion floating point operations. Su Mukin's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He raised his voice in exclamation. This surpasses supercomputers. How can that be considered poor? The Sunway Taihu Light's floating point operations amount to merely 12.5 billion. This performance is nothing short of explosive. What would qualify as good, then? The Sunway Taihu Light represents a pinnacle of pride for our nation. A significant milestone in the evolution of computer technology steeped in legend. Prior to the emergence of the Sunway Taihu Light, we relied on chips imported from the United States for our supercomputers, with the Tianhe-1 and Tianhe-2 dominating the rankings, evoking a sense of urgency in the United States. In an attempt to stifle our technological advancement, the U.S. prohibited the export of supercomputer chips to us, aiming to tighten its grip on our nation and oppose as progress. The rapid evolution of modern high technology has vastly enriched our lives, allowing us to stay informed about global issues from the comfort of our homes. Even witnessing the antics of the U.S. president as he faces off against world leaders. These technological marvels are built upon extensive theoretical calculations, without sufficiently advanced computational tools. The plethora of high-tech products that enhance our lives would have remained impossible. Yet, the U.S. was utterly unprepared for the arrival of the Sunway Taihu Light, which was entirely powered by chips independently developed and manufactured within our nation, securing its position as the world's fastest supercomputer. This was a resounding slap in the face of the United States, allowing us to hold our heads high. Even more astonishingly, the Sunway Taihu Light retained its title for 4 consecutive times over 2 years as the fastest supercomputer globally, delivering a series of blows that left the U.S. reeling. The Sunway Taihu Light, with its maximum floating point operation speed of 12.5 billion, stands as the first supercomputer in history to exceed the threshold of 1 billion operations per second. The photonic chip Su Mukin had just crafted boasted a computational speed nearly on par with that of the Sunway Taihu Light, an unimaginable feat. The photonic chip offers immense advantages over silicon chips, with unparalleled speed, a fact that Su Mukin had anticipated. However, the extent of its capabilities surpassed his wildest dreams. It is noteworthy that this was his first attempt at chip fabrication, with numerous challenges and a lack of experience still present. Could it truly be this extraordinary? Despite its exceptional nature, Guang Baobao regarded it with a sense of modesty, bowing its head as though fearing Su Mukin's ire. Master, is it truly so? Upon hearing Su Mukin's exclamation of delight, Guang Baobao perked up with joy. It must be true. Su Muchen gently patted its head. Guang Baobao relished the affection. Squinting in contentment, Su Muchen felt a wave of nostalgia. The smart program that controlled the sprite was indeed remarkable, exhibiting profound emotional depth akin to that of a person. Xiu Luo, with her arms crossed and sparkling eyes that seemed to converse, gazed intently at Su Muchen, a smirk gracing her lips as she teased him. If you aim to belittle me or mock me, let me assure you that it is futile. I am in exceptionally high spirits today. Su Muchen saw through her playful trickery. Xiu Luo often relished in opposing him, seizing any opportunity to undermine his confidence. You are mistaken. I would never engage in such trivial pursuits, she insisted earnestly, shaking her head. Su Muchen was taken aback. Could she truly have altered her demeanor? This was inconsistent with her usual contrarian nature. I merely wish to remind you to aspire for greater heights, to broaden your horizons, and to seek more, she stated earnestly. Her serious facade crumbling within seconds. How is this different from belittling me? A devil is still a devil, no matter how much she attempts to conceal her sharp edges. I am well aware of what you intend to convey. Su Muchen replied with unwavering cheerfulness. I understand the immense potential of photonic chips. And the chip I have created still holds vast potential for further exploration. He counted off on his fingers. Like a schoolboy. If gallium arsenide were not merely standard gallium arsenide but rather a single crystal, the chip's computational capacity would ascend to a new echelon. The disparity between ordinary crystals and single crystals is monumental. If gallium arsenide were fashioned into a single crystal, the chip's performance would witness a qualitative leap. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned. If I were to employ nanobugs in the manufacturing process, the chip's performance would elevate yet again. Nanobugs possess extraordinary capabilities. And the products they create reflect this superiority, far surpassing the performance of the production equipment currently at Su Muchen's disposal, thereby indicating that the potential of the photonic chip remains vast. The potential is immense, which equates to wealth. Mu Chen's eyes glimmered with a greenish hue, as if envisioning an endless expanse of golden mountains and silver rivers. Observing Mu Chen's arrogance, Xiu Luo felt a twinge of annoyance and remarked, Look at your pitiful aspirations. What is so extraordinary about this? The speed of light is measured in kilometers per second, while the speed of electrons is only 593 kilometers per second. It is entirely normal for photon chips to exhibit rapid computational speeds. The precise figure for the speed of light is kilometers per second, not the familiar 300,000 kilometers per second. That is merely a rounded figure for ease of remembrance. The speed of light surpasses that of electrons by approximately 500 times, making the computational prowess of photon chips exceedingly formidable, which is to be expected. Photon chips utilize lasers as the medium for information transmission, eliminating the need for wires, and achieving remarkable parallel processing capabilities, far beyond what silicon chips can offer. Xiu Luo elaborated on the advantages of photon chips, stating that employing lasers as carriers of information is truly exceptional. If one were to magnify current chips under a microscope, one would discover an unimaginable network of wires connecting various active units, with electrons traversing these pathways to perform calculations. This scenario poses significant challenges, as it greatly restricts computational speed. No matter how hard humanity strives, it is impossible to surpass the theoretical limits of integrated circuits. There will always be a ceiling. Currently, the approach taken involves miniaturizing integrated circuits, allowing for more circuits to be installed within the same area to enhance chip performance. Hence the terminology of nanometers. Presently, the manufacturing process has reached 7 nanometers, with potential for further refinement. However, once the scale of integrated circuits reaches a certain threshold, it presents substantial challenges to the materials used. The use of lasers as information carriers, devoid of wires, enables the production of more integrated optical pathways within the same area, significantly amplifying the computational capacity of photon chips. Moreover, the intersection of lasers does not interfere with one another, providing considerable advantages in enhancing the computational ability of photon chips. Thanks to these benefits, photon chips consume remarkably low energy, constituting only a fraction of what traditional computers require. In comparison to silicon chips, the advantages of photon chips are numerous, Xiu Luo continued. The energy consumption of modern computers is quite substantial after prolonged use. Touching a personal computer's casing can be uncomfortable due to excessive heat. The Sunway Taihu Lite's supercomputer consumes an astonishing 100 million kilowatt-hours annually. Indeed, that is 100 million kilowatt-hours. The enormity of energy consumption is staggering. In contrast, a photon brain would only require a fraction of that energy. Additionally, photon brains can be considerably smaller. Computers provide us with immense convenience, yet their size can be cumbersome. Even a laptop necessitates a specialized carrying case and can weigh several kilograms, making it inconvenient. Desktop computers are even larger and heavier. In contrast, a photon brain would be significantly more compact and portable. The advent of photon chips heralds the arrival of photon brains, whose exceptional performance makes their advantages limitless. Speaking of the Sunway Taihu Light, it stands as a source of national pride and a significant achievement in the advancement of computing technology. Embodying a legendary narrative. Prior to the Sunway Taihu Light, we relied on imported chips from the United States for our supercomputers. The Tianhe 1 and Tianhe 2 dominated the rankings, instilling a sense of crisis in the United States, which subsequently prohibited the export of supercomputer chips to our nation in an attempt to stifle our technological progress. The rapid evolution of modern high technology has greatly enriched our lives, allowing us to engage with global issues from the comfort of our homes and to observe the antics of the U.S. president as he confronts various leaders. These technological advancements are grounded in extensive theoretical calculations. Without sufficiently advanced computational tools, the plethora of high-tech products enriching our lives would not be possible. The intentions of the United States are indeed nefarious. Yet, what the United States could never have anticipated was the emergence of the Sunway Taihu Light, which utilizes domestically developed chips and still claims the title of the fastest supercomputer in the world. This served as a resounding slap in the face to the United States, allowing us to hold our heads high. Even more astonishingly, the Sunway Taihu Light has topped the rankings 4 times consecutively, maintaining its status as the world's fastest supercomputer for 2 years, delivering a series of metaphorical slaps that left the United States reeling. This topic brings us great joy and pride. The Sunway Taihu Light boasts a peak floating point computational speed of 12.5 exaflops, marking it as the first supercomputer in history to exceed 10 exaflops. Mu Chen's photon chip approaches the computational speed of the Sunway Taihu Light, a realization that exceeds his wildest expectations. The advantages of photon chips are unparalleled compared to silicon, and while Mu Chen anticipated their speed, he did not foresee such extraordinary capabilities. It is crucial to note that this is the inaugural attempt at chip manufacturing, and numerous challenges and deficiencies remain, along with a lack of experience. Can it truly be this extraordinary? However, Guobaobao, the intelligent program, viewed the situation with skepticism, resembling an errant child, lowering its head in fear of Mu Chen's potential reprimand. Master, is it true? Upon hearing Mu Chen's exclamations of delight, Guobaobao instantly perked up. It must be true. Mu Chen affectionately patted its head. Guobaobao closed its eyes in enjoyment. Mu Chen felt a sense of wonder. The control sprite programmed by Su Luo displayed a remarkable range of emotions, akin to that of a person, a truly astonishing feat. Su Luo crossed her arms, batting her expressive eyes at Mu Chen, a playful smile curling her lips as she teased him. You wish to belittle me and mock me. Let me assure you, it is futile. I am exceedingly pleased today. Mu Chen easily saw through her little ruse. Su Luo relished in the opportunity to challenge Mu Chen and would not miss any chance to undermine him. You guessed wrong. I would never engage in such trivialities, she replied, shaking her head earnestly. Mu Chen was taken aback. Could it be that she had genuinely altered her demeanor? This was inconsistent with her usual confrontational nature. I merely wish to remind you to elevate your perspective and broaden your horizons, to pursue greater aspirations. However, Su Luo's serious demeanor lasted barely 3 seconds before her true nature revealed itself. What difference does that make from belittling me or looking down on me? A demon is still a demon, no matter how much they try to conceal their sharp edges. I am well aware of everything you wish to convey. Mu Chen replied with a smile, maintaining his good spirits. I understand the enormous potential of photon chips, and the ones I have developed still hold significant untapped promise. Mu Chen began counting on his fingers, reminiscent of a young student, enumerating, if gallium arsenide is not ordinary gallium arsenide, but rather single crystal, the chip's computational capability would ascend to a new level. There exists a substantial performance disparity between ordinary and single crystal materials. If gallium arsenide were to be fashioned into a single crystal, it would represent a qualitative leap in chip performance. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued. If I were to employ nanoworms for manufacturing, the chip's performance would rise yet another tier. Nanoworms are extraordinarily remarkable, yielding products of similarly exceptional performance, capable of outclassing the current production equipment Mu Chen utilizes, thus elevating the chip's performance once more. With these 2 advancements, it signifies that the potential of photon chips remains vast. The potential is immense, which equates to wealth. Mu Chen's eyes glimmered with a greenish hue, as if envisioning an endless expanse of golden mountains and silver rivers. Observing Mu Chen's arrogance, Su Luo felt a twinge of annoyance and remarked, Look at your pitiful aspirations. What is so extraordinary about this? The speed of light is measured in kilometers per second, while the velocity of electrons is merely 593 kilometers per second. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for photon chips to exhibit remarkable processing speeds. The precise figure for the speed of light is kilometers per second, rather than the commonly acknowledged 300,000 kilometers per second, which is merely a rounded figure for convenience. Light travels approximately 500 times faster than electrons, making the computational prowess of photon chips exceedingly formidable. Photon chips utilize lasers as carriers of information, eliminating the need for wires and enabling exceptional parallel processing capabilities, a feat far beyond the capabilities of silicon chips. Su Yulua further elucidated the advantages of photon chips. The utilization of lasers as information carriers is indeed impressive. When one examines contemporary chips under a microscope, one would uncover an intricate web of wires connecting various active units, with electrons traversing these wires to perform computations. Such a design has dire consequences, severely limiting computational speed, no matter how hard humanity strives. It is impossible to transcend the theoretical limits of integrated circuits, as there will always be a cap. Currently, the strategy adopted involves miniaturizing integrated circuits, allowing the installation of more circuits within the same area, thereby enhancing chip performance, hence the term nanometers. The current manufacturing process has reached 7 nanometers, with potential for further reduction. However, once the scale of integrated circuits reaches a certain threshold, it presents significant challenges to materials. By employing lasers as information carriers and echoing wires, one can fabricate more integrated optical pathways within the same area, significantly boosting the computational capacity of photon chips. Moreover, intersections between lasers do not interfere with one another, which greatly benefits the performance of photon chips. Thanks to these advantages, the energy consumption of photon chips is remarkably low, constituting only a fraction of what traditional computers require. Compared to silicon chips, the benefits of photon chips are numerous, as noted by Su Yulua. Presently, computers consume considerable energy. For instance, a personal computer can become excessively hot after prolonged use due to high energy consumption. The Sunway Taihu supercomputer consumes an astounding 100 million kilowatt-hours per year. Indeed, that is 100 million kilowatt-hours, highlighting the terrifying nature of energy consumption. In contrast, a photon computer would only require a small fraction of that energy. Furthermore, photon computers can be significantly smaller. Computers have provided us with immense convenience, yet their size can be cumbersome. Even laptops necessitate specialized bags for transport and weigh several kilograms, which is inconvenient. In contrast, a photon computer would be much more compact and portable. The advent of photon chips heralds the emergence of photon computers, which promise exceptional performance, rendering their advantages virtually limitless. Given the impressive capabilities of photon chips, one can only imagine how remarkable photon computers will be. They will undoubtedly be compact and exceedingly convenient to carry. Su Chen is eager, wishing to see photon computers materialize immediately. However, there remains much to be accomplished in mastering the various capabilities of photon chips. Currently, chips fabricated from standard gallium arsenide are in use. One wonders how formidable the performance of single-crystal chips might be. Produce single crystals, Su Chen commanded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Understood, master, replied the obedient Guang Baobao. Commencing the production of gallium arsenide single crystals, the machinery whirred to life, and soon, a solid of strikingly different appearance from the previous gallium arsenide emerged before Su Chen. Single crystals, a significant challenge in modern technology, have stumped countless scientists. Yet for Su Chen, this was no obstacle. He found it effortless. The solid was remarkably beautiful, with patterns aligned in a singular direction, presenting an aesthetically pleasing visage. Su Chen reached out, feeling a pleasant sensation as he grasped it, marveling at its comfort. His eyes widened in wonder as he examined it closely, exclaiming, "Single crystals are indeed extraordinary." While Su Chen was not unfamiliar with the term single crystal, opportunities to engage with them had been rare. This is also true for many of us. The chips in our smartphones and computers are single crystals, providing us with immense convenience in our daily lives. However, who would take the time to extract a chip merely to observe it? What a waste of time. Su Yulua rolled her eyes, fulfilling her daily duty of ridiculing Su Chen. "I've never seen one," Su Chen replied. "I wouldn't be so bored as to dismantle my phone or computer. That's a rather pedestrian viewpoint. Are single crystals limited to chips? Is not diamond a single crystal as well?" Su Yulua retorted, indignantly pointing her delicate finger at him. "Oh, right?" Su Chen smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked diamonds. Diamonds are exquisite, captivating all who behold them, especially women, who often become enamored with their beauty. The jewelry of celebrities is often adorned with stunning diamonds. Yet, should one inquire about the composition of diamonds, few could answer. The truth is, diamonds are composed of carbon. Carbon is not foreign to us. The charcoal we use for heating is primarily carbon, and coal, often referred to as industrial grain, is also predominantly carbon. Yet, despite both being carbon, charcoal and coal do not possess the beauty of diamonds. Why is this? Because diamonds are single crystals formed from carbon. This distinction eloquently illustrates the vast difference between single crystals and ordinary materials. Seizing the opportunity to deride Su Chen, Su Yulua continued her tirade, to which Su Chen glared. Warning, I am busy now and have no patience for your rambling. If you continue to babble, I shall return you to the abyss and confine you to your darkened chamber. Su Yulua quickly relented, adopting a sweet smile. Oh, dear Chen, how could you harbor such malicious thoughts? I merely meant to say that you should hasten the production of single crystal chips. It will surely yield you an extraordinary surprise. Her swift change in demeanor was startling, but Su Chen had no time to indulge her, issuing commands to commence the manufacturing of single crystal chips. The process was repeated, slicing the single crystal, creating integrated optical pathways, and encapsulating them until complete. In no time, Su Chen held a single crystal chip in one hand and a conventional chip in the other, examining them with unyielding fascination. Master, the single crystal chip is quite remarkable. Its floating point computation capability surpasses 100 billion operations per second, Guang Baobao reported promptly, without needing to be asked. 100 billion? Su Chen stammered, astonished. This represented a tenfold increase, truly staggering. The Sunway Taihu Light, recognized as the first supercomputer in human history to exceed 1 billion floating point operations, could now be matched by the photon computer Su Chen was about to create, boasting 10 times its power. More importantly, this was merely a conventional photon computer, not a super photon computer. One could only imagine how fast a super photon computer would be, with the extraordinary capabilities of single crystal chips as a foundation. The performance of a super photon computer would surely be explosive. Su Chen's eyes darted around as if contemplating something profound. Your expression suggests you are conceiving a rather dubious idea, Su Yulua remarked, well aware that whenever Su Chen's eyes began to wander, he was likely hatching a questionable scheme. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Su Chen, feeling displeased, declared, Luo, I have conceived a brilliant idea that would greatly benefit the advancement of humanity. Surely, you jest? Could you possibly be so audacious? Su Yulua rubbed her eyes, perplexed, as if questioning whether this was truly the Su Chen she knew. I must caution you against the reckless use of homophones, she warned. With gritted teeth, Su Chen asserted, as a member of humanity, I have an unyielding obligation to contribute to its progress and the welfare of all. Indeed, I am resolute in this commitment. Yet, the more he insisted, the chillier Su Yulua felt. You are undoubtedly concocting a scheme that could spell disaster for humanity, she concluded with certainty. What nonsense are you blathering? Su Chen replied, puffing his chest with pride. The performance of photonic chips is explosive, surpassing current silicon chips by light years. Therefore, I have resolved to intentionally reduce the chip's performance. Reduce performance? Why? Su Yulua's confusion was palpable, as if she were deciphering an ancient text. Surely, the more powerful the chip, the better. I cannot fathom why you would choose to diminish its capabilities. Consider this, Luo, if I were to release the finest chip now, how could I innovate and upgrade in the future? How could I contribute to the progress and welfare of humanity? Su Chen habitually stroked his chin, grinning slyly. Akin to a cunning weasel poised to pilfer. You unscrupulous merchant. You heartless profiteer. Su Yulua finally grasped his intent. Su Chen was essentially digging a grave for humanity, a veritable abyss meant to entrap all. The explosive performance of the photonic chip, if diminished, would lead to a continuous cycle of upgrades from a lower performance, ensnaring countless individuals and accumulating an unfathomable fortune. It would be a veritable mountain of gold and silver, no exaggeration. Indeed, this was a chasm that could potentially bury all of humanity. Su Chen's ruthlessness knew no bounds. He was unlike any villain she had ever encountered. Luo, your words are quite unflattering. He cast a sidelong glance at her. You must understand that even my lowest performance photonic chip would still be revolutionary, far surpassing current silicon technology. I would usher humanity into the photonic era, fundamentally transforming their lives, work, and education. He thumped his chest like the resounding beat of war drums, boldly proclaiming, You must agree that I am making a monumental contribution to the progress and welfare of humanity. Shun and Amp, Oppos, all humankind express their gratitude? Bah, I spit in your face. Su Yulua retorted, mercilessly exposing Su Chen's sinister motives. You are selling humanity down the river and expect them to pay you for it. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Su Chen's expression darkened, resembling a grim specter. This intelligent program had no qualms about speaking the truth so brutally. It was utterly vexatious. Bam! Su Yulua leaped up. wrapping her arms around Su Mukin's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. Cunning merchant, I adore you. I absolutely adore you. Now, let us strategize on how to ensnare all of humanity. What? Su Mukin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Just moments ago, she had derided him as a heartless merchant. And now she professed her admiration, even going so far as to kiss him. It felt surreal to him. Your change of heart is astonishingly rapid, beyond a mere 180 degrees. How many degrees would that be? Su Mukin rubbed his eyes, staring at her in disbelief. Why? Cunning merchants are splendid. They can amass greater wealth, Su Yuluo replied, her beautiful brows curving into crescent shapes, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight. The thrill of spinning is exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Beyond measure. The pain of spinning is indeed acute, yet once one overcomes it, the subsequent relief is profoundly gratifying. You must be unconcerned about the fortunes of others. Su Mukin's eyes narrowed menacingly. Those are my earnings. If one is to enjoy, it ought to be me, not you. Su Yuluo, arms still around his neck, smiled sweetly. Chen, we are family. What belongs to you is mine. Your joy is my joy. Why fret over such trivialities? Even an intelligent program has a thick skin? Su Yuluo continued. Chen, let us set aside who enjoys what for now. Once we have profited, we should earnestly discuss how to dig a vast pit to bury all of humanity. She dismounted from his neck, her right hand waving dramatically. If we do not bury all of humanity, I am not Su Yuluo. You are not Su Yuluo. You are an intelligent program, a name bestowed upon you by me. Su Mukin inwardly scoffed and defended. Luo, allow me to reiterate, I am not pursuing wealth, but rather the advancement and welfare of humanity. Su Yuluo rolled her eyes. Could you be any more shameless? You are clearly intent on ensnaring humanity, yet you present yourself as a paragon of virtue, wholly devoted to their interests. Is that truly your character? Indeed, we do not seek profit. We strive for the progress and welfare of humanity. Su Yuluo's first half of the statement was noble and grand, yet the latter half revealed her ulterior motives. Our monumental contributions to humanity warrant compensation, as is only right. Her intentions were transparent. She sought to exploit humanity while cloaking her motives in righteous rhetoric. Are you certain you are truly an intelligent program? Su Mukin patted Su Yuluo's shoulder, beaming with pride. Now, this is what I call a golden partnership. We are an exceptional team. Su Yuluo's delicate hand clasped Su Mukin's firmly, her face radiant with joy. As an observer, Guang Baobao glanced between Su Mukin and Su Yuluo, a chill running down his spine. With photonic chips, we can create photonic brains, integrating phone and television functionalities, transforming it into a personal terminal. Su Mukin raised his chin with pride. However, this would wreak havoc on the television and communications industries, leading to countless job losses. I cannot engage in such unethical practices. In the interest of humanity, to prevent those in communications and television from losing their livelihoods, I have resolved not to integrate these functionalities. The performance of the photonic brain is explosive, possessing extraordinary computational power. Yet, it need not be limited to mere computation. Calling and watching television could easily be ancillary functions. If I were to proceed with this integration, the consequences for the communications and television industries would be catastrophic. These sectors would not merely face bankruptcy but utter obsolescence. The number of individuals rendered jobless would be incalculable. Countless individuals reliant on these industries would find themselves destitute, unable to provide for their families. Su Yuluo cast Su Mukin an admiring glance. Your reasoning for exploiting humanity is commendable. I am thoroughly impressed. Please accept my respect. Clearly motivated by greed. Su Mukin spoke in lofty terms, as if genuinely considering the welfare of humanity. Ahem, Luo, please refrain from uttering such painful truths. They are too harsh. Very well. Su Yuluo readily agreed. You are indeed wonderful. Acknowledging your faults, my affection for you is not in vain. I shall learn from you, even when plotting to ensnare others. One must find a noble pretext. She blinked her expressive eyes and remarked, You are my exemplar. Su Mukin's nostrils flared in indignation. Your method of complimenting is rather peculiar. With the three industries not yet integrated, the potential for maneuvering is substantial. We can gradually incorporate functionalities from these sectors. Su Yuluo smiled sweetly, as warm as a spring breeze, and remarked, the computational power of the chip should not be excessively high. It should only be marginally faster than current computers. Su Mukin gave her a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. Luo, I never expected you to have such a sharp mind despite your petite stature. Ah, Chen. You mustn't speak the harsh truth. It would bruise her delicate heart, Su Yuluo said, playfully touching her lips with her fair fingers, exuding an adorable charm that could melt hearts. However, in the eyes of the onlooker, Guang Baobao, two sharp horns seemed to sprout from her forehead. I was complimenting you. You know? Su Mukin refined her plan, stating, if it's only slightly better than silicon chips, that's implausible. It must at least meet the theoretical lower limit. Photonic chips and silicon chips belong to entirely different domains, each having its theoretical limits. Failing to meet these would render the claim utterly false. This is the baseline. It must be surpassed. My shamelessness has not crossed the threshold. I am truly conscientious. Well, you have a point. Just exceeding the theoretical value slightly would suffice. Su Yulua conceded, promptly adding, then, we will use this as our foundation for gradual upgrades. With each upgrade, we shall uncover a mountain of gold and silver for us to mine. With her hands clasped behind her back, she strutted proudly, exclaiming, unless I empty their wallets, I can't claim to be of this world. You were never of this world. You are merely an intelligently crafted program, came the retort. We shall not only produce computer chips but also mobile phone chips, communication chips, and industrial control chips. In short, we will not overlook any industry that requires chips. Su Mukin's eyes gleamed with a mischievous light. Every industry is a treasure trove. It would be foolish not to profit from it. The applications of chips are vast, extending beyond just computers and phones, encompassing communication, military, and industrial production. Indeed, chips underpin modern society. Without them, our lives would regress to a pre-chip era, akin to returning to a primitive society. Thus, every industry is a potential goldmine for Su Mukin to exploit as he pleases. Achieving this requires a complete redesign of equipment and a reformation of production processes. I can hardly wait to roll up my sleeves and get to work, Su Yulua declared. Let us go. Su Mukin replied immediately. Consequently, Su Yulua eagerly began her labor, redesigning production equipment and reformulating processes, with Su Mukin diligently assisting. This won't do. The performance is still too extraordinary. It needs to be toned down. Isn't this low enough? You want to lower it further? Is this considered low? It surpasses current chips by a significant margin. It is already at the theoretical lower limit. How can the theoretical lower limit be so high? The cries of two unruly individuals echoed aboard the Jiaolong, reverberating through the air. Su Mukin and Su Yulua exchanged helpless glances, both exasperated. Every mistake is your fault. Su Yulua puffed her cheeks, looking adorably irked. Her lips pouted high enough to hang an oil pot. If only you hadn't insisted. We could have surpassed the theoretical lower limit and made a fortune. The photonic chip is incredibly impressive. Even at the theoretical lower limit, its performance is explosive, far surpassing current silicon chips. If we could tone down the performance even a bit, it would open up more opportunities for upgrades and profits. Luo. If we can't reach the theoretical limit, is it still a photonic chip? Su Mukin lamented. The theoretical lower limit is excessively high. You've already been shameless. Breaking through the theoretical limit is still shameless, so let us just lower it, Su Yulua teased, her adorable nose twitching. Can you articulate your thoughts? Who is being shameless? Su Mukin flared up like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, pointing at Su Yulua and spraying her with words, as though she had a physical form. It would certainly be uncomfortable. Whoever is shameless knows it. Su Yulua rolled her eyes dramatically. You are undeniably shameless, and you won't allow me to speak the truth? We are a golden duo. If I am shameless, aren't you just as much so? Isn't that a reflection on yourself? Su Mukin rolled her eyes back, pulling Su Yulua into her plight. Indeed, I am a magnificent and noble intelligent program. How could I lack decorum? Su Yulua declared, promptly painting herself in a favorable light. Chen, why don't you take one for the team and bear this shameless reputation alone? Don't think you can absolve yourself, Su Mukin retorted, scratching her forehead and deftly shifting the blame onto Su Yulua. Aren't you an intelligent program? Can't you adjust the theoretical lower limit? You have quite the ambition. Adjusting the theoretical lower limit requires altering the laws of the universe. Good luck with that. I have faith in you. Su Yulua pointed a fair finger at Su Mukin's chest, giving him a look of incredulity. Theoretical values are products of rules. No one can amend them unless you are the sovereign of the universe, capable of rewriting its operational laws. Su Mukin's nose nearly crinkled in frustration as she resignedly stated, the photonic chip is our greatest selling point. It is only this way that we can create a sensation, overpower all competitors, and dominate the market, thus forming a monopoly. Therefore, the theoretical lower limit cannot be breached. If we exceed the theoretical lower limit of the photonic chip's performance, it would also be impressive and sell well. However, it wouldn't create the necessary sensation for an exclusive monopoly, so this point must be steadfastly upheld. In truth, monopolistic ventures are the most lucrative. We can set any price we desire, and no one would dare to object. If you find it too expensive, you are free to abstain from purchasing. Su Mukin's eyes sparkled with delight as she cheered. We can recover our losses from this angle. Chen, I have come to realize that you are quite the shameless soul, Su Yulua remarked, giving her thumbs up. Su Mukin flared up again, her eyes glaring. Can you not speak? If you can't articulate, just keep quiet. I won't treat you as mute. Who is being shameless? Being with you makes me increasingly feel I am with the right person, Su Yulua replied, unfazed, her laughter transforming her brows into crescent moons, her eyes narrowing with delight. Only by partnering with a shameless individual can one taste the fruits of labor. Ultimately, they had to accept that the photonic chip would be their main selling point, conceding to the theoretical lower limit. This chip is exquisite. Selling it to them would be a steal, Su Yulua remarked, still somewhat dissatisfied as she gazed at the breathtaking photonic chip, wearing an expression of having been wronged. Indeed, it is stunning. The newly designed chip boasted advanced manufacturing processes. Looking exceptionally appealing, its mere appearance could attract countless admirers. Su Muchen smacked her forehead, as if struck by inspiration. No, we cannot make it this beautiful. Why not? It's the allure of beauty that attracts attention and generates wealth, Su Yulua countered, puzzled. Upgrades involve not only performance enhancement but also aesthetics and manufacturing processes. Su Muchen replied, her eyes glistening with excitement. This too is a path to prosperity. Can you be any more? Su Yulua began to tease. But at Su Muchen's fierce glare, she quickly changed her tune, cheerfully stating, Chen, I've realized you are a true genius. Sticking with you, I am certain to prosper. Naturally, Su Muchen responded, her spirits soaring. Moreover, the state apparatus is not easily deceived. If we start off too beautifully, we would attract attention. If we produce a rough version, it would align better with reality. That makes sense, Su Yulua nodded thoughtfully, accepting the rationale. Following yet another round of redesign and remanufacturing. The once aesthetically pleasing chip had become rather coarse, clearly indicating inferior manufacturing standards. Hooray! Exclaimed Su Yulua and Su Muchen, their hands clasped together in a triumphant gesture. The product was finalized, and it was time to prepare for mass production. However, before commencing production, there was an essential task to undertake, applying for a patent. Only by securing the rights to the invention could they monopolize the market and reap the benefits. Without patent protection, complications could arise. Apart from Su Muchen, no one else could manufacture the photonic chip, but lacking patent protection would always pose a problem, thus making the patent application imperative. With enthusiasm, Su Muchen returned to the shipyard and called Du Yuewan to arrange a meeting, driving straight to Jinhai City. The two agreed to meet at a CAF. Mr. Su, good day. Before we begin our collaboration, I must remind you that my hourly rate is 3,000. You ought to value your time. Du Yuewan commenced with her characteristic brusque professionalism. I did not intend to discuss an hourly wage. Rather, I was hoping to engage your services exclusively for my needs. Su Muchen expressed his admiration for Du Yuewan. Despite her numerous quirks and relentless work demeanor, her capabilities were beyond doubt. She was undoubtedly a formidable legal expert. As he was starting a company, legal affairs presented a significant challenge that necessitated the expertise of a responsible and competent lawyer. I'm afraid I have no intention of working for anyone else at this time. Du Yuewan promptly declined. Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Su Muchen chuckled, continuing, I've calculated the figures. With an hourly rate of 3,000, working 8 hours a day amounts to 24,000. Translating to around 700,000 a month, and approximately 8 million annually. This figure should be quite appealing, though such earnings are not guaranteed daily. While Du Yuewan's skills were impressive, her high demands could deter many. Furthermore, legal disputes requiring formal procedures did not occur every day. I can offer you an annual salary of 10 million. Su Muchen's proposition was indeed striking. What? Du Yuewan, astonished, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. 10 million was no small sum. Even with her extensive experience, she was taken aback. Bonuses will be calculated separately, Su Muchen continued. Are you certain you are not jesting? Du Yuewan scrutinized Su Muchen closely, questioning his ability to afford such a salary. She had some knowledge of him. He was merely an ordinary individual. How could he possibly afford to pay her such a sum? Do I appear to be joking? Su Muchen met her gaze directly. Du Yuewan, still skeptical, replied, I truly do not have any intention of doing so. Consider this a proposal. Should you reconsider, feel free to contact me, Su Muchen said, placing the chip before her. The other matter at hand is that I wish to apply for a patent and would like your assistance. This is a chip? Du Yuewan examined the chip closely, somewhat uncertain. A photonic chip, Su Muchen stated calmly. Du Yuewan inadvertently sprayed coffee all over Su Muchen, her expression one of astonishment. The warm coffee dripped down like wriggling creatures, causing Su Muchen considerable discomfort. What is the matter with you? Is it necessary to react so dramatically? He questioned, bemused. Observe. This is my cleverness. Insisting on the photonic chip as a selling point will create a sensational effect, just as I anticipated. Truly, I am ingenious. I deserve 100 praises. Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry, Du Yuewan said, her fair complexion flushed with embarrassment as she hastily grabbed a napkin to clean Su Muchen. As she fumbled, Her captivating eyes darted around, assessing Su Mukin with a dubious expression akin to that of someone who suspects a fraud. What kind of look is that? Su Mukin expressed his displeasure. After cleaning up, Du Yuewan sat down, her lips pursed in a striking manner, and said, Mr. Su, I truly apologize. Though I specialize in law rather than scientific research, I am not entirely ignorant about chips. I have read relevant reports, and photonic chips currently exist merely in theory. Is it appropriate for you to apply for a patent on a photonic chip at this stage? Appropriate? Such a diplomatic choice of words implied that she believed he was deceiving her. Do you genuinely think I am a fraud? Su Mukin felt an urge to weep, insisting that he was presenting a legitimate photonic chip, irrefutably authentic. However, this only showcases my intelligence and will generate the sensational effect I envisioned. Without the need for advertising to achieve fame. I am entirely serious. Su Mukin reclined in his chair, glancing over Du Yuewan's head with an air of self-satisfaction. Du Yuewan emitted a grinding sound with her teeth. Can you not discern my obvious meaning? I am cautioning you against deceit. Mr. Su. The patent office is staffed by experts. A photonic chip surely cannot pass, Du Yuewan reiterated delicately. Who are you trying to fool? Do you believe you will succeed in deceiving the patent office? The personnel there possess discerning eyes, capable of seeing through any trickery. Indeed. It is not that a photonic chip cannot pass. Rather, if it is truly a photonic chip, it will undoubtedly succeed. Su Mukin shrugged nonchalantly. As if deceiving the patent office were a trivial matter. You are recklessly treading a dangerous path, and I cannot intervene. Mr. Su, I apologize. But I cannot partake in this endeavor. Attempting to deceive the patent office is tantamount to courting disaster. I have no intention of accompanying you to your demise. Du Yuewan decisively stated, grabbing her bag and preparing to leave. The corners of Su Mukin's mouth curled into a playful smile as he remarked. If you can consider such things, do you think I cannot? Du Yuewan hesitated, her enchanting eyes glimmering. Indeed, the consequences of deceiving the patent office were dire. If she could foresee them, Su Mukin certainly could as well. The only ones oblivious would be fools. Yet, knowing this, why would he still pursue such a course? Was it a ruse or a genuine photonic chip? The notion of a deceit seemed absurd. A photonic chip felt fantastical. Photonic chips remained theoretical, with major global powers researching them without success. Yet he sought to apply for a patent. Did he possess the intellect of a genius capable of eclipsing the world as scientists? Without sufficient proof, one should not venture forth. Su Mukin confidently crossed his legs, exuding a sense of triumph. If this were not a photonic chip and I were to apply for a patent, would that not be tantamount to self-destruction? Look into my eyes. Do I seem to be a man eager for an end? Du Yuewan gazed intently into Su Mukin's eyes, seeking confirmation. Do you see? Su Mukin pointed to his eyes, boasting, my eyes are clear and bright, full of life and beauty, more radiant than the stars. Such eyes could never lie. Uft. The typically serious Du Yuewan found herself amused, breaking into a smile reminiscent of a blooming flower, breathtakingly beautiful. From your eyes, I discern one thing, an audacious disposition. Du Yuewan chuckled softly, taking a seat. I have encountered many individuals. Should we measure audacity, they would all be begging you for mercy. An audacious demeanor is the hallmark of a true gentleman. Su Mukin nodded vigorously, showing no signs of humility, proudly lifting his chin as if it were a compliment. Du Yuewan, with a look of resignation, questioned, do you understand the nuances of linguistic expression? Do you truly discern the distinction between commendatory and derogatory terms? The Patent Office of Tiannan Province presents a spacious and tidy workspace, where employees are diligently engrossed in their tasks, embodying a scene of bustling activity. Some staff members shake their heads incessantly, while others display expressions of admiration. A few maintain a stoic demeanor, as silent as granite. A young man, around 26 or 27, sporting frameless glasses, with fair skin and wide-open mouth, stares intently at a chip in his hand. Can you believe someone has applied for a patent on a photonic chip? After a considerable pause, he finally regains his composure and raises his voice. The staff, startled, lift their heads in discontent. Xiao Wang, it is working hours. Why are you shouting? This is disorderly conduct, and you risk losing your bonus. Maintain silence during work hours and refrain from disturbing others. Do you understand? Colleagues begin to voice their criticisms. With a broad smile, Xiao Wang apologizes profusely. Xiao Wang, did you say someone applied for a photonic chip? A colleague inquires. Indeed, indeed. Xiao Wang replies amiably. Instantly, the colleagues erupt in disbelief, denouncing it as a fraud. The concept of a photonic chip exists solely in theory. Major nations have invested heavily in its research without achieving tangible progress. Although Western countries claim to have developed a light brain as early as the 1990s, they barely scratched the surface, merely engaging in political posturing. Now, someone dares to apply for a patent on a photonic chip. Who does he think he is? Is he a legendary genius capable of surpassing the intellect of global scientists? This is undoubtedly a scam. Such imposters should not be taken lightly. How audacious of him to attempt to deceive our patent office. Does he not realize we are tasked with apprehending fraudsters? Deception is indeed a skill. Could he not be a bit more professional? If he had proposed an optoelectronic chip, I might have believed it. Even a silicon chip would have been plausible. But a photonic chip? Xiao Wang wholeheartedly agrees with his colleagues, shaking the chip in his hand. His audacity is remarkable. He even sent the chip over, requesting an immediate substantive review. Send a physical sample? That is improbable. Such matters can be handled online with mere submissions. He truly believes we would not dare take action against fraudsters? I suggest we promptly report this and have him arrested. So he understands the severe consequences of deceiving our patent office. Patent applications can be submitted online, including designs and concepts. At this stage, deceiving us may not yield immediate repercussions, as it could be dismissed as a design error. However, sending a physical item constitutes tangible evidence, and the patent office will grasp the incriminating details firmly, making it exceedingly simple to deal with such fraudsters. I shall test the chip's performance, Xiao Wang declares, rising. What are you testing? This is utterly impossible. We should simply call the police. Indeed, at this stage, no one could possibly produce a photonic chip, not even the most advanced nation, let alone an individual. Xiao Wang disagrees, stating, we are the patent office, a professional institution. We must approach this matter with professionalism, utilizing data to substantiate our findings. His colleagues, motivated by the desire to expose the fraud, follow him to the testing area, activating the equipment to commence testing. Soon, the data emerges, and the staff's expressions morph into disbelief, their eyes wide in astonishment. The vast testing area falls silent, with numerous employees gaping, transfixed by the numbers displayed on the screen, as if these figures were magnets, drawing them in with an irresistible force. Is this real? Am I hallucinating? Have I not fully awakened? One pinches their thigh. You pinch me. How dare you use such a cliché trope from dramas? After a prolonged silence, the staff collectively regains their composure and begins to murmur, their central sentiment being one of disbelief. Given the current technological landscape, the emergence of a photonic chip seems implausible, far beyond humanity's existing capabilities. If it were an optoelectronic chip that simultaneously disrupted electronic theory and surpassed the photonic technology threshold, I might still entertain the possibility. Yet, confronted with authentic photonic chips, their skepticism mirrors that of Du Yuan, utter disbelief. Perhaps the equipment malfunctioned. We have other devices to try, they suggest. It must be a problem with the apparatus. After much contemplation, they resolve to switch equipment for further testing. Soon, their gazes are once again ensnared by the screen, eyes glued in fascination. The data is indisputable. This is indeed a photonic chip. Could it genuinely be a photonic chip? That seems improbable. Let us test it with a silicon chip. Yes, absolutely. Without hesitation, they retrieve a silicon chip for testing, their eyes once more fixated on the display. The data is unremarkable. In comparison to the photonic chip, it is as if one resides in the heavens while the other languishes underground. The disparity is staggering. This one alone does not suffice. Indeed, a blind cat may stumble upon a dead mouse. Even a novice in technology might accidentally create something remarkable. But that cannot be taken as valid. Let us test the remaining 4 chips together. Mu Chen provided 5 photonic chips for the patent office's examination. The remaining 4 are soon tested, yielding identical data with only minor fluctuations. They're in oppos. As no escaping the conclusion, these are photonic chips. 1 chip could be deemed a fluke. 2 might suggest coincidence, but 3 establishes inevitability. With 5 in total, what else could they be but photonic chips? Yet, precisely because they are authentic photonic chips, the psychological impact is even more profound. How is this possible? Am I truly out of touch? Photonic technology has long been under investigation by Western nations. They proclaimed success in developing a light brain over 20 years ago, yet that has vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, 5 photonic chips appear before us, and it feels like a dream. I feel as if I have journeyed from ancient times to the modern era, disconnected from society. These photonic chips transcend contemporary human technology by an entire era, and the magnitude of this revelation is staggering. For outsiders, this might not pose a significant issue, but the fact remains that they're all experts well-versed in photonic technology, leaving their minds deeply shaken. This situation is indeed surreal. However, upon reflection, it is not entirely implausible. Xiao Wang adjusts his glasses, takes a deep breath to calm his racing heart, and states, our great nation, rich in resources and teeming with talent, is indeed capable of producing astonishing innovations. This assertion holds merit. Since the establishment of our nation, numerous remarkable feats have been achieved. with the most celebrated being the 2 bombs and 1 satellite. Why is this considered a miracle? Firstly, it was accomplished without a wealth of talent or a robust technological foundation. Secondly, there were no funds. From the time of our founding leader, every penny was meticulously scrounged. Under such challenging conditions, they achieved the impossible. The international community unanimously believed it was inconceivable for our nation to succeed, even over a millennium. Yet, in a mere decade and a half, we accomplished it, truly miraculous. The technology of using conventional warheads against aircraft carriers was proposed by a foreign nation, but ultimately abandoned due to its high difficulty. Yet, our country succeeded. Dongfeng Express. Mission guaranteed has become our slogan. Xiao Wang, an eloquent speaker, passionately proclaimed, the staff of God was proposed by the United States within the renowned Star Wars program. However, due to the immense technical challenges, it had to be abandoned. Yet, we have successfully overcome 3 pivotal technological hurdles, bringing us closer to actual deployment. This irrefutable fact was well known among the staff, who proudly held their heads high, filled with immense pride. A little-known genius scientist, with a sudden flash of inspiration, managed to conquer the challenges of photon technology and create a photon chip, which is not beyond the realm of possibility. Xiao Wang concluded his remarks with vigor. Applause erupted, thunderous and heartfelt, as the staff were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. After a moment of excitement, Xiao Wang realized he needed to report to the director. He grabbed the phone on his desk and dialed. Unsurprisingly, the director unleashed a barrage of scolding, accusing him of fabricating lies. Xiao Wang, however, remained steadfast, insisting on the veracity of the photon chip. "I'll be there immediately," the director responded, hanging up the phone and sprinting at full speed towards the testing area. Director Zhao Daqing, a man in his 40s, stood at around 1.7 meters tall, with fair skin and a keen demeanor. "Where is it?" Zhao Daqing's voice boomed before he even arrived, and he soon appeared at the doorway. "Director, right here. Look." Xiao Wang gestured towards the display screen with pride. Zhao Daqing's eyes widened as he scrutinized the data, his astonishment growing with each passing second. "Where's the chip?" He finally collected his thoughts. "It's right here. All 5 of them," Xiao Wang eagerly replied. Rolling up his sleeves, Zhao Daqing personally conducted the tests. His skepticism stemmed not from a lack of faith in Xiao Wang and his team, but rather from the extraordinary nature of the claims. The results were identical. And Zhao Daqing, observing the data, shifted into a state of disbelief. After a considerable period, he returned to reality, clapping his hands vigorously, his palms reddening from the force of his applause. The staff joined in, and the sound of applause resonated like thunder. After 10 long minutes, the applause finally subsided. Zhao Daqing, his face flushed with excitement, declared, "The advent of the photon chip is a monumental event for the nation and its people. Especially during this critical period when the United States has imposed a ban on chip sales to our country, its significance is profound. However, I must warn you all, this matter must remain confidential. No one can speak of it, not even to your parents, spouses, or children. Should anyone dare to leak even a single word, I will involve the National Security Department for a discussion. The emergence of the photon chip holds immense importance, with far-reaching implications that necessitate confidentiality to prepare the nation adequately for its eventual unveiling. If the National Security Department intervenes, the consequences could be severe, ranging from lengthy imprisonment to even more dire outcomes." The staff listened with rapt attention. After imparting his instructions, Zhao Daqing departed in haste. "Director, where are you going?" one staff member questioned, puzzled as to why he wouldn't share in the collective joy. Although the photon chip was not their creation, as citizens of the new era, they were genuinely thrilled and proud. "I must report to the headquarters," Zhao Daqing's voice echoed as he moved away. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Science and Technology, officials filled the conference room. Seated beneath the podium were the minister, Song Xian, an elderly man in his 60s or 70s. Addressed them with bright, piercing eyes. "At this critical juncture, with the United States imposing a technological iron curtain over our nation, we must strive to minimize its impact. Should anyone neglect their duties, they will face severe consequences." Once his speech concluded, an expert raised a pertinent question: "What shall we do about the chip? The core of this technological iron curtain? The investment is substantial, and the timeline is lengthy, making it difficult to resolve promptly given our domestic situation. Without a solution for the chip, any countermeasures would merely lead to mutual destruction, inflicting significant losses upon each other." Scratching his head, Song Xian sighed, acknowledging the complexity of the issue. Just then, a capable male secretary approached and whispered urgently in his ear. Instantly, Song Xian sprang to his feet, as if propelled by springs, and exited the room in haste. Seated on a sofa, Song Xian inadvertently spilled hot tea on himself, soaking his chest. Oblivious to this, He remained fixated on the visible phone on his desk. Old Ding, how could you, as the head of the National Patent Office, fall for such deceptive nonsense? Do you not realize I am currently in a meeting discussing responses to the United States Technological Iron Curtain? Song Xin expressed his dissatisfaction. Is it truly so easy to create a photon chip? The United States has spent decades without success. The prototypes from the 1990s were mere imitations. We have invested significantly and still have nothing to show for it. Ding, the director of the National Patent Office, called Song Xin directly, claiming there was a matter of utmost importance to discuss. Song Xin had assumed it was a critical issue, only to hear what he considered a laughable claim, provoking a strong urge to reprimand Ding. The technological threshold for photon chips is high, with several major nations investing heavily in research without success. They are forced to seek alternatives, blending electronic and photon technologies to create a hybrid known as optoelectronics. If it were so easily achievable, it would have been accomplished long ago. As the director of the National Patent Office, how could you believe such nonsense? I feel sorry for you. Old Song, I understand your sentiment. When I first heard it, I was skeptical too. However, data does not lie. The Tiannan Provincial Bureau has sent over the data in the testing videos. After viewing them, I had no choice but to believe Ding. A man of modest height in his 60s, with a head full of gray hair but sharp eyes, stated, "You should review the data in the video first. If it's false, do not blame me for revealing it. Consider the consequences." Song Xin contemplated the potential fallout. If this information leaked, it would surely become a source of ridicule. The head of the National Patent Office, believing such nonsense, would be a topic of gossip, he thought, concerned for Ding's reputation. Ding remained silent, sending the video and data. "Please wait, I will review it first," Song Xin instructed Ding. He initially examined the data, growing increasingly astonished as his mouth fell open and his eyes widened. This data appeared authentic. As the Minister of Science and Technology, a renowned expert, he could discern that these were the raw, unaltered figures. Could it be that the photon chip has truly been developed? Song Xin's confidence began to waver. He then proceeded to watch the video, which showcased the Tiannan Provincial Bureau's staff testing the chip repeatedly, ensuring its accuracy. Ultimately, Zhao Daqing himself conducted the tests, yielding consistent results. Old Ding, do you realize the monumental significance of the photon chip's emergence at this critical moment? Joy illuminated Song Xin's wrinkled face, his voice rising in pitch, becoming somewhat piercing. Ding rolled his eyes, responding, "This is self-evident. The United States is wielding the chip as a weapon, imposing a technological iron curtain to sever our access to overseas technologies with malevolent intent. If we overcome the chip issue and introduce the photon chip, its implications will be revolutionary, fundamentally altering the current technological landscape. The diminutive chip underpins the framework of modern technology, utilized ubiquitously in every conceivable application. For those of us who have grown accustomed to the chip era, a society devoid of such technology is utterly unimaginable. The advent of the photonic chip is destined to revolutionize the current technological landscape, wielding profound and far-reaching implications. It is precisely this consideration that has compelled me to seek your counsel." Director Ding articulated his thoughts, stating, "What I propose is a collaboration between our Patent Office and your Ministry of Science and Technology, jointly dispatching experts to validate the photonic chip. Lao Song, what is your perspective on this? The photonic chip is not an ordinary technology. It is imperative for the Ministry of Science and Technology to intervene, as a collaboration between our two departments for verification is essential." Song Xin shook his head. "Lao Song, you're mistaken. Given the significance of this matter, it is indeed necessary for our two departments to collaborate in verifying its authenticity." Director Ding raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. "What are you implying?" "My point is that a partnership between our two departments is insufficient." Song Xin smiled lightly. Director Ding appeared somewhat perplexed. The Patent Office and the Ministry of Science and Technology are the two principal departments overseeing technology in the new dynasty. A joint operation should suffice. However, the Ministry of Defense also harbors numerous experts and should be included in our discussions, Song Xin proposed. The Ministry of Defense is truly a reservoir of talent, housing not just valiant soldiers but also a cadre of top-tier specialists, some of whom rank among the best in the world. Moreover, the ministry has a vigorous demand for chips, with performance requirements that far exceed those of civilian applications. The emergence of the photonic chip will undoubtedly generate substantial demand from the Ministry of Defense. Therefore, from any perspective, including them in our efforts is highly advisable. "Very well," Director Ding replied succinctly, his tone resolute. "I shall contact the Ministry of Defense, and we will convene as a trio to discuss how to proceed." Song Xin promptly reached out to the Ministry of Defense, adjusting the equipment so that the video call appeared on the large display mounted on the wall. Before long, the screen divided into two, one half showing Director Ding and the other featuring a general adorned with 3 golden stars. The general, tall and imposing, exuded an aura of authority, his posture reminiscent of a spear, eyes sharp as a blade, and his demeanor serious, radiating the essence of a battle-hardened soldier, causing a palpable tension in the air. Lao Song, Lao Ding, what brings you to seek my counsel? The general's voice resonated like a bell, strong and commanding. Old Mo, you needn't perpetually wear such a stern expression, as if someone owes you a fortune, Song Exine jested, attempting to lighten the mood. However, General Mo remained stoically serious, showing no signs of levity. Lao Song, you are wasting your efforts if you think you can elicit a smile from old Mo. It would be easier to see the sun rise in the west, Director Ding remarked, his lips twitching in amusement. Are you not aware that General Mo has a reputation for his unyielding demeanor? To enliven the atmosphere, one must consider the audience. With a hint of resignation, Song Exine shrugged and said, Old Mo, the matter at hand is as follows. Director Ding adeptly supplemented the conversation, and together they swiftly conveyed the details. Lao Song, Lao Ding, do you truly believe that we soldiers are mere novices, lacking in scientific understanding and easily deceived? General Mo's expression remained unchanged, though his tone was stern. While we seek advanced chips, the current technology does not yet permit the creation of photonic chips. This will require additional time. His voice was grave as he continued. Such folly should not be entertained. If I had my way, I would have you both executed. True to his military roots, the iron-willed general spoke of execution so casually, even as heads of 2 departments. Old Mo, spare us the threats of execution. Even without those words, your stern visage betrays your military background, Song Xian interjected playfully. Data does not lie. Please review the data and video before forming conclusions. As General Mo began to examine the data and footage, an air of tension filled the room. After reviewing a portion, he raised his bushy brows and promptly summoned a cadre of experts to analyze the information, their exclamations of astonishment resonating through the video call. Upon concluding his review, a smile finally graced General Mo's typically stoic face. Lao Song, Lao Ding, you have indeed made a wise decision in involving the Ministry of Defense. It is a most sagacious move. Song Xian quipped. Old Mo can smile, truly a rare event. Director Ding joined the banner, noting, Lao Song, you are quite the astute judge of character. General Mo, known for his stern demeanor, was typically as unyielding as a stone statue. For him to smile was akin to witnessing a miracle. From the data reviewed, there was no doubt regarding the authenticity of the photonic chip. Without acknowledging the light-hearted jest of his colleagues, General Mo conveyed the military stance. We have deliberated and conclude that the implications of the photonic chip are too significant to overlook. It is essential that we conduct thorough verification. We cannot afford any oversight. Therefore, we propose a team of our finest experts from the military, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the Patent Office be assembled for this validation. Lao Ding, Lao Song, what are your thoughts? If I were to disagree, would you execute me? Song Xian inquired. Not at all, General Mo replied curtly. That sounds promising, Song Xian said with a smile. Random executions, then. General Mo resumed his no-nonsense demeanor. Song Xian smirked. Is there truly a difference? Director Ding shook his head. Given that old Mo has invoked the threat of execution, I dare not oppose, Song Xian conceded with a nod. Firepower is the ultimate truth. Now that you, old Mo, have spoken, I too cannot dissent, Director Ding jested. Since you are all in agreement, let us proceed, General Mo declared decisively. For the most stringent review, we shall utilize the finest equipment at the National Laboratory. Agreed. Song Xian affirmed with enthusiasm. The ramifications of the photonic chip were monumental, necessitating the most rigorous verification to ascertain its authenticity. Mobilizing top-tier experts and the most advanced equipment was imperative. I have already instructed Zhao Daqing to bring the chip. He shall arrive shortly. Director Ding had prepared for this eventuality. With the plan firmly established, Song Xian terminated the video call, rose from his seat, and clenched his fists, shaking them in determination. He then exited his office and made his way briskly to the conference room. Inside, discussions were underway regarding the repercussions of the chip shortage, with experts offering various suggestions. Yet all were merely palliatives to an urgent crisis. Let us adjourn today's meeting, Song Xian announced upon entering. Minister Song, why? The experts and officials were baffled. This is a critical juncture. We must strategize effectively to mitigate the impact of the chip shortage. Why are we halting the meeting? The deployment meeting is postponed. We have an urgent matter to address. The Ministry of Science and Technology must dispatch a team of experts to the National Laboratory, Song Xian explained. withholding mention of the photonic chip, as its veracity remained unconfirmed and required further validation. Additionally, even if it were genuine, it was a matter of confidentiality. The time to unveil this trump card would come, and it would surely elicit remarkable reactions from many. The assembled experts and officials, well-versed in the importance of discretion, refrained from questioning Song Xin and Apos' reticence. Subsequently, he mobilized a team of elite experts to expedite their journey to the National Laboratory. The National Laboratory, located in the outskirts of Shuntianfu, was heavily guarded by military personnel, with sentinels stationed every few steps, maintaining a vigilant watch. Technological prowess is a crucial component of national strength. The equipment here is among the finest in the nation, with many pieces being world-class. Furthermore, the experts and scholars working here are also of the highest caliber, some possessing global standards, undeniably among the elite worldwide. Thus, it is imperative to safeguard this place. After Song Xin and his team arrived, they underwent stringent security checks before finally entering the laboratory. Just as they alighted from their vehicle, another convoy approached, forming an impressive line of vehicles. The convoy halted, and General Mo was the first to disembark, followed closely by a group of generals adorned with 3 stars. Their brilliance dazzling to the eye. Behind these generals were top-tier experts from the Ministry of Defense, spanning 3 generations, some in their 20s, while others were quite elderly. Their hair graying, and some even leaning on canes, breathing heavily yet filled with anticipation. Old Mo, what is this all about? Song Xion's gaze flitted over the generals. This is a chip verification. Experts are here, so what do you generals need to be involved for? Old Song, what are you saying? General Mo retorted, visibly displeased. High-end photonic chips are vital for our military, and we naturally should be prioritized. We are here to ensure there are no discrepancies. Until the verification is complete, you have no idea if it is genuine. Your eagerness for a share is unwarranted, Song Xion replied, exasperated, gesturing towards General Mo. The military's demeanor suggested they were intent on not letting go of the photonic chips. If production was limited, it seemed unlikely there would be enough to satisfy the military's demands. What do you mean it's unwarranted? I believe it's essential, another general, General Zhang, who also bore 3 stars and commanded strategic forces, interjected. Our strategic forces are the cornerstone of national security. Without our protection, can the nation truly be safe? Hence, these chips must be prioritized for us. A 2-star general, General Zhang, who was the Navy commander, expressed his discontent. Who says you should be prioritized? It is the Navy that deserves precedence. This is the most prudent course of action. Our strategic forces are more vital. Safeguarding our national strategic security is known to all. General Zhang countered, can you venture into the sea? Maritime security relies on us, the Navy. General Zhang remained steadfast. Who says our strategic forces cannot operate at sea? With our nuclear submarine fleet, who dares infringe upon our maritime territory? General Liu, the commander of the submarine fleet, voiced his strong opposition. Old Liu, how dare you? You've only just separated from our Navy to become a traitor? General Zhang glared at him, unyielding. The submarine fleet was previously part of the Navy, but had recently been assigned to the strategic forces. General Liu pursed his lips, choosing silence. One was his in-laws. The other his natal family. He found himself caught in a delicate position. What are you all quarreling about? Without our strategic support forces providing assistance. Could you be so bold? General Wu, a 3-star general and head of the strategic support forces, scoffed, criticizing the two. Without our support, could your strategic forces strike accurately? Would you still dare to proclaim Dongfeng Express, mission guaranteed? General Zheng tightened his lips, unable to retort. While the strategic forces were indeed formidable, the support provided by the strategic support forces was irreplaceable. Without our assistance, could you navigate the vast ocean and find your way home? General Wu launched another attack against General Zhang. Although the strategic support forces do not engage in direct combat, their role is undeniably crucial. Without their coordination, the Navy would face significant challenges on the open sea. General Zhang fell silent. Thus, the photonic chip should be prioritized for our strategic support forces, General Wu asserted, exuding an air of entitlement. General Zheng and General Zhang had already been quite aggressive, but General Wu was even more so, effectively suppressing both to claim a larger share. Song Xian watched in astonishment and remarked, while you argue passionately, what purpose does it serve? We must first ascertain whether this is indeed about the chips. The generals united against a common foe, declaring, what if it is true? Our military adheres to the core philosophy of forgetting war invites danger. We must be prepared for any eventuality. It is better to be prepared and not need it than to need it and be unprepared. We must establish a plan to prioritize whoever is deemed necessary. After reporting to the headquarters, Zhao Daqing received instructions from Director Ding to expedite the transport of the chips. Accompanied by several robust employees for protection, he hurried to the airport. His demeanor suggested that, had he the authority, he would mobilize the military for escort. Upon arriving at Shuntian Airport, a vehicle from the patent office awaited them. They boarded and promptly proceeded to the national laboratory. Following another round of security checks, he finally arrived at the testing laboratory. As the automatic doors opened, he was met with a plethora of generals, their stars shining brightly, prompting him to instinctively step back. "Come in. Everyone is waiting for you," a staff member urged. "I must have taken a wrong turn and ended up at the Ministry of Defense. Please take me to the national laboratory," Zhao Daqing insisted, attempting to leave. With so many generals gathered, where else could he be but the Ministry of Defense? The staff member stifled a laugh, observing the generals with a bemused expression. "You all are quite something. It's merely a chip test. Is it necessary for everyone to come? This can easily lead to misunderstandings. This is indeed the national laboratory. You haven't gone astray. Please, step inside." The staff member insisted, guiding Zhao Daqing. "This is the national laboratory? Why are there so many generals?" Zhao Daqing queried, bewildered. The staff member shrugged, indicating that he could not answer that question. Who knows why these generals are here? Perhaps they have their sights set on the chips. Filled with suspicion, Zhao Daqing entered the laboratory. Swish. All eyes within the room converged on him, their gazes sharp and piercing, creating an unnerving atmosphere. Particularly, the general's stares resembled famished wolves eyeing a tender lamb. This was overwhelming. Zhao Daqing had never encountered such intensity, his scalp tingling, wishing to flee at once. "Daqing, you've arrived." Director Ding waved, beckoning Zhao Daqing. This gesture rescued Zhao Daqing from the oppressive atmosphere, and he felt immensely grateful. It was comforting to have a superior. He glanced at the generals, their eyes glinting like those of hungry wolves. Was he merely a lamb? "Director Ding, I hope I am not late." Zhao Daqing managed a smile as he approached. "You've traveled a long way from Tianjin province. It must have been quite the journey. Please, sit down and have some water. We will handle the subsequent matters," Director Ding said, taking the briefcase from Zhao Daqing's hands. "Have some water and rest? I thought you were showing concern for a subordinate. I was somewhat touched. But it appears my task is completed, leaving me to linger idly. I feel foolish for being moved." A staff member offered Zhao Daqing a cup of tea, which he gratefully accepted, drinking deeply. After such a hurried journey, he was indeed parched. Suddenly, a crowd surrounded Director Ding, each pair of eyes ablaze with intensity, fixated on the briefcase in his possession. "This is a password box," Director Ding announced, requesting the password from Zhao Daqing before unlocking it. Inside lay 5 chips, meticulously packaged, a sight that drew Zhao Daqing's full attention. Director Ding lifted one chip, unwrapping it, and holding it up to scrutinize closely, his brow furrowed. "Old Ding, what's wrong?" Song Xian inquired, his heart heavy. "Is it not the photonic chip? If it were not the photonic chip, it would be a disappointment for the generals as well. The craftsmanship is crude, and the manufacturing quality is subpar." Director Ding promptly provided his assessment. A collective sigh of relief was heard among the crowd, who had initially feared it was a photon chip. "Oh, Ding, do not set your expectations so high," an elderly man, leaning on a cane and panting after each few steps, with a head full of gray hair and a face etched with wrinkles, remarked, "From what we understand, this is the work of a recent university graduate who, without financial backing or technical support, has managed to create something, which is commendable. Olden speaks the truth." Director Ding replied respectfully. "Back in our day, we forged swords for the nation in the remote mountains with no talent, no manpower, no equipment, and no technology. I have not forgotten that feeling." Tears welled up in Olden and Apos' eyes. After the establishment of the new dynasty, the international landscape was exceedingly challenging, with Western nations led by the United States imposing the harshest of blockades, even prohibiting the sale of medicines to our country. Under such difficult circumstances, Old Un and his comrades toiled in the mountains for the nation. The hardships they faced were indeed unimaginable. The crowd regarded Olden with deep respect. "Take a look," Director Ding said, handing the chip to Song Xian. General Mo retrieved a chip from his briefcase, unwrapped it, and examined it closely, nodding in agreement. "Old Ding is correct. The workmanship is indeed quite rough, and the manufacturing quality is lacking. However, Olden is right as well, given the lack of financial and technical support. The result is commendable." Though a soldier, General Mo possessed keen insight. Hands reached out to grasp the remaining 3 chips, unwrapping them to scrutinize the details. "After my examination, I passed it along for others to see, and we reached the same conclusion. The craftsmanship is unsatisfactory. Rather than finding this problematic, the crowd believed it aptly reflected Su Chen and Apos' circumstances. Su Chen was acutely aware of the formidable power of the national machinery and had intentionally produced such a substandard item, indicating a strategic move in the right direction. The appearance was somewhat disappointing, yet understandable. Now, the performance test must proceed. The appearance is secondary, performance is paramount. As long as it meets the requirements of a photon chip, even if its appearance is unappealing, it is still valuable. Conversely, a visually appealing item that fails to meet the performance standards is of no use. Song Xin took the initiative, with Director Ding assisting, and the two busily set up the equipment to begin testing. General Mo and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared anticipation. If this truly is a photon chip in the genuine sense, not a mere imitation from the West reminiscent of the 1990s, it would represent a momentous achievement for our nation. The benefits for the military are immeasurable. Every participant in the testing shared this sentiment, their eyes brimming with expectation. Soon, data flashed onto the display screen. The eyes of the crowd widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of their sockets, as they fixated on the screen, breaths quickening with tension. Even for seasoned soldiers like General Mo and Zhang, who had weathered storms of unimaginable magnitude, many of whom had faced life-and-death trials, their composure was tested. At this moment, General Mo clenched his fist, his eyes widening, mouth agape, and his expression increasingly one of shock. Everyone present shared this sentiment. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted. The crowd, faces alight with excitement, clapped vigorously, their hands turning red from the force. The applause resonated like thunder, refusing to subside for 10 minutes. It was not that they wished to stop, but rather that their hands grew sore and could hardly continue. A photon chip. A true photon chip. This is indeed a genuine photon chip, not a mere fade from the West designed for show. Our nation has pioneered the development of a photon chip, which will propel our technological prowess into a new realm, potentially revolutionizing the existing technological landscape and even the global order. This is a matter we must keep confidential. Oh, the photon chip. I have witnessed its birth in my lifetime. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone engaging in animated discussions, some even moved to tears. This is a true photon chip, not the superficial imitation of the 1990s from the West, signifying that the greatest shortcoming of the new dynasty has now been rectified. Not only has it been remedied, but we have also leapt from being constrained to becoming a leader, with benefits that are beyond enumeration. This small chip underpins the technological framework of modern society. Our lives, education, and work are all inseparable from chips. Whether it be smartphones, smart TVs, navigation systems, CNC lathes, or national security, all rely on chips. In essence, mastering chip technology equates to the new dynasty possessing the potential to reshape the global scientific landscape. The new dynasty resolved to seize this opportunity, investing resources to create a comprehensive, intelligent nation. To that end, they provided substantial support to Su Chen, supplying funds and materials as needed. With the backing of the state, Su Chen unleashed his ambitions, establishing underwater factories, vigorously exploring for resources, and continuously producing chips to meet national demands. Upon acquiring the chips, the government formulated the Intelligent Nation Promotion Plan, aiming to establish a fully fledged intelligent era within 10 years, improving the lives, education, and productivity of the populace. Through Su Chen's efforts, the mission was accomplished, unraveling the mystery of the Long Jiao's whereabouts. It turned out they had departed from Earth. Thousands of years ago, a colossal meteorite struck the depths of the Pacific Ocean, triggering a cataclysmic tsunami that obliterated human civilization. The Long Jiao constructed spaceships to evacuate a portion of their kin. Those who remained on Earth struggled to adapt to the planet's changes, ultimately becoming extinct. The end.